Hello, good morning, and welcome to a special coverage of the presidential inauguration. This is Channel 1 Television, and we're broadcasting live from our studios here at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. Now, President-elect John Dramani Mahama is set to be sworn in today, January 7, 2025. And this is expected to be, of course, a momentous occasion during significant both domestically and internationally. Now, the event, which marks Mr. Mahama's return to the presidency, is expected to be attended by 21 heads of state alongside 3 vice presidents, 4 ministers, and 24 envoys. This exceptional gathering underscores the global recognition of Ghana's political transition. According to a statement from the Ministry of Information, the swearing-in ceremony will also feature a wide range of dignitaries from across the world. Now, we are here on Channel 1 Television. We have men on the grounds. Of course, the ceremony will be happening at the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square, here in Accra. And so we'll be bringing you live pictures from there, bringing you all the interviews. And of course, when the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, takes that oath of office, we'll be sure to bring you word for word what he says, and of course the speech that will be delivered after that swearing in. The Chief Justice, Gertrude Saki Tokonu, would administer the oath of office to Mr. Mahama, who marks a return to the Jubilee House, having served previously in same capacity. Well, the inauguration of the president was preceded by the inauguration of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The 9th Parliament, of course, its inauguration saw the re-election of Alban Bagbin as Speaker of Parliament. As also saw the election of Bernard Ahiafo as First Deputy Speaker, and of course the re-election of Andrew Esiama Amuako, Member of Parliament for Fomena, who was re-elected as a second deputy speaker. And so today, the inauguration of the 9th Parliament has paved way for the inauguration and swearing in of President-elect John Dramani Mahama, together with Vice President-elect Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, which event is scheduled to take place at the Independence Square here in Accra. Heads of states from across Africa and across the world are expected to participate or to grace this August occasion, the ceremony which is taking place in the capital here in Accra, marking, of course, another peaceful transition of power from one administration to the other. Success transitioned or passed on power from one democratically elected president to the other since 1992, having come out of military rule. And so this will represent the latest peaceful handover of power in the country. Now, the President, John Dramani Mahama, is expected to take the oath of office at the Independence Square, which oath is expected to be administered by the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship, Gertrude Saki Tokonu. Now, some security measures, of course, have been instituted to ensure a smooth transition and, of course, to maintain the convenience of course, the citizens in the country. The Ghana Police Service has outlined a comprehensive security plan to ensure a smooth and secure conduct of the inauguration. Now, roadblocks, traffic restrictions, diversions will be in place to manage the flow of both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. So let me give you a quick update of some of the locations where there will be designated security perimeters. Okay, so the following zones or areas will serve as security operational zones throughout the event. This will include the Akonje interchange, the AU runabout, the State House, Osu Cemetery traffic light, the Accra Sports Stadium, the Independence, of course, the Black Star Square, also the Ministry's traffic light, Customs Headquarters traffic light area, and Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue, all here in Accra. There will be some road closures and traffic diversions as well. So let's bring you up to speed regarding that. Now, the key road closures will be enforced from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. today, January 7, 2025. This will include the 28th February Road from the Customs Headquarters towards the Castle Road Junction. There will also be some road closures around the local street. This will be from the Osu Cemetery traffic area towards the AU roundabout. And then the Starlet 91 Road, this will be the Ministry's traffic light to the Accra Sports Stadium area. Traffic diversions will also be in effect to ease congestion and facilitate smooth travel. And so motorists from Laboni and Osu heading towards the Central Business District, that's the CBD area, will be diverted via the Salem Avenue. Evans at Mills High Street heading to Independence Square will be rerouted via Liberia Road at the Customs Headquarters traffic light intersection. Drivers on local streets heading towards Castle Road must use Ejumakon and Oxford Streets. Traffic from the AU roundabout to Castle Road will be diverted through Abdul Diop and King Hassan Roads. Now, there are areas designated for parking and public access. These areas, of course, will be for attendees, and so attendees are being advised to utilize designated parking areas, including the forecourt of the State House, the Fua Sutherland Park, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture premises. Residents within the security zones, as outlined earlier, as well as other invited dignitaries, are encouraged to follow police directives and use alternative routes where possible. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the swearing in of John Dramani Mahama as the 6th President of the 4th Republic of Ghana was preceded by the official inauguration of the 9th Parliament. This 9th Parliament saw the re-election of Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagman as Speaker of Parliament. We had the likes of Bernard Ahiafo being elected as the first Deputy Speaker, and then, of course, Andrew Esiama Amuakon, MP for Fomena, being re-elected as second Deputy Speaker. And so that's the update there. But prior to the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, we had some engagements with the leadership of the House, some outgoing members of Parliament, former leaders of the House, and of course, some important statesmen. We'll bring you what they have been saying so far regarding the 8th Parliament, as well as the coming into effect of the 9th Parliament and their expectations of same. Let's start off with the now majority leader who served as minority leader in the 8th Parliament, but of course has transitioned to become the majority leader owing to the overwhelming victory of the NDC in the 2024 general elections. Let's hear from Dr. Kesiel Atoforsen.
It is indeed a privilege to be able to share with you as we bring this historic parliament to a close. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that the journey we have shared over the course of this 8th parliament has been long, eventful, and moment and rewarding. It should be recalled, Mr. Speaker, that both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, it should be recalled that both sides of the aisle changed leadership in the course of the life of this parliament. On behalf of colleagues, we pay tribute to the leadership which started this journey. Mr. Speaker, we pay tribute to Honourable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, the former majority leader. We also pay tribute to Honourable Haruna Idrusu, the former minority leader. Honourable James Kluche Aveji, the former deputy minority leader. Honourable Muntaka Mobarak, former minority chief whip. Right Honourable Speaker, every chapter of this journey has been marked by its own twist, turns, highs and lows. But in the end, the NDC Minority Caucus delivered and lived up to the expectation of the people. As we reflect on the years, we are reminded of the truth that all things both good and difficult, have a beginning and an end. Mr. Speaker, as we draw the curtain of this distinguished Parliament, we cannot help but to give thanks to the Almighty God for His guidance and grace throughout this tenure, throughout our tenure. His hands has carried us through every storm and the challenges. We also extend our sincere appreciation to you, Right Honourable Speaker Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, for your exemplary leadership and unwavering direction. You came after a long tradition of competent speakers. However, none of your forebears were burdened with a hung parliament such as yours. You were the first speaker elected from a party that is not in government, but you were well prepared for it. From your days, Mr. Speaker, as a minority leader, a majority leader, and a deputy speaker. Your wisdom, patience, and calmness, even under pressure, have been an anchor for this House, especially during turbulent times. Your ability to manage this Parliament with fairness, even in most challenging circumstances, has made you an outstanding statesman. To the members of the NDC Minority Caucus that briefly became the Majority Caucus, I express my profound gratitude for the support and cooperation that I, along with my colleagues in leadership, received from you over the past 2 years. Together, we have achieved numerous milestones, and I'm confident that history will be kind to us for our collective efforts. At the stroke of midnight today, the NDC caucus will re-enter this chamber with a strength of an unprecedented 2/3 majority. Mr. Speaker, this, I believe, serves as a timely reminder to the political class that the people of Ghana reward hard work, dedication, and true love for country. Right Honourable Speaker, this 8th Parliament has indeed been historic in many respects. For the first time under the 4th Republic, we witnessed a Parliament that was evenly split, with each of the political parties securing 137 members each. We also saw 40 female members of Parliament equally distributed across the political parties. One independent member of Parliament who serves as the second Deputy Speaker, and a Speaker who hails from the opposition. This, in every sense, Mr. Speaker, gave us the first hung Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable colleagues, let us be proud to be part of this historic Parliament. The stage was set for a roller coaster journey, particularly during the election of the Speaker. That fateful night kept the nation on edge, with many fearing for the safety of our democracy. That event that unfolded, climaxed by the regrettable and unwarranted military invasion of this august House, will remain a blot on Ghana's democratic history. Mr. Speaker, we pray that such a moment is never repeated. Yet, Mr. Speaker, from the dark night emerged a bright dawn. A new Parliament under the Speaker, who is not from the ruling party, the first of its kind in Ghana's history. Mr. Speaker, despite facing significant challenges, this House has remained steadfast, navigating many turbulent waters, including certain actions by to undermine the independence and authority of Parliament as a co-equal branch of government. Right Honourable Speaker, while many hope that this Parliament would usher in a new era of collaboration for the national good, some fear that it would deepen political divisions. Nonetheless, I can confidently say that the NDC caucus has consistently upheld the supreme national interest in everything we did. At every turn, we had been guided by one principle: to do what is right for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, every policy or action every policy or action of government that we criticized, we complemented with superior, constructive, and alternative proposals. Although, Mr. Speaker, our views were often ignored, times has proven that many of the positions we took on critical national issues were correct. Right Honourable Speaker, one of the most significant and fiercely debated we witnessed in this parliament was the protracted struggle over the electronic transfer levy bill, the famous e-levy. The NDC minority stood firm with the people of Ghana against this unpopular tax, while our colleagues on the other side supported it. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite the strong resistance from within and outside this chamber, the e-levy was foisted on the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we raised alarms also about multitude of new taxes imposed on the people of Ghana. In fact, over 40 in total that burdened the people of Ghana and stifled business growth. At the same time, we witnessed proposals that was supposed to grant $450 million in tax exemptions to crony businesses. In the spirit of patriotism, Mr. Speaker, we demanded justification of this request, especially as Ghanaians continue to suffer from extreme hardship. Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe that posterity will surely vindicate our warnings regarding the reckless borrowings and economic mismanagement under the President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia's government. Records available to this House shows clearly that, Mr. Speaker, some individuals in government profited to the tune of $159.3 million in transaction advisory fees, whilst the country was saddled with an unsustainable public debt. We also spoke out against the mismanagement of the central bank, which led to the negative equity of $55.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, and a cumulative loss of 71.3 billion Ghana cedis between 2022 and 2023. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the Bank of Ghana became policy insolvent by end of year 2023. Mr. Speaker, the illegal printing of money at the Bank of Ghana to finance government expenditure contributed to the inflationary crisis we saw. That resulted in over 850,000 Ghanaians falling into extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, the management of the central bank also illegally wrote off approximately 48 billion Ghana cedis of government indebtedness without parliamentary approval, in a blatant disregard to the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the height of this crisis, the management of the central bank supervised the award of questionable contract for the construction of an ultra-modern 250 million head office and another ultra-modern governor's residence at a cost that is unknown to the public. Our concerns, Mr. Speaker, about the mismanagement of the state-owned Ghana Cocoa Board, ECG, GIHOC, STC, PBC, among others, were also ignored. Right, Honorable Speaker, for 7 consecutive years, Ghana Cocoa Board recorded losses of approximately 11 billion Ghana cedis. The cocoa production also declined drastically under the current government, from approximately 1 million metric tons a year in production to now almost 400,000 metric tons. For the first time in 32 years, international banks rejected Ghana Cocoa Board request for a syndicated loan to finance the purchase of Ghana cocoa. Right, Honorable Speaker, we cannot be silent about our opposition to yet another unpopular government policy, the imposition of a regulation called the Import Restriction Regulation 2023. This detested proposed legislative instrument sought to vest unfettered and unchecked powers in the hands of the minister responsible for trade to qualifies to import into the country of certain goods. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we also raised red flags over dubious Finance Ministry SML-induced $100 million a year contract for so-called revenue assurance. After initial feet-dragging and refusal by the President Akufo-Addo to release the KPMG audit report, it finally emerged that the SML was paid a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for no work done. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority further failed to withhold taxes worth 13.38 billion Ghana cedis, million Ghana cedis from these payments, as we speak, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the entity called SML is still ripping off the taxpayer for no work done. Right, Honorable Speaker, we on this side expressed several concerns over the government handling of illegal mining menace that engulfed our nation. We are also on record to have cautioned that its pretentious fight against this existential threat to our collective survival will soon have dire consequences on us. Amid this facade of the fight, right, Honorable Speaker, high-ranking government officials, NPP functionaries, were accused by the then Cabinet Minister, Professor Frimpong Boateng, of promoting and engaging in illegal mining. So, Speaker, Galamsey later became a free-for-all enterprise involving MMDCs and other party functions. Reports will bear us out that we on this side call for an honest, responsive approach to this menace, found on strict application to the law. No matter whose ox is God. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, our concerns were ignored. The scale of corruption and waste during this period has been staggering, alarming, and heart-wrenching. Mr. Speaker, the more we on this side spoke out, the more corruption and wastage festered. Promoting this as a result prompted the Catholic Bishop Conference to decry and describe the situation as a massive, uncontrolled corruption under this administration. The Speaker, scandals became a daily occurrence as we were treated to blatant abuse of office and plundered the public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also saw a misuse of COVID-19 funds. The malfeasance that characterized the 13th African Games, the 500 million Ghana cedis National Service Ghost Names scandal. We saw the brazen attempt to shell out state hotels to a cabinet minister, and free-for-all grabbing of state lands are, Mr. Speaker, but very few that we need to mention. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also have to contend with the erosion of the independence of critical state institutions. Many of these institutions were filled with partisan elements who undermined due process to please the regime in power. So, Speaker, journalists who exposed corruptions were subjected to brutal crackdown and dissenting voices and were silenced. Right, Honorable Speaker, the silence, the insistence of the Electoral Commission of Ghana to adopt the Ghana card as the sole document of the registration for the registration of voters, even though millions of Ghanaians were yet to be issued their Ghana cards by the National Identification Authority, cannot escape mention. After eventual yielding to the resistance from the gallant NDC Minority Caucus, the Electoral Commission decided to conduct voter registration exercise solely at its district offices instead of the designated polling stations. But for our voices, Mr. Speaker, that were heard loud on these matters, the Electoral Commission would have succeeded in denying millions of Ghanaians their right to register and vote. The Electoral Commission was once again forced to beat a retreat on its popular decision to outlaw the use of indelible ink during the 2024 general elections. In all of these instances, our vigilance, insistence, and accountability saved Ghana's democracy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the past 8 years have been tough for all of us, a lesson on how not to govern a country, and in fact, a lesson on how not to run an economy. In the end, the crushing defeat the NPP suffered in the just ended elections is a clear message from Ghanaians that they will not tolerate any such level of poor governance and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it is deeply concerning that those who oversaw such disastrous performance in government would have the audacity to adorn themselves with accolades to the chagrin of the people of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I was surprised to see some of them being awarded with highest state honors. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the personal level, I have had to pay a heavy price for my stance against the government mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, my recent prosecution or call it persecution, by the Attorney General over frivolous and trumped-up charges was calculated to silence, intimidate, and completely extinguish a known dissenting voice. Right, Honorable Speaker, my crime, Mr. Speaker, was that I sounded alarm bells on an economy that was being mismanaged and ruined by an act and omissions of a select few in government. The fact that my prosecution began in the wake of the tussle over e-levy should not be lost on anyone, that I became an instant target for the regime. Mr. Speaker, I was charged on the Christmas Eve, a few days after the rejection of the e-levy and the 2022 budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, from that point, the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice, Godfred Yabu-Adame, in whom the prosecutorial powers of the state is vested, was determined to deploy all crude tactics, including the use of subterfuge, to achieve his ends of malicious prosecution just to satisfy the regime. So, Speaker, the whole world witnessed how a supposed Minister of Justice set out to coach, cajole, and coerce another accused person standing trial together with me to falsify his testimony and skew it in such a manner as to enable him to procure a conviction at all costs against an innocent person. In the process, Mr. Speaker, Godfred Yabu-Adame, who is the principal legal officer of state, engaged in crimes such as witness tampering, conspiracy against accused person, fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice, and professional misconduct, contrary to the ethics of the very legal profession he heads. I believe this has been the story for many Ghanaians during this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, never in the history of our nation have we witnessed this level of gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for the bar, and bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against prosecution of wrongdoing. Perhaps our democracy is founded on the rule of law and holding public officers accountable. I pray that never again should any of our citizens become a victim of this level of injustice and abuse of prosecutorial powers that I was subjected to. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite the painful experience, I count it as part of the hazards of politics and service to the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, as the clock strikes midnight, a new chapter begins. To those returning to the 9th Parliament, I say congratulations. Colleagues who will not be part of the 9th Parliament, I urge you to walk with your heads high. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to say that Ghana appreciates your service and your contributions. Be proud because you have worked for Mother Ghana. I look forward to the 9th Parliament, characterized by mutual cooperation, diligence, and hard work in pursuit of the aspiration of our people. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the gallant 137 members of the NDC caucus on behalf of the NDC leadership. Special thanks goes to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa, the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Govins Kwame Abuja, the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable the First Deputy Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo, the Second Deputy Whip, chairpersons and ranking members from the NDC caucus, the Speaker, the backbench of the NDC Minority Caucus. And let me also thank the Honorable Collins Dauda, the one who has contested every single election since 1992, for his hard work and dedication to democracy. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, aside our disagreement, there were moments of cooperation across the aisle. I want to use this opportunity to thank all members of the 8th Parliament. To the Parliamentary Service, thank you for your hard work. To the Parliamentary Press Corps, what could we have done without you? You have been an amazing group of people that we cannot stop but to thank you. Thank you once again. Fellow countrymen and women, thank you for enduring the worst government in Ghana's history. So, Speaker, I dare say that to fellow Ghanaians, don't be despaired. There is hope. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot end without mentioning the Honorable Cletus Avoka, the former leader of this House, who has been one person that I've always resorted to for advice. I thank you so much for your cooperation and hard work. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Kesiala Toforsen speaking there, then in his capacity as minority leader, but after midnight today, this dawn, sworn in as the majority leader representing or leading the business of government in the House and, of course, on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress. I've been joined in studio by my colleague, Caleb Kuda. Good morning, Caleb.
Good morning, Nana.
It's good to have you here.
Good to have you.
Yeah, it's always the other way around when I get to join you on radio.
I know. I like it this way.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Feels good.
So, I mean, Ghana, since gaining independence in 1957, has had experienced a series of democratic transitions, military coups, significant political reforms, and all that. There's been democratic transitions as well. Now we have the Presidential Transitions Act, which of course sees to the exchange of power from one democratically elected administration to another democratically elected administration. Today, the 7th of January 2025, which also happens to be a public holiday, actually.
It's
Constitution Day.
That's right.
Because the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution came in effect, came into effect on, I think, January 7, 1993. And so after the amendment of the Public Holidays Act, today we're celebrating, or we're recognizing January 7 as a statutory holiday. However, same date happens to be the day that we do our presidential inaugurations and the swearing in of president-elects to take up the high office of the President of the Republic of Ghana. It is the turn of John Dramani Mahama, who is making a comeback, returning to the Jubilee House. And I don't know if yesterday you saw that Adanado Danko Akufo-Addo welcomed him to the Jubilee House, hosted him, and took him on a tour. What he the Jubilee House.
I think I heard Mahama say that exactly where he had hosted him, he was not very new to, because I think that was the residential part of the Jubilee House, and while he was occupant of the space, he had not lived there. You know, there's the office for official duties and then the residential also. So there was that kind of distinction that he pointed out to. But yes, this was a former landlord being introduced to his space. I mean, our space where he's been in trust for us and being reintroduced. Indeed, a very interesting comeback for John Mahama. Historic time, really. He's made history as the only president in the Fourth Republic to be returning to the presidency after an 8-year hiatus. Indeed, I think that he'll be one of those presidents we've had who's been through the political ladder, right from assemblyman to DCE, deputy minister, vice president, president, former president, back to president. So if you're talking about experience in Ghana's political landscape, John Mahama has a lot under his belt, and ostensibly creates the expectations that people have of him and his next administration, because then people trust that he's seen it all. He's done some, he's made some mistakes, he's learned from them, and he's achieved some successes too, that people are hoping that with the benefit of hindsight, he can correct some of the wrongs that he may have done, and also can correct some of the wrongs that may have been affected by this outgone now or still outgoing you know, administration. So we even understand that the Black Star Square is full as far as where the spectators and supporters will be. The popular stand is full. People have been there since
on your
morning.
screens are live pictures from the Independence Square, the Black Star Square. This will be the main entrance, which has been put up to welcome the dignitaries that are being expected. So as you can see, vehicles, of course, will use the designated security perimeters, will come to the front, and of course occupants will alight and make their way into the Black Star Square.
That's right.
And of course there are designated areas, and so based on where you belong, you
Sure.
make your way to your designated area and locate your seat, and then you can observe or participate in the ceremony. Mind you, the swearing in of a president or president-elect takes the shape and form of a parliamentary sitting.
That's right.
And so the setup will mimic
Parliaments.
parliament. And so, yes, layout, exactly. And so you would have a designated area for members of parliament.
Right.
You have that of the speaker, of course, who will be up there with the president conducting the swearing in and all of that. There will be a designated area for the dignitaries, both domestic and international.
That's right.
Because obviously we are expecting some heads of states.
Yes.
We're expecting some envoys.
That's
we are
right.
expecting some dignitaries from other countries.
So presidents, heads of governments, including the presidents of Gabon, Botswana, Nigeria,
Yeah.
Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, Liberia, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and DRC, Congo. We're also expecting the vice presidents of Tanzania, Equatorial Guinea, and Uganda. So from the African side of things, these are some of the dignitaries we are looking forward to welcoming to the nation for today's presidential inauguration of John Dramani Mahama. Talking about history, this will also be a historic moment because it will be the first time that Ghana will be swearing in its female vice president. So a lot of historic moments will be unfolding before us on this particular day. Having the first president to have come back after a major defeat, after 8 years of being in opposition, and then coming back to be sworn in as president once again with a female vice president. So for those who love the histories, some say it's her story as well, because we're not just recording history, but literally we're recording her story with Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as the vice president-elect.
We'll bring you pictures of earlier, because we understand people trooped in to the Black Star Square as early as 3 a.m.
As early as 3 a.m.
Yes.
The place was...
And it should give you an indication of the level of excitement and the level
euphoria.
of attachment to the swearing. And also, I mean, it speaks to the overwhelming victory of John Dramani Mahama in the 2024 general elections. And so you'd understand why people will feel so attached to it and would want to, take a seat as early as 3 a.m. to secure a spot at the Independence Square to be part of such a ceremony. There
has been such euphoria that I read of a young man, or not so young a man, but he decided to walk all the way from Kumasi to Accra to witness this particular occasion. I don't know how far he's come, but the planning of his walk was to coincide with the inauguration so that he'll be present there. So, I mean, all across the country, there's been such great euphoria. We understand that people have come all around the various regions in order to be a part of it. There were interviews earlier where people were asked, why not just watch from home? And they said no, they want to be a part of history because they believe that seeing is believing, as they put it. So it's going to be an auspicious day. We have people coming from all over the world, and the eyeballs of the world are on Ghana once again as that shining black star of Africa, gone through elections, transition peacefully, changing power from one government to the other. This particularly historic because you have a former president who is coming to serve one final term with such a sweeping or commanding majority, and you've had it done in such a very smooth manner. Very commendable. I think we all must be proud of ourselves. We've come a long way. Hopefully we build on this.
Indeed. And you remember in 2016 when Akufo-Addo won the elections, he was tagged third time lucky.
Yes.
Having contested the elections
for the third time.
And this time around, John Dramani Mahama, we are hearing is 1 term to go.
I see. One term to go.
1 term to go. So third time lucky for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Akufo-Addo in 2016, and then one term to go for John Mahama in 2024. Of course, the man of the moment who will be sworn in today to take up the high office of the land. It's actually a comeback for him. He is returning to the Jubilee House for the second time, having served previously in same capacity. So these are live pictures from the Independence Square here in Accra. You can see the security detail there, and of course all the barricades to ensure that only accredited individuals are allowed in a period to ensure smooth and secure inauguration event or ceremony. And you would expect that, of course, party faithful will troop in there. You would expect that interested Ghanaians or citizens would also troop in there. You can see an ambulance in the back there, of course, standing by for any emergencies that may arise. But of course, it is expected to be a beautiful ceremony. We are looking forward to John Dramani Mahama taking the oath of office. And after he's done, he's expected to deliver a speech which will set the tone for his government. And of course, mind you, he has said a lot of things prior to the 2024 elections. And even after winning the poll, in that inaugural speech that he delivered, he said a number of things as well, including the selection or nomination of his cabinet ministers within the first 14 days of his administration. And so we look forward to hear what his speech will entail, what it will embody, what message will be delivered today by John Dramani Mahama. And then, of course, it will give a clear indication as to how he seeks to, govern the country. Let's bring you pictures from earlier this dawn. This will be the popular stand of the Independence Square.
Full to
and
capacity.
You can see that the place was still dark, but the place actually full to capacity with Ghanaians from across all walks of life showing up at the Independence Square to be part of this historic event. Tells you the level of enthusiasm, the excitement, the attachment with which Ghanaians are approaching this inauguration ceremony for John Dramani Mahama, who today will be sworn in as the 6th president of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Caleb, quite interesting. I mean, this is...
oh my goodness,
exactly.
there's
always some celebration
somewhere. Already.
Exactly. Wow. And this is live now. This is current.
That's some serious numbers.
Real-time pictures now. And you can see that the numbers have doubled, if not tripled. And you can see that really Ghanaians are excited about today and the ceremony ahead.
And you cannot miss sight of the enterprise of the Ghanaian, always seizing the moment to cash in, rake in some coins, some cedis. It's always good to know. I just do hope that while we do this, enough vantage points, there'll be enough bins so that we don't have to see a mess after and say, oh, some people are going to clear it. It's one of my pet peeves that whenever we meet in numbers like that, we do not clean after ourselves. We leave the places messy before some other individuals or companies come to clear it. I do hope that people will just, when you're done with your bottle or your sachet, just keep it somewhere. There should be a bin somewhere you're able to dispose this. I'm saying this because I've seen how meticulously the setup has been done this year. It looks good. It's been very well organized from the top, the foyer. You look at where you talk about the setup for Parliament, enough space so that the diplomats, the dignitaries, members of the diplomatic corps can be and feel comfortable, the security, all of that. I think that we need to commend the organizers and those who put this setup together. It's been nicely done, and I'm hoping that for those who will be going to support and celebrate and all of that, we will be able to keep things as tidy as we see it, and it looks like a good day. We're going to have a good day. And you spoke about the president expected to give his inaugural speech without prejudicing what he's likely to say. I think that Ghanaians are expectant. There's been a lot of celebration on the part of the party folks. But President-elect John Mahama-elect, he knows better than most the challenge that is ahead. So, and he also knows the reality that, yes, they have a commanding majority in Parliament, but it behooves on him to, you know, set a tone that says we need everybody, we need every talent, we need every gift, we need every resource. And we need people to put their shoulders to the wheels. So I can anticipate that, being the very fine orator that he is, he will use his gift of gab to deploy Ghanaians. I mean, rally people around. The celebration is good. It's a hard-fought victory, so they should go on and celebrate. But I think it's okay. We've done enough of the celebration.
Yes, and you remember that the national chairman of the NDC actually cautioned that the celebration should be modest.
Yeah, moderate.
You understand? Very moderate celebrations,
because you have a lot of work to do.
Work ahead.
There is a lot of work to do.
The overwhelming endorsement given to the NDC and John Dramani Mahama by Ghanaians. And the expectations are huge. We all know the state of the economy. Although we are being told that we are bouncing back, we've turned the corner, we are not broke and all that. But there's actually a lot of hard work if the realities on the ground is anything to go by. And John Dramani Mahama, I mean, having gone through the transition period now, I mean, we know that the two teams have met and, of course, have come together, have taken account of what is, what will be. They know the current state, the real state of the economy. And so he appreciates the level of work
better than most.
Yes. You get it. So we are hoping that this will be reflective in his speech today. He will paint the actual picture of the true state of the Ghanaian
in his
economy.
inaugural speech.
Exactly, and give us hope.
The hope part is the most important thing, you know. That's where I was going to get to, because the whole new change, the whole wave of hope that you feel within the business community, if you talk to people who are into businesses, they tell you, oh, we are looking forward to something good, you know. So it's been 8 years, and I think in 2016, people had a similar kind of feeling and expectation. So Mr. Mahama and the NDC will be enjoying some goodwill. Now, the thing about this goodwill is that after every day, every other decision either increases it or diminishes it. And it's going to start from the kind of people he's going to be appointing for various roles. And the kind of speeches we'll be hearing, and the body language and the tone that they'll be setting. So this is an important first step Mr. Mahama has to use this inaugural speech. Hopefully we will not see what we saw at the inaugural speech. I mean, but we must set the tone that we are in for a hard time, but there is hope. And we are going to put our shoulders to the wheels. Already I've heard him say that those who are looking for it to come into public service to make money should go to private sector. Mind you, we've heard this before. We've heard the exact same words before. So Ghanaians are very expectant, but they are keenly monitoring this government with eagle eyes. If we were keen with Akufo-Addo, we are going to be keener. If people were critical of Akufo-Addo, they'll be more critical of John Mahama, because I mean, even the NPP people know that. I mean, we cannot hope that NDC will because our lives will be dependent on the performance of this government,
and the success of same.
Absolutely. So people are going to be keen, not just because they dislike them, but because now we know too well that the performance of a government, good or bad, will affect us all. Whether it's a domestic debt exchange program, whether it's a haircut, whether it's a COVID something, whatever it is, free SHS, 1D, 1F, whatever it is, it's going to impact all of us. So people are very keen. And John Mahama has a huge tax with all the people who are expecting appointments. You know.
You wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
My goodness. I don't want to be there.
Caleb, let's take viewers back to the Independence Square. Akosia Ochery is standing by to bring us some updates live from the Independence Square. Good morning, Akosia. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, we've seen the level of euphoria in the stands. We are hearing and seeing pictures of the excitement. You are on the ground. Paint us the actual picture. What is happening at the Independence Square now? Hello, Akosia. Akosia, kindly give us an idea of exactly what is happening at the Independence Square. well, we're still trying to get Akosua on the line, so we'll work for some effective communication there so we can bring you all the euphoria, the live pictures of the excitement amongst Ghanaians, party faithful, supporters of the party, and of course, citizens who have interest in the inauguration ceremony there at the Black Star Square. But of course, we know that Ghana has been a multi-party democracy since the end of military rule in 1992. And the transition is seen as reinforcing the country's reputation for the peaceful transfer of power between administrations. Now, of course, this will be rooted deeply in our culture of democracy and the strength of our institutions. And so it's important that such a historic ceremony is marked successfully. And of course, we get to witness another smooth transition from one administration to the other. If Akosua is ready now, let's speak to her. Akosua, good morning. Once again, thank you so much for your time. Bring us up to what is happening at the Black Star Square.
Okay, so this is the Independence Square, a significant edifice here in Ghana where usually ceremonies that are held. So this is the Independence Square where the ceremony inauguration of John Mahama as
Akosua, we can hear you. Kindly go ahead.
Yes, I can hear, but I cannot hear Nana.
Akosua, carry on. We can hear you. Well, these are live pictures from the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square. And of course, you can see that phantom from there.
My goodness.
The talking drum.
It gives you the vibe, you know. Gives you the vibe.
Yeah.
It's interesting, you know, the seat the president sits on during the State of the Nation address and the vice president also sits on. The one that's called the seat of the nation and the chair of the nation, including the sword that he holds. They were all, we don't talk about them much. We don't hear about them in our history, but there's an artist called Kofi Antobam.
Okay.
He actually designed and built them, of course, with some other creatives and artists. There's a whole book and literature on these artifacts and institutional relics that we hardly talk about, but they are very key. They're very unique to us, and we love it. You know, when Akosua came on, albeit briefly, you could hear the vuvuzelas.
Exactly.
I don't know if the vuvuzelas are unique to us. They are not ours, but we use
We've
them
adopted
very
it so
often.
much.
We've adopted it, and it's become so key.
Demonstrations,
I'm telling you,
rallies,
everywhere.
campaigns, everywhere.
Yeah, unless you are not in our numbers, you will hear vuvuzelas.
And it's just beautiful to watch. I mean, it's here the party supporters clad in party paraphernalia, and of course masked up at the Independence Square. Absolutely beautiful to watch. Let's speak to Akosua once again. Akosua,
of John Mahama. Now, know that yesterday, which was the 6th of January, we saw the dissolution of Parliament, that is the 8th Parliament, and the swearing in of members of Parliament who won the elections in the 2024 general election. And then we saw the swearing in of the Speaker of Parliament, who is in the person of Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, who was the Speaker of the 8th Parliament. He was retained, nominated again by the NDC caucus, was seconded by the NPP caucus, and now the minority. And then he became the Speaker of Parliament. He was sworn in. And so that is what we saw in Parliament yesterday from midnight up until 4 a.m. this morning. And so what we are going to witness today is another parliamentary sitting, which is mandated by the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, which says that after the swearing in of the Speaker of Parliament and then the members of Parliament elect, one next is the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic and then his Vice President. Now, which we know is going to be the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana. And what we are seeing here, let me run you through what exactly is happening here. And so we are seeing a number of Ghanaians seated right at the top of the arc, if I should call it, under the shade. So you see a number of Ghanaians, some clad in the Ghana colors, the red, gold, and then the green. I am seeing some chiefs as well, who are in their regalia, beautifully dressed. And also I can see some constituency executives of the National Democratic Congress. They are here. We saw a number of them trooping in at the entrance. So the Central Regional Chairman, the Ashanti Regional Chairman, all trooping in here together with some key executives of the National Democratic Congress at various constituencies. And so those are the people that you see here, as well as the cameramen also doing their job around. We talk about security. And so right before you enter, if you are not given the accredited tags, you cannot make way into the premises of the Independence Square. And so just like I'm walking into your shop, you see the barricades that have been mounted here. And so a number of security personnel from the Ghana Police Service as well as the military who are all here ensuring that there are no unaccredited entry and movement into the perimeter. And so that is what you see. And a number of them surrounded around this inner perimeter where key dignitaries and the official swearing in will be taking place in there. So that is it about security. Now remember that a few days ago, the Ministry of Information released a press statement directing that there will be no drones allowed to fly over this edifice at the Independence Square for security reasons as the ceremony goes on. And so that is what we have for now. No drones allowed, under tight security, security men guarding the perimeter where the ceremony will be taking place. We understand that it's going to take place. It's going to begin at about 10 a.m. That is what we have gathered so far. And so as we speak, that is what is happening. A number of dignitaries we have seen. We spotted the former Attorney General Marietta Brew up here upon, who came in here some few minutes ago. Now we know that after John Mahama released a list of his appointments to his office, which would be the office of the president in Jubilee House, we know that she was part of that list. She was part of that list. So let me just give you a picture of what is happening. So the inner perimeter, like I said, just a few people will be allowed in, their dignitaries, and that is what we see. So they come in with their convoy, led by their guards, and then the security will aid them to. Okay, so that is the special aid to John Mahama, the person of Joyce Bawa Mokhtari. Let me just try and get somebody. Hello, you're welcome to Channel 1.
Thank you very much.
I see you beautifully dressed in your Kentere garden.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel about today? I know that you have been excited, but what's
I feel humbled. I thank the good Lord. I think that this is the day the Lord has made and we are rejoicing in it. You know, I don't know, words fail me, but we are thankful to God.
There's a lot of expectations for the John Mahama administration.
Expectations are very high, and I am confident in my heart that expectations will be met. I have no doubt in my mind.
Right. One last thing. We saw yesterday the list of appointees to the office of the president. A lot of people were expecting you to give it, but what's going on there?
I'm sure the same people will probably have other things to say. Never mind. I think that this is one of the greatest decisions ever. You can see that they span his legal advisor, the former Attorney General. We have our Chief of Staff, the Honorable Julius Deborah. We have the Executive Secretary to the President, Dr. Callistus Mahama. You know, we have the acting spokesperson. I've had a very long spell, and I think that the President knows that I also need a break sometimes. So I think it is a fantastic choice, a fantastic team. I have no doubt in my mind that they'll do very, very well.
When you say you need a break, does that mean you need a break from the office of the President?
You can't always be on the first list. I think that look, the beauty about the NDC is that there's just so many people, so much talent. It's a large pool. I mean, think about it. I've been special aid spokesperson for just almost 10 years. I think that others should also take the lead. And Felix was actually a fantastic supporter and my deputy for all these years. He was deputy communications when we were in office, if you remember. He was actually spokesperson to the transition team. I think that this is a great team. You know, I'm filled with so much pride. And to be honest with you, if I didn't even take up any formal position, I will still be serving John Mahama. And I think it's an honor and a privilege that I hand over to such an amazing team. It's to the glory of God. You know, look, we are always looking for destiny helpers. Sometimes the servants also bring their destinies to bear on the bosses. So I think that today we are all deeply enamored and thankful to God. We are elated. I mean, just look around you. What else?
The beauty of it, I'm sure a lot of work has gone into it.
A lot of work, and the fantastic team that work behind the scenes, I think they've done an awesome job. And
you are a close associate to John Mahama. He has indicated that in 14 days, in 90 days, he's going to constitute the leanest and efficient government. He's going to bring out the fullest of his appointees. Does it start from today, 7 January, or tomorrow?
He's hit the ground running. You know, we have the oral team in place. They are preparing very strongly towards all these investigations. You know that we also have a second group that is in place. It is a security team that is also working. Now we've had a very set of persons who will actually be leading him straight into government. And so today we are here to go through the formalities where he'll be sworn in by the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Alban Bagbin. And you saw what happened in Parliament yesterday. And of course, all the PCs elect who are now full members of Parliament. We have to be very proud of this team that has been put in place. And I know that John is running.
Thank you. We know you are with Mr. Mokhtari, so who knows of that. Congratulations. So that is Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, the special aid to John Mahama, who was one spokesperson for John Mahama, was spokesperson for John Mahama during the campaign. So that is what you see in your shot. She is one of the few dignitaries who will be allowed into the inner perimeter, like you were seeing. Like we said, the security here is very tight. If you do not have the tags, accredited tags like Channel 1 TV and City FM has, you will not be here at the inner perimeter. And so what we are seeing are key officers of the security taking their seats. We expect that more of them will be coming. We will do well to bring you the full details of how the ceremony will be going, but that is what we see right now. And so that podium you see to my right or at my back will be where the swearing in proper is going to take place, where the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Rabat Tokono, will be administering the oath to the President, and then the President and Vice President-elect also taking their oath. Now remember that they are going to take two oaths, one which is going to be the oath of allegiance and then the oath of office as mandated by the 1992 Constitution. So that is what we are going to see at this particular podium. And behind this podium is going to be where the Speaker of Parliament will be sitting, and then the two deputies. We will have, now we know Bernard Ahiafo, who is the Akachi South Member of Parliament, and also the former MP, Andrews Esiama, who are the first and second deputy speakers who were just sworn in at midnight. They would also be seated by the Speaker of Parliament. And then to the right, we understand that members of Parliament, the new members of Parliament, will be taking their seats. There to observe what is happening. Remember that this is a parliamentary sitting. Now, if you know, during the Hela Leman time, the Dr. Kwame Nkrumah time, they were sworn in at the chamber, that is the parliamentary chamber. And due to the increase in numbers, the beauty they want to give it, that is what has given the space and then the move to organize this independence, to organize this swearing in ceremony at the Independence Square. So that is what is happening. I am seeing here campaign manager for John Mahama. He has done a lot of work in terms of taking the president-elect John Mahama around the country. He has been aiding in whatever that they had to go through to get the numbers for this particular seat. Joshua Alabi, Professor Joshua Alabi, he is the campaign manager for John Mahama. Hello, sir. You're welcome to Channel 1.
Thank you.
I see you in white. What does this mean?
Oh, white means victory, happiness. We are all happy here. It's a great day, not only for His Excellency John Mahama, but for the NDC and the country as a whole. So we should celebrate it and live up to it. That's it, yeah.
Right. I know that John Mahama, you have been with him across the country. There are a number of things that he said, a number of promises and all of that. But what really do you want to hear today? Today is an exceptional day to speak to Ghanaians and the international body as a whole. What do you expect him to say to the country?
Of course, normally after elections, the country becomes polarized, and I'm expecting unity. I'm expecting inclusiveness, and I'm expecting the assurances of the promises he gave, and the fact that we should all get on board to rebuild this country. It's the only country we have. So I'm really expecting a lot, and I'm also expecting the direction, so that we all follow. Yeah.
A number of people are expectant of the John Mahama administration. Already, we are seeing some appointments being made. Already, we are seeing some key decisions being taken by the John Mahama administration through a statement by his now spokesperson. Are we to see that the grounds running? We're putting things in place this quickly to get the reset that you want.
Of course, this is his second coming. He's not a new person in the game. He was a vice president and a president, and he's coming back. So it's already in motion. He knows exactly way before the inauguration, but he started before the inauguration, which means that he's well focused. And once we finish with today's business, it's on the so I think that we are having a president who knows the terrain. He's not now going to go through the flat house to know what is there. He knows exactly, he knows all the corners of there, and he's worked with a lot of the NDC officials, so he knows exactly what to do. He's like a coach who knows who to put at the right place. So yes, it's going to be good, and it's already in motion, and that's good for all of us.
You use the key word in replacement of the Jubilee House, which is a Flagstaff House. We know the whole brouhaha with that. Is that to say that there's a possibility of a change in name of the Jubilee House?
Let's wait and see. But whatever it is a seat of government, and he knows everything about the seat of government. Yeah. So let's wait and see. Yeah.
So that is Professor Joshua Alabi. Thank you so much for speaking with us. He is campaign manager for John Mahama. He is a key person, and so where you see under this yellow stand, you see the name tags on it. The national chairman of the NDC, Julius Debra, who now we know is chief of staff, will be taking his seat. We have the first lady, who is supposed to be the spouse of John Mahama, her lady Lordina Mahama, taking her seat, and a number of spouses of key people within the NDC. And I am seeing Hannah Bisu, who is the women's organizer of the NDC, a key person within the National Democratic Congress. She has worked hard across the country, gathering women behind now vice president to be, the first female vice president to be. I'm sure you are too excited to have a woman now as vice president.
Extremely excited. As a member of the National Democratic Congress, extremely excited as a Ghanaian woman. So for us to have the first female vice president of this nation, it's a huge gain for us as women across board. So for me, today represents two huge fold of joy. One fold because His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's work has vindicated him, and Ghanaians have spoken loud and given him comfort to operate, so that he's not frustrated with all the good things he has for the nation. And also, he's coming along with a woman. We never thought of it, we never dreamt of it, but today it's become a reality. So for me, it's a huge victory for Ghana, for me as a person, and for all women.
A lot of appointments. Does that mean that you expect to see more women to be appointed to that particular government, seat of government?
Exactly. The NDC, by the grace of God, even though that's not the number we wanted, but we've increased from 20 female to 31, and we are very hopeful that 32, which is Ablokumanov, we are hopeful that we get our own back. And so for us, it's a huge thing for us. And also President John Dramani Mahama, he promised us 30%, in his appointment. So you can trust that John to deliver with Her Excellency, soon to be the first female Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman.
Thank you so much. That is Hannah Bisu, who is the women organizer of the National Democratic Congress. So like I said, this is where the executives of the National Democratic Congress will be taking their seat. We have just spotted Julius Deborah, who is Chief of Staff of the John Mahama administration, or at the office of the president. We'll try and get an interview with him, but that is what you see in your shots as well. So like I said, they are in here, the key people within the party are in here. They would be here with their spouses. So like you see Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, behind her is Mr. Mokhtari, who is her spouse, and then as well as we saw the chief of staff coming in here with his spouse as well. We'll try and get
those were live pictures from the Black Star Square, Akosia Orchard, running that commentary there, and of course engaging all those dignitaries, Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, Professor Joshua Alabi, and of course Hannah Louise. As you also saw the now Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, among several other dignitaries that are expected to be present at the Independence Square for that all-important inauguration and swearing in of John Dramani Mahama, the 6th President of the 4th Republic of Ghana. In studio with me, Caleb Koda. We're looking at the ceremony. All you need to know about the inauguration of John Dramani Mahama. And of course, while we are at it,
yes.
I think at this point we can look at some of the things that Mr. Mahama has said he will do, especially one in his first 14 days, and then he gives us an extension into his first 100 days
and
in office and what he wants to do. But quickly, let me go back to the Independence Square. Akosia is engaging Julius Deborah now.
On the edge, though I knew I could be part of the presidential team, but I wasn't too sure, because it's the prerogative of the president. But I think in his wisdom, he believes that I could be able to hold his office together.
Was this a way to award you for the job that you have done, staying with the president all these years, from the time he was president 2012 to the time he went into opposition and now he's on? Is that a way to reward you?
Not necessarily. It could be, but not necessarily. I think the main reason is that he's looking for people who can work and people who understand him. And if for nothing at all, I study him so much. If there's somebody in this government who could second guess him, then probably I'm the one, because I've spent so much time with him. And in addition to that, I think he's somebody who also rewards loyalty. So maybe that's what he's done.
Speaking about loyalty, the same NDC complained when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president, awarded or rewarded sort of his people who have been loyal to him, whether it been family or not. And we saw some complaints from the NDC. Now he's awarding his, John Mahama is awarding his people. Is that not to say you're not being fair to president?
Well, so you see where it started. You were the one who said that he's probably rewarding loyalty. So naturally I needed to comment on that. But I don't think John Mahama is necessarily going to make his appointment based on people who supposedly are loyal to him. I think the first and foremost thing he's looking for will be competency and one's ability to work. Don't forget that he's got only 4 years and that there's no experiment who can get it rolling. And I think that's exactly what is informing his choice of or selection of the members of the team.
What should we expect in the John Mahama government? I'm sure that you have worked with him. You've had discussions as to how the country is going to head, how you're going to reset the country in your own words. What should we expect?
Well, basically, I want to give everybody hope. It's hope, hope, hope. And the question is that, is it possible? Yes, it's possible when you have the right people who are determined to make things happen. And knowing President Mahama, for example, when we were in office, almost every week, each minister was supposed to report to him personally. He picks a chat with you and asks questions as to where you were with an assignment given to you. I believe we are going to go the same way. We're not going to change from that. Plus, you learn a lot of things on the job. And so since he's been at the office before and coming again, you can be assured that we'll try as much as possible to minimize mistakes and to make sure we get everything right.
This means that there's also accountability at the top, just as we should be expecting from.
Yeah, without accountability, nothing works in governance. You have to ensure that people do not abuse their positions and people do the right thing, and especially with regards to management of the fund, public funds. I think it's an area that we need to keep an eye so as to ensure that we limit the wastage if we can even eliminate it.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So that is the Honorable Julius Deborah, who is the Chief of Staff now at the Office of the President. He has taken his seat, and a number of them quite coming in. We also see Prosper Bani, who was former chief of staff, and now he is heading the John Mahama National Security Team. Maybe we should head to him and have a conversation with him as well. I see that a lot of people who are wearing the kente, there are some who have decided to put on the suit, which so much like we'll try and get to him briefly. Hello, sir. Welcome to Channel 1 News.
Fine. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You, former chief of staff, now you are heading the national security team. Okay. Okay. So that former national chairman of the regional chairman of the Greater Accra region. The spectacles really looks like Prosper Bani when he wears his spectacles, and so the confusion is that Adekoka is the former Greater Accra regional chairman of the National Democratic Congress. You have worked hard getting the NDC a number of seats in Parliament. Now it is time for Parliament to work. It has been constituted, inaugurated. What do you expect from the members of Parliament who have been inaugurated?
Well, I think the country needs to be reset. And that is why the NDC got an overwhelming majority of seats in Parliament. Over the years, the past 8 years, we have all seen the deterioration of the country. And so the expectations are very high. It behoves on us to ensure that the mandate that the people of Ghana gave to us is well executed. And I believe and pray that President Mahama, starting from today, will exhibit the resilience that needs to reset the country. He has been there before, so I'm sure he has learned from his mistakes in the past. And we are hoping that this time forward, this time we will be able to do, if not all, at least achieve at least enough development for this country. And that's the wish and hope of everybody.
John Mahama has a number of promises being made. The 120 days social contract, where he's talked about the scrapping of taxes, the investigation into what he says scandalous projects, National Cathedral. He mentions the BOG headquarters and all of that. But what really are your interests? What really do you want to see? If he doesn't take any of these moves or plans, what really do you want to see him take?
Oh, those infractions must be obviously investigated, and those who have really done harm to the country, what do you call it? Restitution must be made.
So you are interested in the investigation part?
Definitely. I mean, you cannot prove somebody guilty without investigating the issue. So the issue needs to be investigated, and the outcomes will depend on what actions will be taken. But above all, what is important is to create the enabling environment for generation, the young, the youth, to have employment. And that's the yardstick. The yardstick is people getting work to do, and I believe President Mahama will do it.
You think that this is his legacy term, and he would be able to fulfill all the promises that he has made?
No, not that he will fulfill all the promises that's made, but at least the major ones, the priority ones, will have to be dealt with, and I'm positive he will do it.
Thank you so much, Adekoka, the Greater Accra, former Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. And so still we are seeing spouses of the key people within the National Democratic Congress coming in.
Akosi there again engaging Julius Debra earlier, and then of course Chairman Adekoka, former NDC Greater Accra Regional Chairman there. So back in studio, we're going to be looking at some of the things that the President-elect, who is of course the reason why we're seated here this morning, because today happens to be his swearing in and inauguration. We're going to be looking at some of the things that he has said he will do. He has promised to hit the grounds running, and of course there's evidence to that fact, as we have seen him name a number of people into key positions in his government. Of course, these appointments were scheduled to take effect today, the 7th of January. I'll give you a quick list of the appointees as they were named by John Dramani Mahama, and then Caleb can bring us some of the things that he has said he will do in the nearest possible time. So this is a list of the appointees as announced by John Dramani Mahama through his spokesperson and aide, Felix Kwachi Ofosu.
Right.
One, you have Dr. Callistus Mahama,
yes,
who will become the executive secretary to the president. You have Prosper Douglas Bani, head of Interim Security Task Force.
Correct.
There's Dr. Valerie Sawyer, senior presidential advisor on governmental affairs.
Yeah.
Augustus Guzi Tano. Yes. And it's interesting. Earlier, I was watching the inauguration of John Ajekun Kufuor on 7 January 2001.
That's right.
And you should have seen a younger Guzi Tano sporting an afro,
very charismatic,
well-trimmed, well-shaped. Oh, boy.
Giving you the Rollins vibes, huh?
Oh, boy. So Augustus Guzi Tano has been appointed to serve as presidential advisor responsible for 24-hour economy and accelerated export development. Then there's Marietta Ajewa Brew, legal counsel to the president. And then you have the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, acting spokesperson to the president. Now let's look at some of the things that John Dramani has said.
So today is 7th January, right?
Yes, it is.
So if I add 14 to 7, that's like what? 21?
21. So
that should bring us to like 24th of January.
Yes.
By 24th of this month, we should all expect that President Mahama has nominated a complete list of his cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval should be out. So by the time this month comes to an end, it was like 24th. By 24th of this month, we should be expecting the list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. And that's a lot of pressure on President Mahama, but he has created this. We are anticipating it because in his social contract with us, he's promised us that within the first 14 days, we're going to know all his cabinet ministers. Now, by that time, we should also know within the 90 days, that should be by end of March, we should know that he would have constituted what he describes as the leanest, most efficient government under the Fourth Republic. By the end of March, we should know this. And then it will come with an established code of conduct and standards for all government appointees or officials. So by the end of his first 90 days, we all will know how his government officials will be behaving, how they'll be conducting themselves in public and outside public. We should get to know that. Very interesting promise. Now, he will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. So by this time, all broad consultations would have been done. They would have gone through the books, handing over, and his appointees would have acclimatized themselves with the reality of the kitty of the nation, and it would have made us know how the state of the economy is looking like. And then there will be a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state. We've said that.
Yeah.
Now, within the first 90 days in office also, if I'm sending you Momo, oh no, let me do it the other way around.
No,
if
no,
you are sending me Momo,
you are sending me Momo.
to go by April, if you are sending me Momo, I really, you will not feel any, pinch. Say you want to send me some 2,000 Ghana cedi, you're not going to feel any Momo. E-levy will be scrapped by the first 90 days. Again, there is an overwhelming majority in Parliament, so we are not expecting any excuse whatsoever. If I'm sending my tithes for Easter convention, I'm not expecting what has been happening in the past couple of years, because John Mahama's promise and his social contract is that e-levy would have been abolished, COVID-19 levy would be gone, 10%,
on the betting
for investors.
Oh, the investors,
recreational investors
and commercial investors.
If you're a recreational investor, by March, if you have some wins, you should be sure that your 10% betting win that has been taken, you're going to have all of that.
Very well.
And then the emissions levy we've been paying to would have been gone.
Very
and then within the first 90 days in office, there should be a review of taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes.
Awesome.
So I went to Abuse Okai too early. Because some of the parts that I've been paying for
you felt the pinch.
by April, oh man, the whole of Christmas, Charlie, I bled. So by Easter, if you are going to Abuse Okai, per the promises of John Mahama, if that is anything to go by, there will be taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported would have been abolished. Agricultural equipment too, the taxes on same will be gone. And then quickly, there will be the commencement of drafting needed for legal amendments and then preparation for implementation of the 24-hour economy under the office of the president. Already we know who will be manning that, giving you a sense of the urgency that the government will be attaching to the 24-hour economy. There will be the establishment of the Accelerated Export Development Council. This will be to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation.
Yes, and same will be under the supervision of Augustus Gusitano.
Absolutely. And then there will be another convening. This time, it will be a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvements to the sector. And you can be sure that free SHS will be big under this one. And then there will be the implementation of no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions. This is implementational. That's 90 days.
Such a huge tax, a lot of responsibility, expectations high. But let me welcome Larry to the studio. And of course, the Larry Dogbe. The Larry Dogbe. Editor for the Herald newspaper. And then, of course, we love the Herald newspaper.
Where's Yao? Yao will be joining you soon. He did the night shift in a 24-hour program.
24-hour economy.
He's programming.
He started. He ran the night shift, so we have taken over the day shift. But he will be here.
Very soon.
I'm waiting for him.
Yes, but welcome.
Thank
Larry.
you too.
Good to have you. I think it's the first time I'm seeing you this year.
I think so too.
Happy New Year to you.
Many happy returns.
Yeah. All right, so earlier, we put out the list of the appointments made by John Dramani Mahama, which will include Dr. Callistus Mahama, Executive Secretary to the President, Prosper Douglas Bani, Head of Interim Security Task Force, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, Senior Presidential Advisor on Governmental Affairs, Augustus Gusitano, Presidential Advisor responsible for the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development, Marietta Ejewa Brew, Legal Counsel to the President, and then Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu, acting spokesperson to the president. These appointments made by John Mahama, of course, giving credence to his desire to hit the ground running, and of course, his promise to deliver certain things within first 14 days, first 90 days, first 100 days. But this first appointment that he has made, what do you make of the personalities in there?
Thank you, and then good morning to our viewers and then our listeners, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're live on radio 97.3 City FM.
Let me put it this way: it's not. These are people that we already know.
Yeah,
it's not unexpected. Now, before the president is inaugurated, you need something like a skeletal staff,
right,
that he has to, exactly, who prepare a way for him to assume office. You get it. And so I think Akufo-Addo did a similar thing, and then President Mills, also tried, did something like that. So you appoint chief of staff, you have what you call, let's say, executive secretary. You also have the national security coordinator, and all these guys are in the interim. Now, when you take over fully, sometimes they pretend to or not, you know, they are up to the task. Okay, correct. Some are maintained, others are, you know, are reviewed. I think right from here we might also hear people who have been giving, let's say, interim ministerial appointments, sort of, not necessarily designated.
Yes.
You know, Tufo and I were discussing whether we have a president assistant now, because we've not inaugurated John Mahama yet, and the president's tenure technically ended last night.
So
this don't.
So the speaker.
This don't. So, Larry, who's in charge of the nation?
But none of them, neither the speaker nor the chief justice has taken the presidential oath.
Right.
So they cannot act in place of the
No, I don't think so. But the assumption
so who's running the government now?
There's a system.
Right.
There's a system.
But the figurehead is yet to be inaugurated.
Except that, you don't know.
And that's why it was important that the Presidential Transitions Act was formulated to, oversee some of this. So there's a team in place.
So there's no vacuum.
So that there's no vacuum. It's just like the dissolution of the Parliament. Parliament dissolved yesterday, but then it was effective midnight. So in the event of any emergency, the 8th Parliament could have been recalled to attend to that emergency prior to the swearing in of the 9th
But as we speak now, we have a Parliament.
We have a
speaker. So that is more like an institution that is, you know, or that.
But we don't have a president. No. We don't have a vice president.
No, we don't.
Right.
No, but there's a system working. If you like, try it.
Yeah, of course.
You can test it by
try it and see.
By misbehaving.
Oh my God.
Yes, but let's deal with the appointment.
So I think that these are men, you know, of a certain clout. Men and women of a certain clout. Dr. Valerie Soya, she's been there.
She's been there.
Yeah, under Professor Mills, we saw her. Under President Mahama also, we saw her, you know.
I think she was Deputy Chief of Staff.
Yeah, Deputy Chief of Staff. And then at a point in time, I think she became a presidential advisor too, before President Mahama, you know, exited. So it's more like she's back to that position. Then who else?
Leading the list is Julius Deborah, who is back.
Julius, who is also back in that position.
But we see 2 women in this list.
Yes, Dr. Valerie Soya and then Marietta Ejewa.
Out of how many?
Out of 7.
7.
7 so far. 7
so Julius brings to this particular, you know, position a certain level of good human interpersonal relationship that he's developed over the years. I mean, you could approach Julius any day, any time, and expect a certain results. Okay. I mean, you could call him anytime, he will pick his phone. You could send him a text message and then he will reply and all that. So, Julius, I don't think people,
there are no qualms with him.
Yes, wouldn't have any qualms with him. So, it's more like, listen, he's back to a position that he's occupied before, a job that he's, you know, he's done. Again, he has very, very, very good relationship with President-elect Mahama. So over the years, as many left, I think he's among one of the
yeah,
few who stayed with him all through.
On the loyalty score, I've heard people say, "Get yourself a Julius Debra."
Actually, you will hear that because since the victory, I've seen young people in the party who had actually traveled, who wrote on socials their accounts of how they left their country, and Julius convened them back, formed a core team to say, we are doing a rescue mission, we are coming back, we are staying faithful to the man, we are working from the back room and all of that. So you will hear a lot about Julius and it won't depart from the loyalty narrative.
Yes. So Julius has been there. I mean, he's a party person you can always approach. You recall that at a certain point in time when the NDC as a party and then the rank and file party members had issues with Prosper Bani then as chief of staff. Julius was brought in from, I think, the local government ministry to replace him.
And concerns of John Mahama being inaccessible.
Inaccessible, exactly. Sure. And then the people also felt that Bani was, inaccessible as well. So then Julius stepped in.
Opened up.
Exactly. Had contested elections before in Suhun. Had served as a party.
I think Operiansa beat him in Suhun.
Yes. Regional party chair and so on. So he's gone through the mill to wherever he is today. So good guy, and I think that he will just continue from wherever he left off. Now, then you have
Dr. Callistus Mahama.
Exactly. I mean, long before this, he's been tipped as the guy to become the secretary to the exactly. I haven't encountered him, much, but the word on the street is that an equally good material, an intellectual, up to the task. It's like
the role that Professor Raymond Atuguba played in Mahama's early days.
Sure. And Professor Atuguba is back in the university. But Callistus, like many others, have stayed with President Mahama. And so I think that it was expected that, I mean, having served as his administrative head during the campaign, I mean, he will just be elevated to continue whatever he started. Then you have
Prosper
Bani.
Previously chief of staff, now he's heading the interim security task force.
Yes, well, it's in the interim. Maybe. Well, he's also served as interior minister before. I think before, and then at the point in time he was ambassador. What was the word? Potentiary at a point in time where everybody felt that, hey, the guy has been booted out. But he always, has a way of, coming back. So, I mean, interim, I don't know where it will end.
Right.
Maybe he becomes the national security coordinator or national security minister and all that. Good guy. He served also with the UN at a point in time. I'm told he was, very close to President Mahama. They've been friends since their Legon days and so on. So again, he's also known the man very well, and then the man knows him. Then you have...
we've spoken about Dr. Valerie Soya, so let's look at Augustus Guzi Tano.
Guzi. Guzi. Okay, so...
The People's Guzi.
People's Guzi. The National Reform Party's Guzi.
The
PNDC Guzi. Jerry Rawlins's Guzi. Guzi of many colors. So Guzi has also been around. Okay. Many, have said that but Guzi would have been, Guzi is a presidential material. Many have said that. I mean, people who have encountered him, a lawyer, an intellectual, I mean, deep guy, and so on. People thought that he picked too early. Had he relaxed and allowed the President Mills, factor or the Rawlins's factor to, go, he would have emerged very strongly, and then maybe he would have become the president. And then what people have given him a lot of credit, And there's also this thing that was said that during the campaign period, when people were having difficulty appreciating what the 24-hour economy was all about, it was Guzi who stepped out, and then properly explained that whole concept,
Yeah.
okay, to the appreciation of many, okay. And so having been, you know, with a party in office, and then he coming on board, not just on board, he has been put there closer to the presidency for him to, you know, lead the 24-hour economy. There were claims that he was going to be made a trade minister. Okay, I don't know. I mean, with this, at the presidency means that the president will want to keep him closer to himself. You know,
I think he was chairman of the Employment and Job Creation Committee of the NDC's 2024 manifesto team.
Okay. So then it starts to reason that, I mean, use the 24-hour economy to further whatever it is that we develop at the, you know, at the manifesto level.
Yeah.
So, Guzi, I mean, people were, whatever, he tried to be, you know, president. That's 2000.
2000.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, 2000.
Yes, but that couldn't materialize. So now that he's back, you know, he would, people were expecting to put, you know, whatever his ideas are on the table, and then ensure that, you know, the 24-hour economy succeeds.
Marietta J. Brew, legal counsel to the president.
I have a personal interest in this. I have a personal interest in this. I mean, she's been my lawyer sometimes, you know, when I've had legal issues. Her firm also, that is Lita Brew, you know, and company has represented me in some of my legal, you know, cases and so on. Very approachable lady, okay, calm, motherly, you know. Very often you expect lawyers to be very combative.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, but she approaches you. She could even beg you to talk to you.
Oh wow.
Yes, you have to encounter Marietta.
That's how humble she is.
Yes, that's how humble Marietta can be.
Yeah.
You know, and you know she's also been to the Ministry of Attorney General.
Yeah, Ministry of Justice
and Attorney General's Department. She was also part of the sole commissioner. She was part of the was it a judgment debt
commission?
No, it wasn't a judgment debt. It was the Ghana at 50, the committee that investigated the Ghana at 50, and people saw her competence was put on the table and so on and so forth. So it wasn't, you know, out of the ordinary when she became Attorney General.
Yeah,
she's been part of the party, you know, around, worked so hard. People saw her campaigning all over the place and so on during the election campaign. So I think that the incoming president believes in her competence and will want to have her closer to herself. There's something also about Marietta, which is that she's a very deep thinker. Very, very deep thinker. See, she's credited with putting the team together that won the case at that's Itlos or something.
Yes. The International Tribunal.
Of the Law of the Sea. When the Ivorians were haggling over the what you call it, the oil find around Cape 3 Point and so on, and so she set up a team. Even after the defeat of President Mahama, she stayed on board. And then together with Ms. Gloria Akufo. And then Fuichi Kata and the whole team, they stayed on and fought that whole thing to ensure that Ghana at the end of the day got back that the oil find. So she's not partisan. You can count on her to be right.
Then there's the Honorable Felix Kwache Ofosu, acting spokesperson to the president. A great many people were expecting that Joyce Bawuah Mokhtari would take up this position. But then now we're having Felix Kwache Ofosu. Of course, we've seen Kwache Ofosu, his work previously in the Eswal Mahama administration. Of course, we've seen him even in the transition team and what he has done so far. But many people were thinking, with Joyce Bawuah Mokhtari having served as the president's aide for close to, 10 years?
Sometimes a lot of permutations go into some of these things. For me, I think that federal announcement the spokesperson, and it's interim, isn't it?
Yeah, acting spokesperson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For me, it's his addition. It's a bit surprising, but not too surprising
because of his role on the transition team.
Exactly already, and also that I mean he's an MP now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't be MP and be a spokesperson, unless of course the man has it at the back of his mind that he's going to make you Minister for Information. I mean, which he's been a deputy, and we all saw, you know, his delivery. Yeah. He's been around the party, you know, doing party spokesperson, aide to President, you know, former President Mahama. Yeah. So, I mean, there was a whole team around I'm having difficulty.
Then flag bearer.
Yes.
Then
so
former
I'm
president.
having difficulty.
Now president-elect.
Former President Mahama. President-elect Mahama. Or what?
Flag bearer.
I know. The man has been everywhere. So
he's been everywhere, you know.
Yeah.
Lucky guy, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah. So there was a whole team around, you know, Mr. Mahama.
Yeah.
And Felix was one of them. Joyce was another. What's his name? Omane Buama has been there.
Yes.
Standogbe has also been there, and many others. So I mean, picking Felix and saying that Felix should act. I think it's just for the interim.
Yeah. And remember, Akosia spoke to Joyce this morning about the fact that the expectations that should be on some of these appointments that the president has made. And she made a point that you can't be everywhere all the time. There are times that you need to be at the back room. So
at a point you need to take a break.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's that synergy that you have, the luxury of quality. So you push people different places and you deploy them as and when. So it looks like
and we've seen
there's
the
a
two of
different plan
them
for her.
collaborate and coordinate on a number of occasions, and how they have aided the president-elect now on several occasions.
Yes, and on that list you have some acting, others in the interim. Meaning that they could be plucked from there and be made ministers.
Exactly.
Okay. Joyce has been around 8 years now. Around, you know, they were received all manner of, you know, hits here and there. Responded to those she could respond to, you know, any day, any time. And so she's equally good to take it. But there's also another thing where, you know, people have said, that is a family member. Okay. I think they are, that's the family, they are cousins also. So, I mean,
if you accuse someone else of doing family and
you
friends,
get
you
the
same thing.
Exactly. You know, so I'm sure President Mahama might be just thinking through as to where to put Joyce.
But to be fair, if irrespective of relationship, right? If the person merits the position, is competent enough, I don't see any problem.
No, I think she's qualified. She's a lawyer.
Yes.
Aside that, she's been a deputy minister at the transport ministry for under Jifar Ativo and so on.
Right.
So, and has been a spokesperson for 8 years. And like we said, she's held her own. I mean, you can't take it away from her. She's justified herself within the political space. But, you know, there's always, you know, the thing about.
That's the game, right? If you play it too much, it comes back to hit you. Because some of these key sensitive positions, for example, you want to deal with people you know inside out, people you trust, because some of the issues that may be coming out, you don't want issues leaked out in the media and all of that, because you cannot trust the people you're working with. So those will come up, and it's all how you handle them again, because I mean, if you're working with people who are close to you, they are loyal, they are competent, that's okay. But if there are a lot of them, then it becomes concerning. Even your own party people begin to wonder.
Why do I have the feeling you're talking about Akufo-Addo?
I didn't say that.
But I don't want to mention that.
I haven't mentioned that. I haven't said that. Yeah, but so we'll see how it goes.
But for, you know, in all this, there will be, there's a whole backroom, you know, staff. You know, who are often unseen, but so very effective. Okay?
Yeah.
So they will do all the legwork for you. They are your eyes and then your ears on the ground.
Yeah.
They will take care of almost everything, your speeches and so on. The speech writer, most of it is not known.
Yeah.
Because then you will have to own it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Joyce, if Joyce is announced as a minister today, many people wouldn't be surprised.
Of course. I mean,
So that
Okay,
is a beautiful
but then
display
also if she's
by,
not announced,
cultural
but
group
then she's behind the scenes working and so
it will
on.
also come as
It
no
will also,
surprise.
it will also come as no surprise.
independent
Yeah. At best, it will just come out as that attempt to avoid, the family and friends thing again. Because, even as a deputy minister, people to a lot of jobs at present at her and then at
But then the
President
president
Mahama.
will also be in an interesting fix because he's trying to come across as that one president who gave a lot of women the
opportunity.
space. So if you look at it, in terms of some of the appointments that have already come out, people are like, oh, your transition team, you only have one woman. Your interim, whatever, you only have 2 women. So how are you going about this? And people are really holding him to that women parity conversation. He has an interesting quandary to fix.
And he is coming in at a point where the affirmative action bill has actually been passed.
Thank you. Taking over from a he for she champion.
And he has a female vice president.
Thank you.
So,
I mean, President Mahama's, position on gender parity has never been in doubt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, before this, people thought that, why would you pick Nana Jane?
Especially for the second
Let's go briefly to the Black Star Square. I understand Makusia Ocho is currently engaging Dr. Edward Omanibuama.
Confidence, enormous confidence in the leadership of experience, of vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And it is sad that President Akufo-Addo, former President Akufo-Addo, could allow governance to deteriorate to this level. The level of institutional decay that we have experienced over the past 8 years just blows my mind. But there is hope. And I believe that the resounding victory that Ghanaians return to the NDC. Ghanaians have a lot of confidence in the NDC. But that is also a signal to us that we must serve the people well. We must serve the people in absolute humility. We must be truthful to the people. When the people say they are suffering, accept it and try to resolve it. And as you are resolving it, let them know the difficulties that we are going through. But don't just wash away their suffering. Let's face it, pensioners, people above 60, had their investments blown away in the name of debt exchange. Not even demonstrations, picketing by pensioners, by a whole former CJ could let this government have a change of heart. That was worrying. We've seen the level of clearing of corrupt appointees that has taken place under this administration. Fortunately, President Mahama has done it before. He's on record to have prosecuted his own when his own do the wrong thing. He's definitely coming back with much more experience. His vision is more laser sharper now than it was 8 years ago. And you can trust that he will reset our country. The 24-hour economy will take place, it will be implemented. And that is why, if you observe, his major appointments that take effect today, no mean a person, and Augustus Busitano
is the one who is going to spearhead the 24-hour economy program.
A lot of people have said, not to interrupt, but a lot of people have said that now the 24-hour economy policy is dying off. We're seeing more of the oral, the holding government accountable and all of that. Is that the position of the John Mahama administration, that we are going to shelve the 24-hour economy?
I believe anyone who ever thought so, the appointment yesterday and a clear indication of who is going to be in charge should gladden those people with their hearts, that this is a president who promises and delivers on his promise. He's putting Augustus Busitano, and if you know Buzi, sharp mind, razor sharp mind, not just a sharp mind, a razor sharp mind, impeccable credibility. He's a person who is going to be in charge. And I believe that John Mahama Nana Jeopukwajiman presidency signals a restoration of dignity and integrity to the presidency. And that is where the 24-hour economy will be activated from.
Like body cams. Speaking about razor sharp minds, a lot of people have commended you for the good job that you did during the elections, and still that you, I can't say we did. So you, the NDC, did, and particularly your expertise in the health sector. Is that to say that they are pushing you for, some appointments in the health ministry? Do you look forward to that?
I don't think so. I will be absolutely surprised. People should disabuse their minds. Perhaps it's because I'm a medical doctor, I'm a health policy planning and financing person. But I've been with President Mahama for a very long time. I do not believe it's on his mind. And it is something that if I'm asked, I'll turn it down.
Turn down the a health ministry appointment?
It is something, if I'm asked, I'll turn it down.
So which of the positions are you looking for?
I don't know.
I mean, you should have a favorite.
Activate your body camera.
So that is Dr. Edward Omanebwama. I've already spoken to Joyce Bawa-Muktari, who is Mahama. Director of Elections, Dr. Edward Omanebwama. I'm also seeing here Dr. Kwabena, former Finance Minister, as well as who was also a flag bearer in the 2023 NDC primary race. Hello, Dr. Kwabena Dufo. This is my 5th time meeting you. Congratulations. I should be saying congratulations to myself.
Thank you very much, my dear. Congratulations to you too. We have all won. It's not a problem.
Thank you so much. Today is a big day for the NDC, John Mahama and the team. How do you, as an individual, feel about today's ceremony and the fact that that John Mahama is going to be president from today, January 7th?
It's our new independence. Freedom for all Ghanaians.
When you say real independence, what do you mean?
We are going to experience opportunities for all, not for any few individuals. Okay, you understand? Yes. Freedom means freedom and justice. There will be justice for every, no matter your background. So we have freedom and justice, real.
When you say freedom and justice, today is Independence Day for the National Democratic Congress. What really are you freeing yourself from? Is it from hardship, or what really do you mean?
Freedom to do whatever you want to do as an individual. You understand? And you will be protected by the courts too. So freedom and justice, that's the meaning. That's why we are here.
Are you looking forward to returning to the Ministry of Finance? Because you have been very hard on this government, the outgoing government, their financial policies, fiscal policies and all of that. Do you think that you'd be the right person to come back to the Finance Ministry to reset to the ministry, as you put it?
Well, the NDC, we have so many economists, fantastic ones. So we have young people who will be supported to run the ministry. There shouldn't be any problem at all.
So you don't think that you would want to serve in that ministry?
We will advise. We should be at the back to advise the young people. Experience means what? Give the experience to younger ones to also grow, to have the experience you have. So we will do that.
Which appointment really are you looking forward to? You have served in the party for a very long time, and this would be a time to also say it's a legacy time for Dr. Dufour.
They are here for the inauguration, not for appointments. Okay, so let's complete this today. Okay. Inauguration, not appointments.
Thank you so much. So that is Dr. Kwabena Dufour, who is the Finance Minister. Oh, these people go to white. Hello.
Well, Akusia Ochre there engaging with the dignitaries of the National Democratic Congress. Now, I mean, if you are not under this particular,
the pergola,
this pergola or canopy or tent or marquee or whatever it is, I'm not sure where you are.
But don't forget that pergola is also in the interim.
It's also in the interim. Everything is in the interim.
Perimeter interim. Oh man.
Yeah.
So it could be dismantled any day, anytime. You know.
Yeah,
so I mean. But before we came,
my conversation about who is in charge now, because Parliament was dissolved, reconstituted 9th Parliament, but the President and the Vice President's tenure end as at dawn today. So who is in charge? That's the question I was asking. I was wondering whether the Speaker then is in charge, because he has been, as it were, sworn into office. He's taken his oath. So is he the one occupying, so that there's no vacuum?
Maybe we have to look at the the Transition Act.
Perhaps, but I feel that once he has taken the oath of office, there's no vacuum, there's no power vacuum, because then he acts as president until president-elect takes his own oath of office and then assumes authority as president of the republic.
Sure.
That should answer.
That should answer it. But I mean, those who are conversant with the transition
Act. I mean, the legal brains can send us messages so that.
But I was going to make references to what Caleb talked about the taxes.
Tell me about it. By April, we are expecting that, Charlie. If you send Momo for
if you send me Momo.
No, let me change it. No, you. The thing was you who send the Momo. Or if we go to Abuso Kai for spare parts, we are not supposed to be seeing taxes on automobile vehicles or their parts, or agricultural machinery and their parts. That's what Mahama has promised in his first 90 days.
You know, the strange thing is this: he can repeal all those taxes.
Yes.
But
GRA.
But would the Abosokan people really, comply?
That's the next one.
You get it.
That's the next
so
one.
very often we've seen a lot of those things.
Well, that's why we are reminding ourselves.
But then the excuse that comes is that, you know something, we bought the thing on the old price.
Because that's the problem with this country. When things go up and there's a reduction,
it never comes down.
It never reflects.
They said we've stocked up. This is old stock, so this must finish, and then we have to get.
And the old stock, it never finishes. It never runs out.
Oh man, Charlie, this situation.
I mean, it's serious. It's serious.
I mean, but then the bed task, then the COVID.
The recreational investment.
Hold it for me. Akusio is engaging Alex Segbefia now. Let's hear what he also has to say.
We've once again proved that when it matters, we can be counted. At this moment, everybody should be proud to be Ghanaian and African for that matter.
Right. So you worked hard closely with the Vice President-elect, now coming to be the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. You were part of the campaign team that saw to it that she puts forward her messages. Do you really think that her message that she put across to women, for example, the Women Development Bank and all the Jumara projects that she talked about, was what resonated with the Ghanaian people to bring, to give her the vote and then John Mahama the vote as well?
I think it's important to know that as a political party, the NDC actually had two outstanding candidates coming forward. So by putting His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama forward first, and him sticking with Professor Nana Jane, you cannot underestimate the impact both of them had, and also equally importantly, what Professor Jane Nana Ogboko-Agyemang did. And it is clear that she had an enormous impact. You remember in the last election in 2020, the presidential vote moved from 4.5 million to 6 million. Yeah. And it was maintained and increased on this occasion. So it is clear that Professor Nana Jane, that John Mahama was sending was very different from the messages, for example, that Professor Nana Jane was sending. And then we also had the party team, which was led by the chairman, Honorable Asiedu Nketia. So when you look at the kind of campaign that we had, I think with hindsight, it was clear that victory was in sight. But we didn't become complacent, and that also helped to chalk the type of victory, unprecedented victory, that we have chalked.
The 6 million votes we saw in the elections, don't you think it is because the 8-year cycle tradition that we have in Ghana is here, and so that automatically is what we are seeing, than just coming together to resort to the people to get them the votes?
Not really. I mean, I think that it's a contributory factor, that is clear. But you also have to look at the number of seats we won, and you have to look at the total size of the victory that we had. And that cannot be attributed just to the 8-year itch. Actually, a lot more has happened in this particular election. It has become a total rejection of the MPP as a major factor. And the need for Ghanaians who bought the message that Ghana needs to be reset, the way it has been dealt with at the current moment, or the way the path we were taking was totally wrong, and Ghana must be reset. Right. And that for me is very crucial in why you can't just put it down to the 8-year itch. It played a part, definitely, but there was more to it than just that.
Okay, let's talk about the sector which you have expertise in, the health sector. You're a former health minister. And when you look at the just immediate past health ministry and how it was governed, remember, we're recollecting from the COVID period till now, there were a lot of issues, procurement breaches and all of that, allegations and all that. Till now, we're seeing that Sewa Hospital, we understand that the contractors are saying when the project is not fully complete but was commissioned. All these things that come to play, how do you feel about the health sector, the management in all?
You single out the health sector, I single out all the institutions. There is not an institution, as far as I'm concerned, that is not in trouble. All the institutions have real difficulties. And the health sector, you can single out simply because of the amount of money that went into it, especially with the COVID funds, etc., for which we have no real, or we are not satisfied with the accounting process so far. So there's a lot that has to be looked at in the health sector. We are in government. It's our duty to go through the books, to look at everything. But more importantly, the priorities and how we've gone about some of the projects has not helped. You cannot just concentrate on one aspect of hospital building and decide that that is the way forward. We have regional hospitals that have to be built. We have health centers. We have chief compounds, and we have district hospitals.
Now the president, not to interrupt, that the president to the John Mahama administration to complete these Agenda 1 projects, health projects that are ongoing.
The president has indicated that his administration is not going to start projects, but will try and do everything possible to finish these projects. The important aspect that everybody should keep on, funding was left for those projects to be completed. And if there's no funding stream and you're cutting swords on projects which you never had the funding for, US complete it. But so long as they are laudable projects and they have been started, it behoves on us as to ensure that we can finish it. It is also important to note that there are many projects which we and beyond, which have still not completed. The question people should ask is, why were they not completed? And we are being not being a government under President Mahama, who is totally patriotic. That's not the basis of why we are here. We will complete all the projects that are outstanding from our era to this, what we are going to do. But time and the funding to do it.
Okay, thank you so much. That is Alex Segwefia, former health minister, lead for the Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman campaign team when we were garnering votes for the NDC in the 2024 elections. The overall lead for the Green Army, the NDC, the chairman of the Democratic Congress in the person of Johnson Asiedu Nketia. I've also spotted the General Secretary of the party and also the national organizer of the party, Joseph Yamin, who will be getting a tete-a-tete with them. But that is the color we are seeing at the Independence Square, as we understand that in some few minutes.
Yes, in the event start officially, and then it will have Obama taking the oath of office to become the 6th president of the Republic of Ghana. But of course, this will be a term as president of the Republic. Let's go from the Black Star Square. She's now engaging the national chairman of the National Democratic Congress.
Great. This is a country. We deserve to celebrate.
What do you make of the numbers here? So, giving an indication that people, Ghanaians generally, are happy to see this day come forward.
I are already overwhelmed. I have my fears that there will be a lot of overwhelming. There will be people who may not even enter before the program closes.
Okay, so tell us about the NDC. Now, this is a time where a lot of people say they need to take back to the drawing table to get themselves together, bring the leadership forward to bring the party back to power sometime. But the NDC, what would be happening within this time when John Mahama is in power?
Oh, we need to assist in the formation of the new government. I don't think Ghanaians will forgive us if we get anything wrong. The same enthusiasm with which we were brought. It is that level of expectation. We have a huge challenge and responsibility to make sure we do not fail Ghanaians. After the immediate phase of forming government, party the drawing table. Victory doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. We will be reviewing the elections outcomes and to be able to determine what we got right, so we intensify that, and then to identify, of course, the few areas where we didn't get it quite right. Make sure that.
Does that mean that they're looking for winning another term after John Mahama?
That is the objective of every political party. We intend to compete all the years ahead. We will have to lose any election to beat record defeat, the humiliating defeat that MPP suffered.
A lot of people want to know the lead of the Green. Will he be contesting the 2028 as well as ultimately becoming president of the Republic? Is that what you are aiming for?
Politically, I don't aim for things that are not up yet. And I've never had ambition of becoming a politician. It's circumstances forced me to. And since entering politics, plan that I intend to do. Circumstances put me there. So I've stopped planning anything politically. But to tell you what, I believe that some of our people seems to be jumping the gun. And maybe it is because of the encouragement of people like you in the media already thinking about what will happen in 2028. Everything that will happen in 2028 on the front of NDC would depend largely on the performance of President John Dramani Mahama. If he succeeds, it presents different opportunities. If he doesn't succeed, I'm afraid you get to a point where even if the flag bearership is handed to you on a silver platter, you'll be running away from it. So our focus ought to be on making sure President Mahama succeeds so that anybody at all who replaces him as our candidate will have a solid foundation to ride on to victory. So I'm through this medium advising our everybody within the party who is nursing ambition for the future to make sure that the action today don't lead to the compromise or injuring the prospects of President Mahama succeeding. So the immediate focus ought to be that President Mahama must succeed in a very excellent manner so that any other person succeeding him can ride on his success.
Thank you very much. The leader of the Green Army, the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Esiedu Ketia, as well as the second man to the lead himself, Fifi, General Secretary of the NDC, clad in white, wearing a I'm sure he's so excited. This is what you have been looking for all these years, 8 years in opposition, isn't it?
I'm not too sure about it's as simple as that, but let's just say that it's been a hard battle and a victory won. So a day to be celebrated together with all Ghanaians. So clearly a day to be happy and to wish our country the best.
Right. Let me. I know that you have criticized the government from start to finish, but let me just pick your thoughts, not final thoughts. Let me say, as Akufo-Addo leaves government, how would you generally rate the governance? Sincerely, because now we are not dealing with partisanship, we are dealing with the democratic feel of the country. So how do you feel about the governance of Akufo-Addo? Do you think that he has done some, he couldn't do all, or you think that generally it was that bad?
I think it's the worst government in our history, and I'm not being political. For me, even the economy is not even the issue, but the very, what I call, I don't know how to, it's almost as if it's the level of depravity, the degeneration, the immorality of the leadership that has been for me the biggest issue. I mean, brought this country to the lowest possible level as far as governance is concerned. And I'm not saying this just because he's an opponent. I mean, we've seen Kufuor's government. I wouldn't say it was the best, but compared to what we have seen over the last 8 years, it's absolutely a disaster. For me, it's completely forgettable. It's one that Ghana must use as a benchmark for how low not to sink. No government into the future should sink as low as we have seen done. The selfishness, the greed, the deception, the arrogance, the insensitivity. In fact, the thinking that somehow the people of Ghana are not intelligent and therefore you can continue deceiving and gaslighting them. For me, those are the things that absolutely hurt me more.
You speak with so much passion. I don't know, these are very harsh words, or you think they are just the
truth? It's the truth. It's the truth. That, I mean, we've been in government, so we clearly know it's not an easy process. So I do not anticipate that it's going to be easy even for we coming back into office. But there's a certain minimum of values that you must have. A leader must have to tell the truth. I've not seen a lot. Must have the capacity to be humble. We've not seen a lot of that. To show some selflessness. We've not seen a lot of that. I mean, so it's one drop of value after another. And the resulting election, the people of Ghana showing their revulsion, their anger at the level of arrogance and insensitivity, the greed, the selfishness. I mean, I only pray for the sake of Ghana that no future government drops as low as Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia dropped this country. All right, thank you so much. That is Fifi Fiavikwe, the General Secretary of the party. Before I hand over to Umaru Sanda, who is my colleague here at Channel 1 TV, let me say that I've spotted the children of Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, who is expected to be inaugurated as Vice President of the Republic. I also have here the former Speaker of Parliament, Edward Do Ajaho. I'm sure Sanda will be having a conversation with him, but these are the big wigs of the NDC, Sanda. A number of them who I've already spoken to. The Chief of Staff, who is confident that he says that he didn't see this coming as being appointed as Chief of Staff, even though he knows how close he is with President-elect John Mahama. But he's excited to be given this position, and he will be working closely with John Mahama, Sanda. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Akosi Autry. This is our coverage of the inauguration of John Dramani Mahama, the return of a former president to the presidency of the Republic of Ghana, having been elected by a victory or margin of victory that has not been seen in recent times. And like Akosi said, a number of the dignitaries here in our midst. I'm just going to try and get a few more views. The former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Edward Ajaho, is actually here. I want to say a quick word to him. Honorable, congratulations on your party's re-election. What does this re-election mean for you based on everything you have?
And therefore, when you get power, you choose it well to the advancement of the people who elected you. 8 years is gone. A new era has come. For me, it shows that our democracy is maturing. It shows that we are on the right path in terms of multi-party democracy. It is part of all its challenges. At least we have changed government through the ballot box, but not through violence. And this, for me, is a big plus for this country. What we need to work on going forward is to make sure that the electoral violences that we experience over the years, we try to work against it so that we may have a seamless, transition from one government to the other. We don't need to shoot people. We don't need to shed any blood in actual fact in order to, to win political power one way or the other. I think that this is a plus for Ghana's democracy.
Interesting. Now, we'll talk more about the presidency, but let's talk about Parliament, an area you have a lot of expertise and experience on. You've seen what has happened. The victory is huge, but that victory could be a problem or a success for you. Depends on how you use it. What advice would you give to the current Parliament on how to, and also you've seen what the 8th Parliament was, the 9th Parliament. What advice would you give to them on how they can grow and perhaps better themselves?
The party has made a statement already that will use the majority responsibly, and I totally agree with the party position. But minority interests must be protected. I'm a product of Parliament, and I have studied Parliament all over the world. I think that we should allow the minority to have their say. Nobody should do anything, any way to frustrate them. But let us exercise that majority responsibly. And it should be the betterment of the Ghanaian people. It should be in the interest of the Ghanaian people. It should, where there's need to build consensus, it should build consensus. We should listen to one another in the House. Because the 4th Republican Parliament under the first Speaker, Justice Diab, was built on consensus and cooperation. And those were his cardinal words when we entered Parliament in January 1993. So as much as possible, they should try to build consensus. There should be a lot of cooperation. Power should be exercised responsibly by the majority, and minority interests should be protected at all times.
As President Mahama forms his government, we are mindful of the promise he made to choose at most 60 ministers. We also know that majority of them have to come to Parliament. In fact, even if he chooses all 60 ministers from Parliament, he will still have 120 MPs without positions. How do you reckon he can deal with this issue?
Well, I think there should be... Hello.
All right, so just getting dignitaries coming into great today. Former Speaker of the House. Let me go.
I believe that there should be a way out. Indeed, let me be very honest with you. The federal constitutional review, we were trying to see where that provision, the majority should come to Parliament, that clause should be removed. The President of the Republic of Ghana should be given a free to choose a hand for talents. Not everybody will want to go to Parliament to become a minister.
It shouldn't be restricted.
It should not be restricted. I think that is one area that we should amend the constitution and all those. That will also enable Parliament to scrutinize the executive, arm of government more responsibly and scrutinize their work, constructively. But when they are also part of the government and don't forget, everybody in Parliament wants to be a minister, and that is what the problem is.
Who are you going to give the job and who are you not going to give the job?
Absolutely. It becomes a problem.
But you acknowledge that the president has a huge task. Even choosing these ministers, the 60 that he has, there are old guns, there are new entrants, there are people outside Parliament, there are people inside Parliament, and you have 180 MPs who are for you ready to be given jobs. It's going to be a difficult one, don't you think?
Very, very, very difficult. For me, not everybody definitely can be a minister. But what is important is to try and balance it. In the selection, it should be balanced fairly. But more importantly, in my view, once development gets to these constituencies, those MPs become relevant to the aspiration of their people. For me, that is where the focus should be. Because one of the reasons why some want to get into government is that once you're a minister, the chances of talking to your colleague minister to send development to your constituency, the chances are higher. But where the national cake can be distributed equitably to allow everybody to benefit, then there shouldn't be too much worry for those MPs who will not be ministers.
Very well. So your advice to the man who took over from you in office, Alban Suman for Bagman, he's lucky. I don't know if Alajete did twice. Did DF Anand, did he do twice? DF Anand. So he's the second person after DF Anand to occupy this office twice. What would be your advice to him, Alban Bagman?
Well, I've congratulated him even before the vote was taken. And I told him that we'll be there to assist him. There shouldn't be any problem at all. He's an experienced legislator. We entered Parliament the same year. I entered leadership in '97. He entered leadership in 2001. And we've worked together. And I think that he should be able to rise up to the occasion.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you, Sandra.
There's the Honorable Edward Koblido Ajaho, former Speaker of Parliament. Let me approach former Chairman of the NDC, Mr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, who I interviewed not long ago. Congratulations. You told me that you were going to win these elections. You did win.
Yeah.
Congratulations. How is the feeling like with this huge majority you got?
It's a very good feeling, and it's a very humbling one. Because even though we're working towards winning majority in Parliament, the numbers are unprecedented. And thanks to Ghanaians for the very massive endorsement that they have given to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the various parliamentary candidates that we put up. I believe that it sends a very loud message, and that loud message is that Ghanaians are yearning for a change, and for that matter, they bought into the message of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. They look at his track record, and they look at his credibility and believability. And so, as we swear him in today, the honors is on us as a party and as a government to work very hard to realize the objectives that we set for ourselves as a government. And I believe that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will settle down very quickly and hit the grounds running. Of course, we are the ground too much in a hurry because someone was in a hurry but ended up missing the point. I think that
you don't want to be in a hurry.
No, you
want to take your time.
He will take his time.
But time no day.
I'm saying that you will not be too much in a hurry. but he will take his steps very well and work according to the strategy and plan that he has put in place. 120 days, what he wants to deliver for Ghanaians. 1 year, what he wants to deliver for Ghanaians. So I believe that Ghanaians will be made the referees and they will be checking the boxes and to see that what he said, he's doing it. I have no doubt at all that he will live up to expectation, but it will require the concerted effort of all Ghanaians to put our shoulders to the wheel to move the country forward. No, we shouldn't think about only what the government will do for us, but we should also think about what we can also do for the government and for that matter for Mother Ghana to make progress. And that is my clarion call, that wherever you find yourself, do the little that you can to support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Again, for the first time in the history of this country, we are having the first female vice president of the Republic. And I believe that it is an honor to womanhood. And so women must rally around her and all of us must support her to succeed, because her success will be the success for women not only in Ghana but in Africa and the world at large.
How huge a task do you think is Mahama faced with in forming the government, in running the administration for the next 4 years?
Well, one of the daunting tasks we will face is how to pick his ministers, because he has indicated, he has indicated that he's going to appoint not more than 6 ministers, and he has about 183 members of parliament. So there's a huge pool for him to choose from. But the good thing is that he has been around for a very long time, and I believe that President Mahama knows everybody's capacity, and I don't think it will be long for him to name his cabinet and name his ministers.
Satisfying everybody will become difficult.
Well, he has to do the regional balance, he has to do so. What I will urge all of us is that expectations will be very high, but let's manage our expectations.
And what about satisfying Ghanaians themselves? We know the state of the nation now. Fixing this country in 4 years is Herculean.
Well, that's why I think that he has a unique opportunity. He's not coming in to ask for a second mandate. This is perhaps the last mandate that he has to leave a legacy. And all along, when I engage him, I think the burden on his heart is legacy. So I believe that President John Dramani Mahama will work very hard to leave a very positive legacy. He will not look at what will happen in the next 4 years in terms of who becomes the next president. I believe that he will focus on how to deliver on the promises that he has given to Ghanaians. And my prayer is that the Almighty God should help him, give him the knowledge, give him good health, give him the strength, and give him the people who are committed and loyal, who will help him to prosecute his agenda.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Chairman Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo there. He is a former chairman of the National Democratic Congress. Let me go to the back. I can see officers of the Chief Imam. Chief Imam Yazoko. National Chief Imam Yazoko. So I'm just, he's on the way coming. He's on the way coming. Fantastic. So the officers from the office of the National Chief Imam are just saying to me that the National Chief Imam. Auntie Anna, how are you? Congratulations. Thank you. Hope everything is well.
I didn't realize you saw me.
I saw you. You are looking guy. You know, you are looking. But today, me and
I'm
you.
in power.
Today, I know. I can see that. I want to talk to your brother, Pablo.
Omaro.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are looking like a king today. You are coming to crown a king, so.
His Excellency has made all of us proud, and so today we put our best regalia on to come and support him.
What do you think would be the first key things he has to do as a president?
As it stands now, we all know the state in which Ghana is. The economy is what everybody is looking at. His appointments will reflect the kind of reaction that the economy is going to receive. So I believe that whoever is going to be the finance minister has a lot to do. And that is the key thing Ghanaians are looking at. The economy is in a mess. And so that is where the resetting will really have to begin from. Once we're able to fix the economy, all other things will follow from it.
You are the youth president of your party. The youth need jobs. They need opportunities. The free SHS is a big deal. Can you really satisfy all those challenges that the youth are confronted with? Employment?
We believe strongly that with the 24-hour economy, we'll be able to create the needed jobs that we must create. We may not be able to do it all immediately, but with time, I believe the kind of programs that we preach to the people when we're campaigning is enough to address the many challenges that confront the young people of this country.
George Pablo, as is known, youth organizer, women organizer. My colleague already spoken to you, but I just want to ask one more question. Woman vice president, what do you reckon that opportunity is for women in this country and young children, girls especially?
For the first woman vice president, the way for the Ghanaian, the girl child, to also be encouraged. That it doesn't really matter where you come from, how you started it, but how you go about it matters. For us as women, this that there's a lot also of delivery, so we are not concerned, we are not perturbed at all. We are watching, and we those behind, we will learn from her, we'll learn from her leadership to encourage ourselves to do better.
Thank you so much. That's Hannah Louisa Bisu. She's National Women Organizer of the National Democratic Congress. It's a big day for the party. They have been given a huge mandate, a mandate that has not been given to any party in recent times, and it's just a matter of moment for the former president returns to come and be sworn into office. Yeah. Let me, Madam, I wanted to say a quick word with you. Okay, then let me try Dr. Omani. You have spoken to my colleague. This is Channel 1 Television. We are trying to get views of people who are members of the. Can I come to you? It's been a while since you spoke to us. You should say a word or two. Maybe congratulations will be in order. Let me come to you again. All right. Tete, how is it going?
By His grace.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What is this 4 years going to mean to Ghanaians?
Oh, I think we're going to reset the country. Things that have gone awry, we have to try, at least start moving forward again. The last 8 years has been some important reset so that
expectations are huge. So you know that.
Very, very dramatic. So people are hopeful that so they are expectant, and it's up to us to ensure that whatever it takes to ensure that the expectations are met, this new government do that. Yes.
Right, sights and sounds from the Black Star Square, venue for the inauguration of the 6th President of the 4th Republic of Ghana, who of course is making his second term, a return to the Jubilee House. I'm talking about John Dramani Mahama. Still in studio with gentlemen, Caleb Kuda and Larry Dogbe, and of course we're looking at all the issues regarding the inauguration, preceding the inauguration, and of course expectations from the incoming administration. One of the major events that preceded this inauguration will be the final State of the Nation address by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. As mandated by the Constitution, he is expected to present the State of the Nation, a message on the State of the Nation address to Parliament. He did deliver this statement, touched on almost all significant or pertinent matters. Larry, I'll just pick your thoughts on the delivery by the President. for a president who is bowing out after having served for 2 terms, 8 consecutive years. What was your impression, if any, or let me ask, observation regarding the president's address and the delivery of same?
Yeah, thank you. I think he fulfilled the constitutional mandate on him, and that's highly commendable. But he's not the only one who has done that.
Yeah.
I recall President Rawlings did, President Kufuor also did that, President Mahama also did. And so he was also obliged constitutionally to do that. Now, at that, I mean...
Cut you again, but let me go back to the Black Star Square. Umaru Sanda Amadu is currently engaging Joseph Yamin.
MPP. I think their strategies have worked for them in previous elections. And this time around, we have to map up a comprehensive strategy to counter what they normally capitalize on and play to our advantage. Again, adding up to the comparative analysis between 8 years of Nana Addo's administration and 4 years of John Mahama's administration gave us some advantage, because in 8 years of Nana Addo Bawumia-led administration, and Bawumia was banking his hopes of winning the election on his government's achievement. And as far as achievements were concerned, but we had
Well, Umaru Sanda Amadu engaging Joseph Yamin there. Yamin, he was in the news throughout the entire electioneering season, and quite an interesting character there. But Larry, let me come back to you. We're looking at the president's final sonar, his message on the State of the Nation address.
So as I was saying, I mean, constitutional mandate fulfilled. I mean, highly commendable. Now, most often, in some of these speeches, what you expect the outgoing president to say is that, listen, this is what I'm leaving behind. And very often they try to give account of their 8-year rule, and then, you know, what they met, and then what they Many people try to dwell on what they met.
Yeah.
As opposed to, listen, this is the state in which I am leaving the country.
Yeah.
And that you are in better hands. Okay? President Akufo-Addo's speech, first of all, didn't sound reconciliatory. He came across as somebody who, I mean, didn't appreciate the fact that this election was a referendum on his performance.
Yeah.
And the outcome of it, I mean, is telling.
Spoke poorly of
exactly.
His ratings.
Exactly. For a man who went out there saying that, listen, I cannot hand over to a person I have defeated before. Oh, I mean, more like my death. A lot of his ministers said the same thing. I recall Brian Champon was all over the place. We are shutting down, you know, Eastern region. Yeah. Many of them sounded, you know, yeah. And then the results came. The economic performance was bad. People voted on that. People voted on the excessive taxes.
Yeah.
People voted on poor governance. People voted against the family and friends. People voted against the corruption.
Yeah.
People voted against, you know, the fact that certain policies, for instance, the free SHS thing, that the average parent was telling you that, you know something, that thing is not as free as you are pointing out. And that almost every week, some of us have to be sending money to our wards. We have to buy them water. We have to buy them food. We have to buy them clothes. We have to buy them this. And so what you mean as free is not free. And then that something has to be done. And that people were even willing to pay for it. Says, oh, no, it is, you know, it is free. I I am saying it's free. Once I said it's free, it's free. Okay, so he didn't, I don't think he appreciated what he has come out of.
Yeah.
Now he also, but then you mentioned that, listen, the economy is not broke. And even pointed out, described people who were talking about the economic situation as broke, that, listen, they are propagandists.
It says no amount of shouting can dispute the data.
Exactly. And that it's data that he's speaking to. But you know, data, I mean, is subject to interpretation. Okay? So where did you gather your data from? And where did I gather mine from?
Some people thought that the president should have apologized, and I thought that, well, if he did, that would be news. It would have been shocking to me. I didn't expect the president to apologize for
what will he be apologizing for?
Exactly. So, well, they make claims that, I mean, under his tenure, there's been repression, he's run the country aground, and people have suffered. He told us, he made promises he could not keep. He said there'll be no haircuts. In the end, people had different sorts of haircuts, some of yours, some of Larry's. Not sure about mine, but different types of haircuts, you know.
No, when I grew up, like, I'll have
you know, different types of haircuts. So some people thought that for some of the promises he made, vowed that, listen, by the time I'm leaving, I'm going to complete 111 hospitals. You are leaving with 3. And for the rest, you don't even have
the report of
Sewa Hospital is appalling, is despicable to the extent that the contractors have had to issue such strongly lettered statement that we feel reflects poorly on us. So there is that. And then also, so there is the Agenda 111 thing, and then a number of things.
The Galamsey.
Yeah, that was
saying
Galamsey. Listen, that late converts to Galamsey campaign, I thought that was disingenuous. But you have to give it to the president. He came with his presence. You know, he had his presence and that gift of gab you couldn't take away from him. I thought that his last sona will be carved in the form of the Akufo-Addo we saw during the COVID-19 days, where he's pulling the people along and telling them that, look, this is what we have done. Government is a continuum. We've used our talents to the best of our abilities. Now someone else have come. Thanks to you, you have decided this is what you want. Please give them your support. And then you transition into a statesman's role.
Exactly.
Do you understand? But it came across as a bit abrasive, still in campaign mode, and trying to let the people know that, look, I'm still the guy. And that rubs off wrongly for the party people whom you have led into a crashing defeat.
I heard they call him,
you don't give us
Ado guy.
Yeah, Ado Showboy.
Ado Showboy.
Well, while we are at I mean, I was still seeing some scenes from the Independence Square. More dignitaries arriving, both domestic and international dignitaries. We've seen the likes of Goodluck Jonathan.
Yes, Jacob Zuma is in from South Africa. Olusegun Obasanjo is in.
Obasanjo is not growing at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, he's not.
You know, he was at Kufuor's inauguration in 2001.
Yes.
And he's looking the same.
Speech. No, he's a tough guy. I've seen Ellen Johnson Sirleaf also from Liberia. She is in. Galmanche has reported. Papa Kwesi Indum is there. Kofi Akpalu.
Yes.
When he speaks to Sanda, he says, "Is your motto still the same?" He says,
Kofi Akpalu, maybe we should find him and ask him what happened, because he was very confident that he was
going to win. Charlie Akpalu is away. Togbi Afede the 16th is in.
Asogli.
The Rolls Royce.
The Rolls Royce.
I did. I took notice of that.
But let's look at, I mean, the aesthetics there. The makeup of, I mean, it's supposed to be to mimic the setup of Parliament. And so let's look at what has been done so far and how appealing it is to the eye. I mean, if you ask me, aesthetically, this is probably the best inauguration ceremony.
It looks
and
organized.
It's orderly, very organized.
I've been to a few of those, and I mean, listen, 2009, during the inauguration of President Mills, Jesus Christ.
It was chaotic.
It was chaotic. It was chaotic.
All over the place.
Yes, to a point where all the media people, you know, had difficulty even taking shots in the first place. And those who had the opportunity were virtually entering, you know.
Was it a track? Was that the one? They were in the
pickup.
truck
The pickup. Sorry.
No.
The tipper truck.
The tipper truck.
No,
that was
an anniversary also.
Yes.
Yeah, that was an anniversary. So, and then I think I was at one of Kufuor's inauguration as well.
The place is packed.
And there's still a lot of people outside of the venue.
And this is I think the first time that, areas have been designated that you can park here, you don't move,
beyond the set limits. Exactly.
And also, I noticed that the press conference that Felix Ofosu did also helped to ensure that, listen, you just don't drive into an area that you are not allowed to.
And that's the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, with his spouse.
Okay.
You see the former President, John Agyekum Kufuor there.
That's right.
The former First Lady, Nana Kunadu Agyemang Rawlings.
Looking as vintage as ever.
Yeah.
Man, she also doesn't grow,
Yeah. And even President Kufuor, apart from his, difficulty, he looks solid.
You can trust Samira Bawumia to kill it.
Yeah.
The fashion is what a lot of people are also looking out for. The corsets.
Is President Kufuor coming?
Fascinators.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah.
We haven't had any information on his arrival yet, but we're looking forward to seeing him.
So he's now former president. Former President Akufo-Addo.
Yes, former presidents.
Wow.
Akufo-Addo.
Wow.
Yes. But all in all, a beautiful ceremony so far.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks
colorful.
It looks good. Trust Standogbe.
Yes.
He's very good at some of these things. But I'm not sure he's the only one. There's,
a whole team
there's a whole team. It's good with some of this stuff.
Yeah. It's beautiful to see. And
it's also always a good point to display our culture.
Yes.
You would find our chiefs come in their regalia. You will find our women clad in our beautiful kente and our men too. And outfits that represents different parts of our culture.
But you guys, I wanted to make a point about the president.
The Sona.
Yeah, the Sona.
You're not done.
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
President Akufo-Addo did something. That announcement of the generals, totally uncalled for.
Is it?
Yes.
Why so?
Apparently, that whole thing had to be discussed by the Armed Forces Council.
Okay.
And word is that it was never discussed.
Oh.
And even before then the Defense Committee, the Defense and Interior Committee also had to discuss it.
And that was not.
That also hasn't been the case.
Right.
Now, Ghana's military size doesn't, warrant this appointment of a general.
Yeah.
So for a long time, the likes of, General Notkwenu, God bless his soul, had been Lieutenant General.
So, Caleb, the cultural display you mentioned earlier,
right.
You're seeing some of that.
This looks close to like
Anglo.
This looks close to my people.
Yeah,
man. Come on.
So, that Notkwenu, who Mensa, Nunu Mensa, General Seth Obing, Obedakwa, and many others, even those who were, let's say, Air Force and then Navy officers and so on, they had been at the level that is Lieutenant Generals, not the full general. And discussions had to go into place. You have to, first of all, even consider your budget.
Exactly. So we're seeing some senior officials of the various security services are also seated there. I think that's the fire service boss and the prisons boss, all seated there. Some senior police officers as well, all clad in their ceremonial
Deputy
attire.
IG.
Yes. COP Christian Tete Yohunu seated there. So more dignitaries are arriving.
This vehicle is really close to the innermost perimeter.
Yes, definitely Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will be at the ceremony. Former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will be at the ceremony.
I want to get used to it.
We are aware, Larry.
No, I know you are aware. We are all aware, but I want to get used to it. I think his posture was that it was never going to come.
Oh, well, it's no, we weren't running a monarchy.
No, I mean, listen. I think he enjoyed his time.
The man blew.
He lived he had his best moments. No, you have to give it to him. The Americans call something chutzpah. It's like confidence and charisma. When he enters the building, you see him.
His time is
charisma. Did you experience Jerry Rawlins's charisma?
Okay, fine. That's a different level. You know, that's a different level.
I think every individual and what
has
they
their
bring
own
to the presidency and how they run the presidency.
I'm seeing a chair being carried though.
Yes, I'm trying to see which chief
Larry, why are you laughing?
Is this
no, the chair you mentioned.
No, this one is a traditional chair.
Yeah, okay. Yes, clearly a paramount chief coming in there. Perhaps a representative of the Otumfuo,
right?
If not the Otumfuo himself,
the umbrellas speak, don't they?
A representative. Yes, so
right.
There are different umbrellas representing different authorities
of
exactly. If a representative
don't provoke to fall.
My God.
Well, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. But I mean, if a representative of the Asantehene, it's most likely to be the Mampohene.
Okay.
To represent
the silver stool.
Yes, most likely will be the Mampohene. But I mean, they are approaching, and so we'll have a clearer shot, and then we can tell who this particular chief is and what he represents. But of course, we're bringing you other shots. Yes, as we mentioned earlier, Deputy IGP Christian Tete Yohunu seated there, and of course, in the company of other security officers, senior officers of the various security agencies. As you can see, more vehicles coming in, clearly bringing in more dignitaries. We'll be seeing them as they alight from their vehicles and make way into the inner perimeter for the official swearing in of John Dramani Mahama, President-elect.
There's one thing I'm looking forward to.
Which is?
The duration this will take. You know, we usually spend a lot of time on these things, often because then they are not as organized or as planned. So given how planned this is looking so far, I want to see how we will keep to time, because that's one of our challenges we've had in a long while. All of that must
be
part
brother
of
the president-elect in the back there.
Okay.
Ibrahim Mahama.
Yeah,
in the back there.
Right, I get that. He's standing.
This guy, Illumin. Is that
Tony?
Yeah, Tony.
Okay, well, looks like.
Looks like.
Yes.
We just got indication that the D is on his way.
Right.
Oh, okay.
On his way getting there. So,
Pretty shortly, we'll be taking viewers into the popular stand to hear from the teaming supporters, the fans, Ghanaians, ordinary citizens who are currently stationed there at the Independence Square to hear what they also have to say. My colleague Fred Duho is there. He's joining us now. Fred, thank you so much. What have you gathered so far? What has been the level of engagement? Clearly, the euphoria is obvious. It's quite evident. But you are within the people there. Share with us what you've gathered so far.
You can hear me?
Yes, can you?
Nana Tufo, if you can hear me, the atmosphere is charged and the popular stand is packed to capacity, where a number of Ghanaians, generally, most of them being party supporters of the National Democratic Congress, they've come here in their numbers to share in the joy of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. And today being a happy day for them, they are here basically hoping that a number of things the President promised for which he was elected, that will be fulfilled when he finally gets the nod. And almost everyone here seem to be excited. They are blowing this vuvuzela, making loud cheers, trying as much as possible to ensure that their voices are heard. In the popular stand here, it will be quite difficult for you to catch a glimpse of what is happening within the inner perimeter. But I can also say that, Nana, when you come here, is so deafening that it's quite for you to even hear a thing, and that you see the place is totally paralyzed. of the people in the popular stand and they make of the program today that is about to kickstart at the Independence Square. What's your full name? You are live on Channel 1 TV.
My name is Ebenezer Kwaofin.
Which constituency?
I'm coming from Lejokuku constituency, Honorable Benjamin Iku constituency. I'm here to support my MP, Honorable Benjamin Iku, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Now, I mean, one question I keep asking almost everyone is, what is that one thing that you want the President-elect John Dramani Mahama to do for which you benefit as an individual?
Yeah, so the reason why I went to the post to John Dramani Mahama and
now, when you hear the loud cheers, it tells you that we've just seen some significant dignitaries coming through, and as we speak, I think what I see is from the attitude has arrived, because see in the square.
So pretty shortly we'll be having the outgoing president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and of course the president-elect yet to be sworn in, John Dramani Mahama, make their way to the Black Star Square. Earlier you saw shots there of the convoy, and there you can see it again. And this will be that of President-elect John Dramani Mahama moving to the Black Star Square for his official inauguration, and of course where he will be taking his oath of office. He will pick up that sword and the oath will be administered to him. He will take that oath and of course take up the office of the presidency. And so,
looks like the speaker is just coming.
Yes, it looks like that will be Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbin, Speaker of the 9th Parliament of Ghana, and of course, well, he happens to be the 3rd gentleman of the land.
Nadoli Kalio's very own.
Will he still be 3rd gentleman, because now we'll have the lady vice president, and so
yeah, so.
But he remains number 3.
Yeah, he remains number 3.
So presidency, CJ, and then speaker. Yes. He remains number 3. Yeah. He also did enjoy the number 3 position. Yeah, but I think he was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean he had his moments, difficult ones, charted parts.
Yeah.
So his years of experience came together to give us what we saw. Of course, some would say there were interests that he played to, but for once you didn't see Parliament as a rubber stamp.
Yeah,
he could. He held his own, and you feel that the executives always had to think. You know, Osei Chairman Sabosu, the former majority leader, outgoing Swami MP or outgoing, he mentioned that anytime now the executive had to come to the legislature, they had to do some consultation and think critically, because the legislature and backbone was always going to stand up to you no matter what. So with all the flaws of the 8th Parliament, I think that they really commanded the respect of the executive, and that you cannot take away from them.
Right.
Nor
and
the
this
speaker.
is just beautiful to watch. I mean, we're bringing you shots from when the convoy is making its way to the Independence Square.
That's right.
And it's absolutely brilliant. Such fantastic scenes commemorating the inauguration of John Dramani Mahama as the 6th president of the Republic
but
of
see
Ghana.
the roof.
Well, this is this is Accra.
Charlie, that is small production. This is where we go, right?
What were you expecting? Glass roofs?
It doesn't look.
They should forward the scene, right?
Yes. No, perhaps they should limit the height
the
of
world
the
is
drone.
watching.
They should reduce the height of the drone.
The world is watching. No, but
let's keep ourselves here.
Is President Mahama going to be the last to actually be there, though? As in the last dignitary to be ushered.
Yeah, I think as soon as he arrives,
once he arrives, the ceremony kickstarts.
So does that mean that the outgone president won't be there?
He will be there.
Seen him there yet.
Nana Addo definitely will be there.
Right, or he might come after.
Well, you have word he'll be there.
No, he should be there. He's expected to be there.
No, but he can't be forced to be there.
No, but don't forget, I mentioned earlier.
He will be there.
I mean, it would be beautiful that he's there because I think President Mahama
I don't think
attended.
he will miss it.
And then President Rawlings also attended that of President Kufuor.
I do not think he will miss it. But I'm just thinking about the timing because usually
he would have arrived by this time.
The president-elect should be the last to show up.
Yes.
So if he's on his way and the outgoing president hasn't come yet, then I'm not sure how protocol-wise the arrangement is going to be. But so far, decent programming, beautiful aesthetics, orderly flow of things. We're just waiting to see how the duration will be. I hope it doesn't take so long. Looking forward to the president's speech.
Talking about the bit about Bagbin.
Yes.
Listen, you never see Bagbin coming, but by the time you notice he's there.
He's there.
Right.
You never see him. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I mean, if you've covered Parliament before,
right,
you appreciate the guy better.
I see.
So from nowhere, Bagbin just burst into the scene in 2001. Prior to that, nobody knew him.
I've seen playbacks of
this was
stage.
Nadoli.
Yeah, Nadoli Kalio. Yeah, exactly.
Nadoli Kalio.
And took NDC, you know, from a very, tiny number, 80-something maybe, I've forgotten the exact number, to, throughout the 8 years, as an opposition party, and he held his own with Alajete and subsequently Bejina Sechi Hughes, and so on. Minority leader. Okay, I could tell you a story about how, one day I was in his office when he had a confrontation with Ebenezer Bejina Sechi Hughes, and Parliament was boiling. And Bagbin had threatened to go after Sechi Hughes. And meetings upon meetings were ongoing. I had an interview with him, and just when I was leaving, then he said, no, sit down and watch. Then from nowhere, in that meeting, guess who came in? J.H. Mensah.
Wow.
Senior minister. That day I appreciated J.H. As soon as, things got heated, and J.H. was like, listen, he had come in to resolve this thing. And, the maturity with which J.H. spoke
well, it's not for nothing that he's senior minister.
Listen, was so coming.
Yeah.
And it didn't take much time for Bagbin, John Mahama, John Tia, who the late, E.T. Mensah, Kwasena Dansoa, all the guys then who made NDC minority, ball at the time. They were okay, listen, let's go. We are ready to play ball. And everything went on smoothly.
J.H. was way older than Bagbin, right?
Yes.
From the footages I've seen.
But he came, he walked in very conciliatory, very apologetic. It was as though he was the one who had done the thing against, Bagbin.
Yeah, if we could get closer shots, then we could tell exactly who this is. But clearly, more dignitaries are arriving.
These are aerial shots we can afford to show the world.
Exactly.
The previous one, we begged them.
So yes, I am sure
they shouldn't go too far. They should keep the cameras here. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, that the drone should.
This is where the event is.
Not fly too high.
Limit the thing to where it's beautiful.
Over there we have our lady.
We should not wash our dirty linen out there in our bid to show the beauty of the event, overexpose ourselves.
And our equipment.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, but
the cleaner city.
In Africa. Don't do this.
Very well. So more dignitaries are arriving, and of course we are expecting more from the international community, as well as some more domestic. Showboy
is in the building.
There he is. So that was his convoy that just left, and he's in the company of
his beautiful
Rebecca.
Who has recently not been very happy with Speaker Bagbe.
Auntie Becky.
Well, so yes. Once Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has arrived, it is expected that John Dramani Mahama, the president-elect, will also arrive. I'm yet to see the Chief Justice Gertrude Saki
Tokonu, okay.
Yet, but I'm sure.
She's also at the Araba Sava.
Yes, she should be there somewhere. And then, of course, the official ceremony will kickstart, and then we'll hear from the president-elect, who will soon be sworn in as sixth president of the Fourth Republic, to serve of his second term. He has 4 years to serve, and so from here on, I think it's serious business. And now,
absolutely,
the inauguration and swearing-in ceremony of John Dramani Mahama as president of the Republic of Ghana. Beautiful scenes, aesthetically brilliant to watch, and of course, I mean, even now you can see where the separation of the days and of course where the speeches will be given and all that. I mean, very, very orderly organization there. We should be seeing some dignitaries from the NPP side as well. And as we have established, this should mimic a parliamentary sitting.
Precisely.
And so it will be interesting to see the arrangements for the parliamentarians, and whether it will be your typical majority side, minority side, or we're going to have all of them seated together just for purposes of this occasion. But as you can see, different set of convoy coming in, clearly giving indication of more dignitaries arriving. We're looking forward to see the president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, come in, and then the official ceremony to begin. Well, my understanding is that for today and for purposes of the event, all parliamentarians will sit together and will not be split into the minority, majority type of arrangement.
I've just seen Chief Imam.
The Chief Imam's convoy just arrived. Earlier, you had Sanda engage some officials from his office, and so there was that clear indication that the Chief Imam was going to make it to the Independence Square for the inauguration ceremony. And so, I mean, it portends a beautiful occasion, a beautiful event.
He's been around,
yeah.
Very supportive.
Very supportive.
You know.
Supporting consecutive governments over the period. Playing that statesman role.
Yeah, sure.
And it's quite beautiful. It's actually very beautiful.
I'm told it was the creation of the Jerry Rawlins's PNDC. That something like National Chief Imam, and so you know, it was created, and he's acted very maturely. He's, you know, been like the father, you know, the religious head or father of the nation, as far as you know, Muslims are concerned.
He played very key roles in diffusing tension.
And anytime, I mean, it's heated and you call upon him, he comes in. I mean, both political parties have, you know, profited from his wisdom and then, you know, fatherly role. And it's been good.
And for the likes of people like the National Chief Imam, and considering his age, it is important, like you were saying, that events like this are kept within time. Time is respected so that you don't have to keep a person of his age and stature for too long at such an event.
Let me reiterate the point I made much earlier, just in case the organizers are listening. It's our culture, it's our habit where we meet, wherever we meet, when we attend as Ghanaians, by the time we disperse, there are empty bottles, we just drop them there. So when we meet in our thousands like this, from the inner perimeter to the outer corridors, it will be everywhere. But my appeal is that while this event is ongoing, I know the sanitation management company that probably will be on duty would have work to do to clear things after. But I'm saying while it is ongoing, we should provide bins and conscientize people that do not drop, do not litter. The research should start from today in terms of our timing, how as they say, and everything.
Right. So today, I mean, it is expected that all guests will be seated.
Sure.
Members of the diplomatic corps will be around and seated. Members of parliament seated. Then there will be the arrival of former presidents, which we have seen. John Ajekum Kufuor there, and of course Nana Addo Dankwa.
I'm told Nana Addo is still the president. So then
he remains president until John Mahama takes the oath of office.
Takes the oath of office.
Is it?
Yes, that's what I'm getting.
Right. So we've seen the arrival of the former
Then the president of the republic has
come. Exactly.
The incoming is yet to come.
Sure.
So this is literally the second coming of the John.
So we'll see. We also
the return of the John.
The return.
There should be a movie.
Nasi will do that. So we'll start with the
and then perhaps Manasseh writes a book.
I'm sure.
The arrival of heads of states, and we'll see Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, and Justices of the Supreme Court enter the chamber to take their seats. And at this point, all will rise to welcome them. The Right Honourable Speaker's procession will also enter the chamber. Also, all will rise. And then once the Speaker is in, the Speaker will take the chair. At this point, all will be guided to take their seats as well. Then the Speaker, like we said, this function mimics a sitting of Parliament. And so the Speaker will call the House to order. Once the Speaker does that, the majority and minority leaders, at the invitation of the Speaker, will join the procession to receive His Excellency, the President-elect, and Her Excellency, I beg your pardon, Her Excellency, the Vice President-elect to the House. His Excellency, the President-elect, and Her Excellency, the Vice President-elect, will be conducted into the chamber by the Right Honourable Speaker, Alban Bagbin. At this point, also, all will rise. And then the Right Honourable Speaker will invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice Gertrude Saki Tokonu, to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. Then the Vice President-elect takes and subscribes to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President, and then she is expected to sign the oath book. And so this basically is what
the running order,
the flow of the program. Of course, we know that the President-elect, after having been sworn in, will give his inaugural speech as well. In your short stay, some dignitaries I am suspecting will make up the diplomatic corps. We expect a number of them there.
There are others who are representing their heads of states or presidents and so on. So I think the U.S. President Joe Biden sent a delegation. Sure. And then there are about 10 presidents who are coming. I haven't seen Ruto.
No, William Ruto.
Yes, meanwhile they said he was, he was on his way.
He was widely advertised that he will
and
be
then
here.
the Gabonese president was also coming.
There is Botswana. There is Congo, Gambia, Nigeria. I've not seen Tinubu, but I've seen the two former presidents. Good luck and Obasanjo.
I've seen a brochure in which Tinubu, I think, is a guest of honor. Yeah, but I was shocked not to hear the Ivorian president.
This is
Alassane Ouattara.
Or maybe he's sending a delegation.
Perhaps.
He's a very good friend of President Akufo-Addo.
But there's Equatorial Guinea on the...
Yes, he arrived yesterday. Yes, I think he arrived yesterday. The Liberian president is not coming, or he is coming.
The former is in...
Ellen Johnson
Excellency. And I've seen Uganda here, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau. Namibia, they have their first female.
Your people.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, you're enjoying that thing.
When we're done today, we'll go to Vintage.
You don't need a deputy.
No. I'm okay.
There's a shot of the clergy as well.
All right. I see Reverend Dr. Stephen Yenisomwegam. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see my chairman also,
Apostle
Eric Nyamiche. Yeah. Oh, cameraman, wait and let me see my chairman.
Well, this will be a problem with the switcher, not the cameraman.
Oh, right, you're right.
Director.
You're right.
You're expecting communion this Sunday.
Oh, that was last Sunday. We've taken it already.
Yes, but all in all, beautiful. And if all these dignitaries are to show up to grace the occasion, it tells on the importance attached to it. And of course, the recognition both locally and internationally.
Look, we command a lot of respect as a country.
Yes.
I mean, because we're here, we see a lot of things that we feel are not great enough. We feel need to be improved upon.
Yeah.
But when you go out there,
yes, that's the Chief Justice, her ladyship, Gertrude Saki Tokonu there, with a number of Supreme Court justices.
How do you call a group of Supreme Court justices? Is there an entourage or is what? It's a congress of judges, or how do you say it?
We'll have to
we
find
don't
out.
know.
We don't know. Sky will tell us later.
Sky will come.
Ask me out.
Ask me out. But you know, more importantly, I think this is, you know, a feather in our cap.
Absolutely.
You get it?
Definitely.
It shows how far we've come with this democratic experiment. Since 1992, we've been at this.
Yes.
And we've gone through various stages of it.
Yeah.
You know, there were times when Parliament was, you know, almost close.
Lopsided.
Yes, sometimes lopsided. Other times, you know, and then the eighth one was, you know, a hung parliament.
Split.
Exactly.
A hung parliament.
You know, and I think that we should commend ourselves as a country or as a people, that this is what we have, you know, bestowed on ourselves. Okay, that we want to practice this part of, you know, governance system. And so, I mean, we saw a certain presidency that was overbearing, and we decided that, listen, he should be checked. So in checking him,
we gave him a hung parliament.
We gave him a hung parliament.
You almost said we hanged him.
And you know, he decided to do, you know, to commit suicide. Instead of playing along, I mean, he walked in and then did whatever he had to do, and hence where we are.
Look at the procession of the judges.
Exactly. Led by the Chief Justice herself.
This is beautiful.
Yes.
But then in response to that kind of thing, then Ghanaians said, listen, we are going with, you know, a two-thirds majority this time around. I think that as a people, we are expecting something from our leaders, our presidents, you know, so to say, that, listen, this is the, you know, we want to talk. And that you've made certain promises, you need to fulfill them.
Looks like the Ghanaian is an interesting employer.
Yeah.
You know, I employ you, I give you massive victory over your former manager. Then the next time I give you a management board that will keep you in check. The next time I just clear the board. Bring your former manager. It's like a football club.
So it's more like a performance rating agency.
I'm telling you. We just give you a scorecard, go home, go and sit down.
That's it.
And not just that, you know, when we had...
This must be the IMF country resident director. Bernard has interviewed him a number of times. Medina is his name, His Excellency Medina. So the IMF people are also in. Hopefully, all the goodwill we are seeing will result in some, you know.
But John Mahama has hinted that he would renegotiate the IMF.
Those monies are not free.
I know.
But I mean, the beauty of what we are talking about is when Parliament sat and for the first time elected a speaker who was... And Ghanaians were expecting the president from the other party to work with him diligently. But then what we saw were that bills were, you know, were transmitted, and then, you know, people were warned, don't bring it here again or else I will slap you.
I was saying wait with this one.
I hear I was coming. You know, so then also we saw you know, I hear the anti-witchcraft bill,
the private members bill,
exactly, which also came from there, and which other one? The
affirmative action.
The affirmative. So many other things, you know, that were to give us a country good rating internationally, that it's good for us to go the democratic way, or
leadership of parliament there in your shot, Dr. Kesiola Tuforsen, majority leader, and to his left, Alexander Penyomakin, the minority leader.
Is that not Valerie Soya?
Yeah, yes. Sitting there, Swalaji, that's Mahama Idrisu.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. It's such a beautiful relationship between Penyomakin and Kesiola Tuforsen. Not same was seen between Chemesa Bonsu and Haruna Idrisu. I mean, they may have
not publicly.
Not publicly, yes. Yeah. But for these two, there's a public display.
They were very, very good friends. Yes. And then Che and Gbagbin, two solid friends.
Exactly.
Because there was a time when Gbagbin had to go to Che's constituency to say that, listen, make sure you bring...
Yes, exactly.
I remember.
And Che
also went to it, did same.
So Che actually publicly campaigned.
But gentlemen, there's a question on my mind though, right? So all this beauty we are seeing and the goodwill that comes from it and the perfecting of our democracy from, well, with all its flaws, transitioning from one administration to the other. How do we translate this goodwill and this perfection of democratic processes into good governance for the people, so that the quality of lives of the... I'm thinking too far. I feel that we have such a good name out there, but, well, there's a disconnect somewhere when we're trying to translate it into the quality of life of the everyday Ghanaian.
Oh, it will come. I mean, Rome was not built in a day.
But it was built every day.
Yes, so gradually, I think we just pointed out, as a country, all the things that we have experimented with. Okay, democracy is not an event; it's a process.
Right.
So one day, I mean, the people will discover that they don't like my beard.
Okay.
And that they preferred that of Tufo, and so then I should be cleared off the stage, and then Tufo should take over.
Yeah.
And then but Tufo coming, he would have to leave, you know, by the expectation of the people. Sure. If he refuses to do that, they'll clear him as well. So every stage of your life, you experiment with something, it doesn't suit you, you change it, you go for something else. So I'm happy we are here. Okay. And very often we've taken ourselves for granted as a people. But this is a country where, listen, continuously, apart from Donald Trump, who hasn't visited here, and I think even Joe Biden, I mean, successive American presidents came. Oh, okay, yes. Sure. So successive American presidents have been here and made major foreign policy statements for Africa in this country.
And often chosen us over our main compatriots.
Thank you. Even Obama, of all people, a Kenyan, you know, decided that he was going to make Ghana.
His first trip.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gentlemen, let's welcome Ibrahim Ajay.
Gentlemen.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Ibrahim Ajay.
Happy New Year once again.
Sure. I want to say, what's with the office of the president as an assistant secretary?
That's right.
Oh, so you're also outgone?
Yes.
Now you're outgone?
Now we're outgone.
Oh, so you have returned your car?
Yes. Straight. And that's how it should be.
Yeah. Right.
You mentioned something about transition.
Sure.
And the answer was perfect, that, you know, this democracy is not an event but a process.
Yeah.
But I think you wanted an answer. How can we somehow link what we are seeing, how we've polished
the beauty of the transition.
And it's all about discipline. Yeah. That's the key word from we, the citizenry. Because the laws are there, the laws are made, the laws are placed and passed, but then we, the citizenry, don't then do our part of the contract.
Oh, is it us, or is the leaders who are not showing leadership?
No, it's the...
because the discipline thing can be, you know, it can be engineered from the leadership. We've seen other African countries, we've seen other African countries.
I agree.
Ibrahim, see, I mean, let me cut in. We are journalists here, and most of the stories we publish are coming from the public.
Yeah.
okay? They have witnessed a certain event, notice that this is not right. And so then they look for a journalist and then say that, listen, bro, this is what is happening here, or my boss is doing this. That it's their level of participation in the democratic process. So after we have published, and the leaders who are mandated to take action, and who we have elected to take action, when they refuse to take action, why do we get blamed again as citizens?
I agree with you 100%. When I say discipline, it's not like it's one-sided that, you know, because of the indiscipline, the country is not moving in the way and manner in which it should. But I'm talking generally the culture of it in discipline. I'll give you an example. You know that you're not allowed to urinate here. Does it have to take a politician to come and enforce it?
No.
You know,
sorry,
it's
not to
often
cut
the
you, but
minutiae.
on our screens now is the Speaker's procession.
Yeah.
And so you would have the Right Honourable Speaker, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin there, leading that procession. I want to quickly take us through the officers of the Parliamentary Service who will be there. So as you say, we told you that this is the Parliamentary, so this will be the chamber or the house where all that official activities will take place. Earlier we saw the Chief Justice lead the procession of the justices of the Supreme Court. And so for the officers of the Parliamentary Services, you have the clerk and the deputy clerks. And so you'd find Mr. Cyril Kwabena Otensia, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma J. Camilo Puaman, Dr. Mrs. Gloria Saku Kumawu. So you have clerk to Parliament on leave, the acting clerk to Parliament, deputy clerk, and of course the other deputy clerk. Now there'll be the assistant deputy clerks and of course the management committee for the inauguration there. Pretty shortly we'll be going into the chamber, and once we do that, we'll be taking the audio from the chamber as well, so that we can feed off proceedings in the chamber. The president-elect, John Dramani Mahama, will soon make his way into for his official swearing in, and of course it is expected that he will be in the company of his vice president-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku.
They won't be in the same car.
They won't be in the same car, but of
so
course.
So meaning that the vice president-elect will arrive first, before the president-elect. Yeah.
Right. So let's take the feed from our Parliament, if we can call it so, which of course has been constituted at the Independence Square for purposes of this particular ceremony.
At the Blaster Square. Yes, I can see Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Seth Bekwe. These are all stalwarts of the NDC, and they are here present to witness this historic occasion.
Very shortly, we will be joined by the President-elect and the Vice President-elect, who will be received by the Speaker of Parliament, after which parliamentary proceedings will commence. In our screen, we can see some other arrivals. As mentioned, we have various security agencies supporting the Ghana Police Service to provide security. Some of the duties include crowd and traffic control. There are so many people in attendance this morning, so security personnel are deployed at various locations to ensure the total safety and security of all attendees. This morning, personnel from the Ghana Navy will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. And in the course of the guard of honor, we shall hear the 21-gun salute. As mentioned earlier, the 21-gun salute is the highest level of honor accorded to any president, head of state, or senior military head. It is a gesture of respect and recognition for a sovereign nation and its leader, such as the president, king, or queen. It is also performed during funerals for high-ranking officers, presidents, or other notable figures. On our screens now, is the outgoing president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and his lovely spouse, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo, former President John Ajekum Kufuor, the outgoing Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and his lovely spouse, Madam Samira Bawumia.
I can also see on the screen the MP for Adan East, Doyo Gansa, and Kofi Adams. Is he the MP for Gwen? I should think so. You don't have. More arrivals on your screens. More arrivals in your screens. And you can see that the Blaster Square here is packed to capacity. Apart from those on the, in the stands, there are people
Dear viewers, we are seeing more arrivals of dignitaries.
I bet a lot of people here are just waiting for the arrival of the president-elect and the vice president-elect.
This seems to be the arrival of the head of state of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio.
We have how many heads of states here? 19, I think.
19 heads of states, 5 former presidents, 3 prime ministers, and 5 ministers, with several delegations from across Africa and the whole world.
I hear there's a U.S. delegation too in town to witness this historic event.
Exactly. The United States President, His Excellency Joe Biden, has sent a high-powered delegation to witness this event as well. We can't count out the party supporters who are also here in their
On
numbers.
your screen now is the minority leader, Mr. Afenyo Marking, Honorable Afenyo Marking, and Valerie Sawyer. Dr. Valerie Sawyer is also there, and Dr. Kwabena Dufo I can see in the background behind them.
And we have the Archbishop as well, Archbishop Duncan Williams. He's also present.
Here is Mr. Jacob Zuma, former president of South Africa too.
As mentioned, the audiences are from wide and vast, from Africa, from the world, within Ghana. It's just massive. The attendance is massive. As mentioned, the audiences are from wide and vast, from Africa, from the world, within Ghana. It's just massive. We have just seen the arrival of the Vice President from Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. He's leading a delegation to this August event.
As you can see, a very long queue of the vehicles of Dignitary. Yes, there is the incoming Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, and the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Tesedu Ketia, affectionately called General Mosquito.
Having previously occupied the high office of President between January 7th, 2013 and January 6th, 2017.
And on your
that is
screen,
a Rwandan president.
The Rwandan president is
Paul
Paul Kagame.
Then this is when I say historic, I really mean it. Because this amount, we haven't seen this number of
Mahama made history as Ghana's first president to serve at all political levels. He was a member of parliament for Bole Bamboi constituency, Deputy Minister for Communications, Minister for Communications, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and President of the Republic of Ghana.
Historic moment we are witnessing 19 heads of state, 3 prime
His Excellency
5 former heads
Mahama considers the combination of history, communication, and social psychology courses he studied for his undergrad and postgraduate degrees.
The arrival of one of
under President Mahama's first administration, Ghana witnessed massive infrastructure development across all sectors of the economy, including education, health, ports and harbors, aviation, rail, oil and gas, ICT, and many more. His vision and strategic investments in these areas position the country as a lower middle income country for its next development phase.
Former Vice President Dr.
Beyond investment in socio-economic infrastructure, President Mahama is passionate about investing in people.
On your screens, you can also see the arrival.
John Mahama further demonstrated his commitment to women's empowerment by appointing several women to prominent roles in his administration. In 2020, he made a groundbreaking decision to nominate Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as his first presidential candidate, making it a first for a major political party in Ghana. He repeated this bold decision in 2024, and with their victory, Ghana is welcoming his first female vice president. His Excellency John Mahama is an avid reader, author, and historian. Over the course of his career, he has written for several newspapers and authored several publications. He has also published a memoir, his first book titled My First Coup d'Etat, and other true stories from the lost decades of Africa. President Mahama's love for reading and taste for knowledge
So we have several party stalwarts.
Yes, these are actually members of parliament of the NDC. Members of parliament of the NDC mostly are those you find on your screens currently. And these are members of parliament of the NPP on your screens. As more and more dignitaries arrive at the Blaster Square here to witness the
May I now call the House to order and invite the majority and the minority leaders to assist me receive Her Excellency, the Vice President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, together with His Excellency, the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable majority and minority leaders may proceed now.
Accompany the Speaker of Parliament to welcome the President-elect.
The first arrival will be the Vice President-elect, then followed by the President-elect.
Precisely. These giant phantom from drums, sounding out the rhythms of Ghana. And now we have on our screens the police mounted squadron escorting, I believe, the Vice President-elect to the ground.
The crowd is ecstatic. The noise here is deafening, but it is all for happiness and for joy. We are witnessing a momentous occasion. Ghana having its first female vice president.
The bedlam here is intense. It is intense. There is much joy, happiness, excitement, all in readiness for what we are about to witness.
And security is also in full force. We have various security personnel deployed to ensure the total safety and security of personnel. They are all playing critical roles to ensure that this event goes seamlessly, devoid of any major hitches. We have rich display of culture.
I believe that is...
And that is DSP Mary Agamba. She's in charge of the police mounted squadron.
Invited guests arriving now is the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Distinguished invited guests, arriving now is the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama. He is accompanied by his spouse, soon-to-be First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Of Parliament now leads the entourage into the Chamber of Parliament here at the Black Star Square. The entourage of Parliament includes the clerks of Parliament and other senior officials of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, we will soon enter the Chamber of Parliament, and so the Speaker of Parliament will shortly take over. Shall we please rise as they process into the chamber? Announce that only accredited photographers and media personnel are allowed at the designated places on the square. Please, if you are not authorized to be on the square, kindly move back.
Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, I now have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. We will start with the Vice President-elect, who will take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, you may now do so now.
Your Excellency, first the oath of allegiance. Kindly say after me. I,
Professor Nana Jane Oboko Ajiman,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend.
The
Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the oath of the Vice President. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman,
having been elected to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true. To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And I dedicate myself.
To the service. to the service
and well-being
of
the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Live pure.
The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana shall now sign the oath book. Honorable members, and I have the pleasure and joy to, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President-elect, to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so. The presidential oath. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me. This is the oath of allegiance. I, your name,
John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to
the Republic of Ghana
as
by law established,
that
I will uphold
and that I will uphold
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the presidential oath. I,
John Dramani Mahama,
having been elected to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
We stand.
Culture and steady in its pursuit of progress. Today we celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. A true nation builder, committed to forging a brighter future for all Ghanaians. John Mahama embodies the pillars of leadership that our nation craves: trustworthiness, reliability, modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about JDM is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
John Mahama osuro nyame, odo nyame, osuro nyame, openi pasem, okita kumapa. Mihu ni se mihu mi abema. Oyo obi nso a onyiyi nipam. Wo ya akwala o, wo ya opani o, wo ya pepeni o, wo ya twivi o, wo ya bebi a tribe bia o fi bia John Mahama pe wase. On ka se we nye twivi, we nye we ni.
Honorable members, President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well. And he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well. And that is what I like about him.
The brand, John Dramani Mahama, is not just a name. It represents resilience, strength, progress, and empathy.
I believe John Dramani Mahama is loved by many. His personality.
And now, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his inaugural address. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Hold it. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents heads of government and development agencies, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former presidents, Your Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, Jerry John Rawlings, of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President Jerry John Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Agyekum Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. That is because 8 years ago to this day, on January 7, 2017, we shared this same space and performed this same transitional exercise. At the time, I was the outgoing president, having served one term, and he was the incoming president, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana to lead this great nation of us. He and I both understood on that day, as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction. Because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties, and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, 2 much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have, without exception, been a worthy opponent. I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, It was a grueling campaign, and we gave it our all. Your sportsmanship in making an early concession eased tensions and contributed to the early conclusion of the electoral contest. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. My brothers and sisters, the world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have lived under other presidencies. There are tensions and conflicts that have not previously existed between nations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, their GDP has been consistently increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 30%. But by 2029, that number is predicted to drop to 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misinformation and algorithm manipulations on social media platforms to sway a particular group's sentiments towards or away from something. Now more than ever before, we need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region. Recognizing the history of our borders, we also acknowledge that on the other side of our country's borders are our family members. They may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, but they are also Akans, they are Kassinas, they are Gwans, they are Ewes, they are Nzemes, they are Hausas, they are Moshis and Gurmes, because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions, increased population density in urban areas, and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Were people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years, we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timeously to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. The second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. As we stand at this momentous crossroads in our nation's history, I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration of Ghana's first female vice president, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women, regardless of their background. Together, we'll galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by the offices we occupy, but by the legacy that we leave for future generations. My administration, along with my Vice President, Nana Opokwajiman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and innovation, forging pathways that will lead to the upliftment of all of our citizens. I'm profoundly grateful for this moment, a cornerstone in our journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. In this resounding victory, I see a clarion call, particularly from the youth of Ghana, a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs. As we embark on this new chapter, I assure you that our decisions will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your ethnicity, your gender, your age, your religion, or any background, will have the opportunity to contribute to our nation's story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities, and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this vision will allow us to embrace diversity, to cater to varied lifestyles and preferences, and foster a culture of inclusion, ensure that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a backbone of our success story. And I pledge to you that we would look at the tax regime and rationalize them so that they are more transparent and fair. Members of the business community, I assure you, Ghana is open for business again. Let me thank you, Your Excellencies, my fellow presidents, for leaving what is a busy schedule behind and coming to join us at this ceremony. Your presence brings honor to this inaugural ceremony. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you and to our sister countries who have traveled from near and far to be with us today. Your presence is a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our nations. And I promise you I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect between our nations. To my friends from across Africa and the world, I thank you and welcome you to Ghana. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you. To my family and fellow citizens, my wife Lodina, I thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to our shared vision. This journey is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to each of you. Let today be the dawn of a new era of hope, an era of job creation, an era of accountability, an era of institutional strengthening and resilience, and an era of unparalleled potential for all Ghanaians. We will write the next chapter in Ghana's story, and it will be one of promise, transparency, and transformative progress. My fellow citizens, this is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where hope thrives and dreams become a reality. Together, let us cultivate a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals we aspire to, but are the very fabric of our nation. In closing, I invite you to partner with us on this journey. Together, we can create a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not simply goals we are aiming for, but are the cornerstone of our society. Let's work hand in hand to foster these values and strengthen our nation for everyone. My fellow citizens, our invited guests, I thank you very much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, on your behalf, I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his address. Your Excellency, the House is extremely grateful to you. Honorable members, may now we have the presence of our special guest of honor in the distinguished personality of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of the Federal, I should say the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor to now invite him to deliver his address. Your Excellency, you are welcome to do so now.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Head of State and Government here present, Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament of Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, eminent personalities here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people. Today, I am here not only as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but also as an African in resolute support of Ghana and our people. This moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare. While others may seek to demean Africa and keep brothers pitted against brothers, that shining star reminds us of who we are. Better yet, it reminds us of who we can be. That star reminds us always to strive and work together, bond together, even when we disagree. We must choose the path of peaceful dialogue. Never can we do harm to our brothers, nor can we permit any outsider to disrupt our bonds of brotherhood. The spirit of Ghana, the first Republic President, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, is here present today, lifting that star higher and higher. Just as Ghana draws inspiration and a well of strength from Kwame Nkrumah and many of his past leaders, Nigeria similarly draws inspirations from its founding fathers, who not only fought for our independence, but also cherished the close relationship between our two nations. May we always walk in the way and in the spirit of these enlightened leaders. Ghana is in harmony with that spirit, and President John Mahama inauguration today reflects that. Your new president is a man of patriotic vision and substance. He loves his nation and his people to the core. He believes that your nation has a mission and intend for you all to fulfill it. No one can ask more of a leader than that. President John Mahama and I share a deep friendship. My dear brother, I'm here to work with you. You know you can count on Nigeria's support at any given time. You call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you.
May your administration be a profound success and progress for you, Ghanaians, and the entire region. I am confident that new government under the leadership of President John Mahama will work with Nigeria to strengthen this powerful bond, leading to greater shared progress, prosperity for the people of our two nations. I have no doubt that your administration will bring about positive change and progress. Your accession to the power should also mark a new and invigorating momentum in pursuing sub-regional and integration and progress. With laser focus, we can tackle our people's most pressing problem of poverty, youth unemployment, instability, insurgency, and many other problems hampering our desired progress. May Ghana's democracy continue to grow stronger. May progress and prosperity be your portion. Let us all look forward to a future filled with hope, opportunity, and progress. God bless Ghana and its beloved people. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and its beloved people. God bless ECOWAS. God bless our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Honorable members, we are indeed inspired by the warm words of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I now have the honor to, on your behalf, invite the visiting heads of state and former presidents to congratulate the President of the Republic of Ghana. I have a real tall list It is my hope and prayer
twice elected in my kingdom. We have to.
As highlighted by the President and our special guest of honor, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now, what else? What is the next on the agenda? Because
very soon we will witness.
Honorable members, I will now, on your behalf, call the names of our distinguished dignitaries, the heads of states and presidents from various countries, to come to congratulate His Excellency the President of Ghana. And I will start with our special guest, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, and the Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead in this whole exercise. Your Excellency, you may proceed to do so now. Immediately after him will be His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. Then follows His Excellency the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé. After him comes His Excellency the President of Benin, the Republic of Benin, in the person of Patrice Talon. Benin. Then follows the President of Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. After him, we have His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Immediately follows His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. After His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. After him follows the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, His Excellency Jose Maria Neves. After the President of Cabo Verde, we have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya. Rural boy. The rural boy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Honorable members, after His Excellency William Ruto, this is the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. We also have His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. He is the President of the Republic of Namibia. Sorry. That is a she, not a he. Doctor, you may forgive me. After Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, is His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, the President of the Republic of Senegal. We then have the President of the Republic of Chad, in the person of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno. After him, we have the President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Gideon Boku. After him comes the head of state of the strong people of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Honorable members, the full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity. We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon. After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, who is the President of Guinea-Conakry. And after him, we have the Prime Minister, Abdoulaye Maïga. He's the Prime Minister of Mali. We also have the Prime Minister of Niger in the person of Mr. Lamine Zain Ali Mahman, and the Prime Minister of Haiti, His Excellency Fritz Alphonse Jean. Prime Minister Mali, Prime Minister of Niger. After him is the Prime Minister of Haiti. Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue. After that, we have the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, the person of His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Then follows the Vice President of Uganda, the person of Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. That is rather the Vice President of Tanzania. We also have with us the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire.
Greetings from President Museveni.
The person of Chiemoko Meiliet Kone. Tanzanite. La Côte d'Ivoire. After His Excellency the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Vice President of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohamed Adihali Khatra. Mon ami.
Congratulations.
the Vice President of Mauritania, we now have the Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Rashid Talbi Alami. After him is the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Together with his younger brother, the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Speaker.
Morocco.
I'm Speaker of Morocco.
Yes.
I hope to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. After His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have the former President of Liberia, in the person of Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. After her, we have the former President of the Federal Republic of South Africa, in the person of His Excellency Jacob Zuma. After the former President of South Africa, we have the former President of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff. After Germany, follows the Foreign Minister of the European Union, Belgium, European Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Funeral Culture Institute. His Excellency Bernard Quintin. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Mr. Chairman. Yes. Good to see you, Speaker.
Thank you. After the Foreign Minister of EU, we have the Senior Minister, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Broya, of Congo Brazzaville. After Congo Brazzaville, we have the Minister for Africa, the United Nations, the Commonwealth and Human Rights of United Kingdom, in the person of Lord Collins of Highbury. After him comes the Minister for Defense of Zimbabwe, Honorable Opa Michinguri Kashiri.
President Baumia.
So nice to see you. Look at you. Good to see 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 you.
Congratulations on your recollection.
Thank you.
We're all proud of it. I thought you stayed longer. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we start work tomorrow.
Yes.
We also have the Minister for Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Member of Parliament. Barbados.
Greetings from Prime Minister.
Yes. It's quite long. I have to cut protocol and go to invite the former Vice President of our great Republic of Ghana, in the person of His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoudou Baumia. Honorable members, Once again, the list is very, very long. I will now invite the President of the ECOWAS Commission, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Omar Eliu Toure. We have so many special envoys and ministers from Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia. We have the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. And please, you are all invited to follow in this order, the order I just mentioned. Thank you. Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia, Mayor of Los Angeles, Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the African Union Commission Chairperson, Special Envoy, His Excellency Wamikele. And we have the Honorary Consul General for Nigeria and Ghana of Belize, Dr. Ifeanyiku Ifede.
Speaker, starting the meeting.
We have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Pan-African Parliament, the President himself, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charbura. We have the African Development Bank. The President of the African Development Bank is here himself. We have the Vice President of the World Bank in charge of Western and Central Africa. Then the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, our own Dr. George Ajekum Donko. We have the United Bank for Africa, Chairman of the group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and we have the Ambassador of Bahamas, yes. We have the President of the Secretary General of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and the Deputy National Secretary Advisor to Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa of Bahrain. And then the Executive Director of Africa Development Bank Group, And we have the Vice President for Africa, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Usman Diagana. After all this, I will invite the former speakers of our parliament. They may come congratulate His Excellency the President. I am compelled by the situation, not only time constraints, but the exhaustion of all gathered here, to invite the chairman of the Council of Elders of the Great Evergreen National Democratic Congress, who could at his pleasure come with some of the executives of the party to congratulate His Excellency the President. And we will crown it all with the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. Honorable members,
Stand by. Sure.
To us. So officially, John Dramani Mahama has been sworn in as the 6th president of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He has subsequently delivered his inaugural speech, which I think was a brilliant speech. Let me just have the gentleman in the studio touch on Mr. Mahama's speech, and then while we still have pictures from the Independence Square on air. I also have viewers know that Richard De La Sky of the City Breakfast Show has joined us in studio, and so you would hear that familiar voice. But Ibrahim, let me start with you briefly. The president's speech, Mr. Mahama's speech today, this will be his inaugural speech officially as president for the second time. What do you make of it?
First, but two, before he comes in, these are all English trained, you know, gentlemen. They seem to be the only local boys here. Domesticated.
However, there's one thing we four share in common.
What is that?
No, if you look closely, you know.
The beard gang.
No, we've just relocated our hair from the top to the.
Very well, Ibrahim. Let's hear you.
Yes, Tufo. Firstly, congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Yes.
I say this as a patriot, and in terms of his speech, which was what your question was, is very unifying, very statesman, and it embodied both elements of speaking to we, the domestic audience here, and the international community. You know, I was very much infused with what he talked about is 4 thematic areas. I think he's looking at making sure that accountability, transparency are part of the, I guess, the driving forces. He mentioned about global tensions. I'm talking about the international community side as well. He was situating, I believe, Ghana's presence within foreign relations. He spoke about how we're having AI as a threat in terms of algorithms that can be used to manipulate.
In the forenoon.
I think we would have to quickly go back to the Independence Square. I see both Majority Leader and Minority Leader on their feet. Let's hear from them.
That this House be suspended, so we continue to do business in fulfillment of the 24-hour economy. However, if the Majority Leader so pleases, I shall second his motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of what your leaders have said, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025 at 12 noon. The sitting is accordingly adjourned.
As President of the Republic of Ghana. Ibrahim, let me come back to you to wrap it up on the speech of the President.
Yes, I'll be direct on my points here. The fourth thematic area that His Excellency John Mahama spoke about was economic restoration, improvements in business environment, governance and institutional reforms, accountability, and then he mentioned the 24-hour economy. And I said initially in my submission to FOR that I like the unifying components of it.
Right.
We're all politicians, and you can use such a stage to do some hitting back, so to speak, but nothing of that I found within his speech. Very statesman-like, and the audience, both global and domestic, I think were properly addressed in that, giving a vision of what he intends to do under his administration. And the whole architecture, the organization, I think you have to be blind not to see how, because the organization is on point. He has transformed, although the organizers has transformed Independence Square. And I think visually, because remember, we are representing Ghana, by the MPP. It's no Ghana. What we are showcasing to the world now is Ghana, for me, at its best in terms of how this inauguration has gone on. We all yearn to make sure that how we present ourselves can speak to an international community, and I think we've done that very, very well. So a very, 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 these are my opening remarks, very encouraged.
Right. John Mahama, this will be the second time he's been sworn in by a female Chief Justice. Initially by Georgina Wood, and now by Her Ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokonu. Sky, let me pick your thoughts on the President's inaugural address.
Well, I think before I go there, I think I observed something remarkable. And this has to do with the Vice President of the Republic, Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. You saw a swearing-in process officiated by a female Chief Justice. So the first female Vice President of the Republic, sworn into office by a female Chief Justice. Looking on or witnessing that process, we had a female Judicial Secretary. Now, that's an image that should travel...
Symbolic.
Yes. Beyond the borders of this country.
Yeah, tell them that you have a lot of daughters.
And it's consistent with, the fact that we recently passed a legislation that calls for equal representation of women at the table of decision making. And I mean, young ladies should be given a framed photograph capturing this particular essence. I thought that I should take the opportunity to congratulate the first female Vice President of the Republic, Jane Nana Opoku-Echimen, and then also to celebrate all the women who would be in that frame or who have become part of the history just made. If you are a woman or you are a man and you believe in female empowerment, I believe somewhere in your office or somewhere in your album, you should find space for that particular image, because it speaks volumes. And we congratulate the good people of Ghana for making this happen.
Well, she has said she will open the door.
Yeah,
keep the door open for more women to come in. So
yeah. She'll need a lot of strength to do that.
Wow. We wish her well.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And then also, let me take the opportunity to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the new President of the Republic.
Richard, before we get into your analysis of the speech, John Dramani Mahama will now inspect the Guard of Honor. So we'll take you back to the Independence Square and observe proceedings.
Comes to the saluting days. The ceremonial aide comes for the ceremony is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opon-Pepra, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufundampari.
Honor is a military ceremony performed on special occasions to convey respect, dignity, and solemnity. A guard of honor is a formal gesture offered to dignitaries such as heads of state, government,
distinguished guests. The guard of honor is under the command of Lieutenant Ghana Navy Kenneth Opoku. The second in command is Sub-Lieutenant Harrison Na. The color ensign is Sub-Lieutenant Richard Abwaji Sapon. The conducting warrant officer is Chief Petty Officer Class 2 Kwa Richard. The color escorts are Petty Officer Class 2 Amure Koko Daniel and Petty Officer Class 2 Owusu Emmanuel.
Staff General Thomas Opon-Pepra.
Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem and the 21 gun salute, as mentioned earlier. All uniformed personnel are to salute. Please be seated. The parade commander is marching to ask permission for the inspection of the parade.
Presidential inauguration ceremony, guard of honor conduct. Guard mounted by the Ghana Navy. 396 bank and file with the Ghana Navy regimental band in attendance, ready for inspection. Lieutenant Ghana Navy, Kenneth Opoku, report, Your Excellency. Aye, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the Navy Regimental Band on parade. It's under the command of Sub-Lieutenant Doris Iboni.
Your Excellency, inspection over. May I have your permission to march off the guard? Aye, Your Excellency.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem? All uniformed personnel are entreated to salute. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Please be seated. After the President leaves, the Vice President will also depart. After the Vice President, followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship.
John Dramani Mahama taking office as the 6th President of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Beautiful scenes there. We have a team at the Independence Square, also known as the Black Star Square. Umaru Sanda, Amadou Frema, Edunyame, and Samiri Afe. Let's throw it over to them. They'll do a wrap of the ceremony, and then we'll come back into the studio for a conversation.
Right, so for a journey that began on 7th December 2024 has finally come to an end, and today, 7th January 2025, Ghana has a new president in the person of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. This is a man who has been, and he has come back. It's been a very colorful and beautiful event, very smooth, bringing together a tall list of presidents. And today, Ghana stands tall in terms of democracy. Now, I have here with me my colleagues, Umaru Sanda Amadou, and also, of course, Sami Riafe. I am Frema Edunyame, and this is a Channel 1 TV. Sanda, I'll start with you because earlier you were in the inner parameters, having conversations with some invited guests and all. What were their expectations? And based on what they told you, would you say that this is what they were expecting?
Well, I mean, for us as a country that returned to democracy in 1992, we are not just doing this for ourselves, but we are also a model for the continent. And since we have, heads of state from some 20 countries here, we have an opportunity to showcase to them that we understand this thing called democracy, and we indeed have done that today. Being the first country to gain independence, being the first in so many things, the gateway to Africa, we have shown them the Black Star of Africa. For me, when I was moving around the crowd, what I wanted to see was that I wanted to be sure that we have representation from both parties. Right. It is true that it is the NDC that has won the election. It is the NDC that is forming the government. And that explains why we have so many NDC colors around. But I also wanted to see NPP people here represented. In some countries, when there's a change of power, the outgoing president does not come. In fact, even in this country, in the past, we remember Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo did not attend the inauguration of John Mahama. So I was really hopeful that we would have this ceremony, everybody being around. And for us to have Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the outgoing president, John Ejekum Kufuor, the former president, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the man who contested John Mahama in this election, for me, is very critical. And when I went into the crowd, I saw other members. For instance, I saw lawyer Samu Kujetu. He's a member of the Council of State under the Akufo-Addo government, and he was here. And I asked him, this will be what, the umpteenth time he's seen a change of government? And he said, yes, he has seen even before Rawlings. He was there before 92. And for me, that adds some color. And for us to see the Chief Justice, the Speaker of Parliament, the MPP and NDC MPs present, everybody here who matter, the High Commissioners, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, and to see so many countries sending their delegations, heads of state taking time off their busy schedules to come and celebrate with us. For me, it's a colorful event that has had this beautiful color added to it by the visitation of the foreign heads of state and even our own political party leaders here. I have looked through and I've seen leaders of other parties, the persons who contested John Mahama, they were all here at the ceremony. For me, it is a wonderful one. It is as colorful as John Mahama's dress. That's what I would say.
Right. Now, Samit, let me come to you. You know, when the president was sworn in his inaugural speech, he mentioned the fact that this appears to be a deja vu, because he remembered some 8 years ago when he was on the other side, when he welcomed the outgoing president now we can call him former President Akufo-Addo. I don't know what you make of that and what memories this also brings to you. You know, they entered Parliament in 96 and with what happened 8 years ago, and today we are repeating the same thing.
Well, they told they have been very good friends, you know, since they entered Parliament together in 1996. And anytime the president gets, or the former president gets opportunity to, you know, speak to Mr. Mahama, they make reference to their time way back when they were in Parliament. And in recent time, when Mr. Mahama or President Mahama was, you know, ushered into the Jubilee House, they also spoke about the fun memories they shared together when they were at the Jubilee, they were in Parliament. Just yesterday, you know, Mr. Akufo-Addo invited President Mahama to the Jubilee House for a final tour of the facility. And they remember, they spoke about how, you know, they shared memories together. I even made reference to a video that circulated on social media some weeks ago about the two of them debating on a particular show, you know, hosted by, is it David Asante or David Ampofo, you know, a veteran journalist, and they loved and, you know, spoke about it. And the president said that, you know, some years back or 8 years ago, you introduced me here. Now it's my time to also introduce. So the two of them share a lot of things in common. If you listen to President Mahama's speech, he spoke about how Nana Akufo-Addo has been a formidable, you know, political force throughout his political career. He spoke about the 2012 election, the 2016 election, and so it's just a repetition of what happened in 2016, and the same thing happening in 2024. So for them, it's a normal political cycle. It goes how, you know, Ghana's democracy has deepened over the years. And remember, we are going to see more of this happening as and when we grow as a democracy. We are just, I think, 30 years and we are seeing this. This is the first time we are seeing a change of government. We saw a similar one, a first one in the year 2000, which a lot of people, you know, were happy about it. A similar one in 2008, 2016, 2024. So we are going to see more of this thing happening. And it tells you how the democracy or democratic practice in Ghana has been well understood by the main drivers and the people of this country. The more reason why you saw key dignitaries across Africa and West Africa, you know,
and beyond
coming in to come and, you know, show support and solidarity to Ghana's democracy. I remember during the election of 2024, the CNN only did a 2-minute report on Ghana's election. Only 2 minutes. So I have a friend there, so I asked a friend, why only 2? He said, oh, Ghana there, we know what you can do. So there was no need to waste time in Ghana. We know the definition of democracy. When you talk about Africa in democracy, it is Ghana. And where Ghana is where everybody looks at, you know, other African countries. and it's a shining example. And so for them, coming all the way here to come and witness this event, it tells you how Ghana has grown over the years when it comes to democracy. And the dignitaries who came, it afforded them the opportunity to build bilateral relations with the incoming president, or John Mahama. They had that relationship with Nana Akufo-Addo. He's no more president. He's now a former president. So it's an opportunity for them to build new relation and then capitalize on the existing relation between John Mahama and the NDC. So this is a good news for Ghana.
Let me just quickly pick your thoughts on this as well. You know, right after the elections, you know, when he was declared president-elect, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, invited him to the Jubilee House, you know, throughout the transition and all. That President Mahama spoke about mutual respect between the two. Do you see this mutual respect, you know, from that time till now?
It is. You could see it, because yesterday, President Mahama commended President Akufo-Addo for the seamless transition. To him, it's the best transition, you know, the two administrations have enjoyed over the years. It wasn't as rigorous as a lot of people expected. So they commended each other for such a transition process. Apart from the political, you know, platform or on the stage where they throw jabs at each other, you know, when they meet personally, there's that mutual respect. You know, they respect each other, they talk to each other well. You only see the anger or the rigors on the campaign field, but when the two of them meet, you see the level of respect there, because they've been colleagues since 1996 in Parliament, and they've been there throughout. And so for them, they've seen everything when it comes to politics. They all both serve as ministers, you know, senior ministers. One became vice president, one became presidential candidate. They all became president, former president, now president. You know, it's something good between the two of them.
Now, Sanda, you know, the president today said that he's going to work diligently to reset Ghana. Now, reality has set in now. We are no longer campaigning. A lot of promises were made during campaign time. Today, he is president, and he's going to have to work for the next 4 years to put Ghana where he really wants Ghana to be. Do you foresee he being able to do this easily, or is going to be a very difficult task for him?
First of all, when you said the president, I was thinking of Akufo-Addo. You know, it will take time.
Reset.
You're not wrong. For now, we're still referring him as president.
No, you need to reset your mind and get that.
We're still referring him as president.
Because yesterday he was former president. We've been calling him former president.
Exactly.
Now we have to start calling him president again. Whether or not he can reset, I think a lot of things depend on him. And like I said elsewhere, we were sitting out somewhere, and he came and said to us that the ship of state was sinking, and that he had the magic wand to steer us away from the iceberg. He himself volunteered and said that he would do that. He spent resources, he made promises, he campaigned, and Ghanaians agreed and signed this contract with him, because he said to them that I will take you out of the wilderness and I'm going to deliver to you what we really deserve. The Ghana that we want, which is a slogan taken from the Africa that we want, which is our global agenda of 2057 or continental agenda. We know what the Ghana we want is. The Ghana we want is a Ghana with free SHS, but not this type of free SHS. So that the Ghana we want should not have a free SHS where matrons or cooks are cooking outside using firewood. The Ghana we want should not have rice for school children without fish or meat. The Ghana we want should not have school children in boarding house eating rice with the stew simply having one single sardine in there. The Ghana we want should not have you sit in traffic for hours because there's no working train system, there's no working transport system. The Ghana we want is a Ghana that when the light is turned on, it should remain on. The Ghana we want is that everybody should have water supply. The Ghana we want is that when you want to go and deliver your baby, you do so in a hospital that has the appropriate technology and the resources and the personnel to help you. The Ghana we want is what you and I desire, and we know what it is. And he has promised to give us the Ghana we want. And for me, he has had the privilege of seeing Ghana on all levels, moving from the lowest of the low to the highest of the highest. And you can even look at the spiritual side of things, where possibly God said to him, go back home and go and learn and come back. God sent him in the wilderness for 8 years, and I'm sure you can find a verse that would support that. Sent him away for 8 years, and he has brought him back. And he said he can do it. But he's not the only one who can do it. And I'm happy today when he was speaking, he said that it is for all of us. It is true that he's the one we elected. It is true that he's the one who is going to be the one holding the steering wheel. But we all have to support, right? But we have to see a semblance of willingness to be supported. If he doesn't want to be supported, we cannot support him.
Right.
He should show that he really wants our help, and then we'll help him. And I've said that when coup d'etats happen, usually the soldiers, when they come, the people show up on the street and say that we support you, do what you want to do. What has happened now is not a coup d'etat, it's a change of government, but it's the people who have given you the mandate. And these people are saying to you that we support you. Today, if Mahama comes and says to Ghanaians that let's tighten our belts, Ghanaians will be willing to tighten their belts, knowing that this is a situation we are in. But when we tighten our belts, and you loosen your belt and go and wear palazzo trouser, and you are eating like jolly nobody's business, we would then say that no, you are defrauding us. But if he says tighten your belt, we saw the reaction of people when the Burkinabe leader came.
Yeah.
Because that guy is doing something in his country where a lot of his citizens are happy. A lot of people on the continent who know his predecessor, Thomas Sankara of Burkina, are saying that this guy is giving some semblance or giving Thomas Sankara level. If John Mahama comes and start giving us Nkrumah vibes in the sense of development, we would all follow him.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see him do. The work has started. He has a huge parliamentary majority. The only thing he cannot do is to turn a man into a woman.
Yeah.
But he can do so many things. We want to see the resources. Nana Akufo-Addo said Yetisikaso. That statement was true then, and it is true today.
You know, talking about the only thing he cannot do is turning a man into a woman. I think even with that, he's been able to do something about it.
Yeah.
Because in times past, we've always seen the vice president's, seat going to the men.
Yeah.
The president has said that gender equality is his priority. He has demonstrated this. I'm very excited about the fact that history has been made. And for the very first time in our democracy, in our governance, we have a woman, Professor Jane Nano Pokwajman, as the vice president.
Well, we seem to be having some technical challenges there. That's the team on the ground, Frema Dunyame, Umaru Sanda Amadu, and Samiri Afe, bringing you some commentary regarding the swearing in of John Dramani Mahama. In studio, I still have with me Ibrahim Ejay, former Assistant Secretary at the Office of the President. Richard Delasky is with the City Breakfast Show. Of course, Larry Dogbe is with the Herald newspaper. Before we went to Frema and the team, we're looking at John Dramani Mahama's speech as delivered at his inauguration ceremony. Richard, you were going to have a bite at that, having spoken about the all-female representation earlier.
Yes. So, yes, I thought I should, first of all, use the opportunity to congratulate the new president of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama. I mean, he and I shared very great time together in Parliament, not me as a member of Parliament, as a reporter. I was virtually doing almost every interview that mattered for him, and on some of the cardinal issues that actually drove, his own, fame and popularity. You remember there was a reference he made to the Gambia situation in his last State of the Nation address before leaving office.
People won't remember the Gambia story, so you need to recap that.
Yeah, that's how I contextualize it. So some 44 or so Ghanaians who apparently were trying to make it to Europe, first of all found themselves in the Gambia, as the story had it. They were hoping that at some point they'll be able to make it up towards the Mediterranean and then also cross to Italy and other things. Some way, somehow, they were mistaken for coup making mercenaries. And they were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Jammeh regime. Yeah, that's right. That story hit us back home so badly, and I was tasked with the responsibility of covering the story.
This was under Kufuor?
This was under Kufuor.
Kufuor was
exactly the foreign minister. Yeah, that's right. So I was investigating the story, in touch with reporters in the Gambia, and coordinating affairs with the newsroom back here in Ghana. And at the time, John Dramani Mahama was the spokesperson of the minority on foreign affairs and was also dealing with matters relating to communications, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, that's true.
And he took up the matter firmly. And I was, you know, then conducting almost all the interviews that dealt with the matter. And you know, it built a certain relationship.
Yeah.
And over time, of course, Nana Addo became, you know, the man who became president, and we heard that there was some compensation paid. I mean, something was done ultimately. But the point I'm trying to make is that...
No, I think the compensation was paid under the...
Was it under Kufuor?
No, under Mills.
Under Mills.
Under Mills.
Yes,
yeah.
under Mills. You know, I'm just looking back and seeing a younger Mahama in those days, you know, return as president of the Republic. Looking back, seeing my interview with him at the Assemblies of God Church, opposite, not far from GIJ, your former school, right?
Yeah.
Where he spoke for the first time to a journalist after he was named by President Mills as his running mate. This was ahead of the 2008 elections. And I remember some of the things he said in that interview, both off and on the record. Yeah. And I am, my heart is at peace hearing him exude some of these qualities again in his presidential address, the inaugural address to Parliament, and by extension the good people of Ghana. Because if you watched the campaign process, you would have noticed that the language was acerbic on both sides. Things were said that ought not have been said.
Stupid.
But
at one point
you saw all of that shredded off, and a new Mahama emerges. Delivering an address that sort of brought all of us together. Even if you did not vote for him, you would not feel that you were isolated in what he was trying to say. You did not feel that this was a man coming in to blast the opposition. You know, some people use their inaugural address to, you know, go lay into the opposition or the
settle scores.
But he sort of, you know, was able to first of all celebrate, you know, the gathering, was able to celebrate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, their years back in Parliament. They first entered Parliament in 2005 and served 3 terms and moved on. Spoke about the relationship that they enjoyed in the House. And in fact, this is not the first time he's making reference to this. In his last State of the Nation address, he spoke about it. Spoke about how, you know, the president normally, the former president would normally call him Johnny. In those days, at the tea cafeteria area in Parliament. Nana Addo would have his handkerchief there in the suit, and then the two of them would be exchanging all kinds of things as they ate or drank tea together.
But how is he able to do that? But Nana Addo hasn't been able to do that. Nana Addo always combative, sees him and is like, Charlie, I have to kill you now before tomorrow.
I think that approach was during the campaign. It's toned down after the elections.
Oh, no.
Even yesterday we saw them together when Nana Addo hosted John Mahama at the Jubilee House.
No,
quite a cordial
anyway.
setting.
Charlie, let's go.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that these should send a signal to all Ghanaians watching that look, it's a democracy. Some people will win, some people will lose. But together we all win. Because if you have a bus that is being pushed in a certain direction, so we make progress. And you have half the people pulling back the bus. Or if you like, as people, you know, say jovially these days, you have 38-point-something% as some people claim. We have not seen the final results. Are pulling back the bus, you will not make the kind of progress you want to make. So it is a message to everybody watching that the president exuded today a certain statesman-like, you know, demeanor in how he communicated his first message to the Ghanaian people through their parliament. and that should reflect in what we do going forward. Of course, there will be disagreements along the way.
True.
There will be people who will not be happy with how the agenda of government is prosecuted, whether it is through the law courts that they will seek to advance their case, to vindicate what they intend to have the courts decide, or it is through petitioning Parliament for certain things to be done, or even petitioning the President himself, so that certain actions get taken. All of these things are done in order to build the country we say we want to build, not to undermine it.
Yeah.
So it is important that that message of what he sought to achieve sinks in. And, you know, my good brother Ibrahim spoke about some of the broad four themes that the President used to, you know, anchor his message. But I've been able to distill at least 11 broad areas covered. And let me just mention them quickly. So, for instance, he spoke about mutual respect and unity across political divides. That was when he, you know, spoke about President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and thanked him for what he did for the Republic. Then he acknowledged the economic challenges that we face ourselves in, without blasting or blaming anybody for it. And then he called for hope to be able to turn around the situation, working with everybody who is Ghanaian and, of course, the international community to make it possible. Then he situated the speech within the global context and spoke about Ghana's role in a changing world. You know, the world is no longer what we used to know. Of course, the whole, you know, bipolar, multipolar, all these things that, you know, Russia is fighting, you know, Ukraine, you have what's happening in Israel, you know, the world has now been misaligned in a way.
You know, this on a lighter note. Before you came, we went off.
The conversation with Caleb earlier.
Yeah, and then Caleb said, "Oh, now
Russia, Ukraine can rest."
You know, the role of BRICS now in the globe, you know, in global affairs. He mentioned that, and how we need to navigate all of these, you know, terrains in order to get to where we want to get to. Then he spoke about public health and climate change and the need for us as a nation and as a people to be prepared. Because one thing that he mentioned, we're told that global warming is affecting the icebergs or ice whatever.
Food production.
Yeah, that's right. In the colder areas of the world. And as these things melt, we're told that some of these diseases that have been frozen for centuries could be released and they become a problem. Already we are told that something is happening in China. And if we are not careful, we will have another global
There was
pandemic.
a 7.1 magnitude earthquake this dawn
in
China.
Okay, so that's one. And then also something akin to COVID, which is also creating problems in that country. So he tried to position the address also within that context. Then he spoke about commitment to gender equality and breaking barriers. Of course, he should speak about it, because here's the person who produced, you know, a female running mate. The first time it didn't work, this time around it worked, and now we have the first female vice president of the Republic. And I spoke about the significance of that, especially when you had a president who just left office having passed an act, getting Parliament to pass an act which seeks to bring equal opportunity to the table for women. And so talking about that, especially you go to the market, you see women, many of them are doing their best to put food on the table.
Shouting, "Mom, you didn't."
Charlie? Then, you know, the grand vision, the 24-hour economy, that anchored his campaign to the, you know, before the people of Ghana. That he believes that it is possible to run the Ghanaian economy 24 hours a day, so that there will be shifts. You know?
But it's interesting, Richard, he mentioned that the 24-hour economy is anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. He made that distinction, which he hadn't done before. So it's interesting where his focus is. Like the anchor is agriculture, which is the mainstay, and agribusiness. And then responsible public sector institutions being available to service those needs.
Why that is important?
Agri drives everything.
Yeah.
You know,
Basically.
basically, agri is everything.
Yeah.
Industrial revolution started with agriculture. And once you have your hold on agriculture, you virtually have your hold on everything. Food is there. You are producing raw material for factories and so on to go into production.
And it's the largest employer.
Precisely.
Yeah. So
precisely.
if you can, as you say, focus your policy in that area, then the dividends should flow.
Yeah, and it is interesting that he's put, you know, Guzi Tano on the mandate of leading the export drive of this administration, and then the 24-hour economy.
Again, let me say this. A lot of people don't know that Guzi used to own a factory that produced cassava chips also for export. Okay, so at the time when he was doing the Reform Party movement and so on, people kept asking, hey, what would you do? He was like, listen, I have a factory that is into this and that for export. And we are making a lot of money there. And should you vote for me, some of these things will be implemented. So I think that it's good that he's been put in charge now to implement what he had, you know, conceived.
And we hope that they find the fine balance to make it work. Because as some people have said, if you don't have enough power to run the economy, it will be difficult to run a 24-hour economy. But we are hoping that they will find a fine balance and they will find the creative space in their mind to actually give us the solutions that they have promised. Then job creation, the seventh one, education and empowerment of the youth. He communicated in a way as to make it victory for the youth of this country, that their aspirations must be answered. They are the future of this country. It is their backbone that will drive the development of the country. Their energy is needed to make it possible for this country to open its doors once again for business. If they are disappointed, then we have a problem. Because if the youth are idle, all they need is someone coming in to promise that he is the new Messiah. And if you're not careful, that energy will be used in a way that does not serve the interest of all of us, or the interest of the Republic. Yes. You don't want the youth in the streets doing all kinds of things which will create a problem. Then he spoke about governance, accountability, and fighting corruption. We do know about the aura, which I have criticized, that there may not be any constitutional or legal foundation for it, especially when it's coming in from a president-elect. Now he's president of the Republic. Now he can use the executive authority he now has to get through Parliament the appropriate legislation if he wants legislation
but
to run
we all knew, or you and I know, that it was just something knee-jerk, if you know, for want of a better word. That because Okujeto is a member of Parliament. Who Okujeto heads that, you know, that body. Sure. So he's a member of Parliament, and obviously, I'm sure he's being marked for some ministerial appointment. Okay. Now, there's a certain school of thought that says that why didn't we have Domelevo as the head? So that you free the likes of Okujeto and all the other people away from it. Because notice that even this man, Nathan Kofi-Boakye, who is part of Aura, is also, you know, a member of the interim security committee. You get it. So, I mean, it's just something that was set up to gather data rather than having the process
Larry,
for prosecution.
Thank you, Richard. Larry, you're right. It's ad hoc.
Yes.
Let's not try and give it some kind of institutional clothing.
Yeah, or monstrous outlook.
It's something that's, as you said, and the word you used was knee-jerk.
Yeah.
It's ad hoc, and I think we have to take it in that vein. Let them do their fact-checking or gathering, and then bring it to a responsible institution or person clothed with the authority to investigate.
And what I heard,
my difficulty.
What I heard was that, I mean, after the election, a lot of things were happening. People were burning documents here and there. Cars were being allegations. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So things were happening, and the party people or others needed a certain person or personality to be reporting some of these things to. Others were carrying documents, confidential documents also were like, Charlie, we don't know who to give it to. So a body like that was needed. I'm saying that This is
But
what
the
I heard. I'm
institutions
sharing.
so mandated in this
Exactly.
country
So
to deal
after
with
this,
some of
because
these issues.
Okujeto, obviously he wouldn't head an institution like that.
Yeah, you know the difficulty with that. If you look at the Whistleblowers Act and related pieces of legislation, there is a certain protection offered to people who bring information in order to prevent crime.
Yes.
Now, in that act, out of the people who have been listed as members of this oral team, only one of them has the mandate to receive information, which information, the receipt of which would not be a problem under the law. Member of Parliament.
Yeah.
You understand? You can take it to a member of Parliament if you suspect that something is going wrong. You can package the information, take it to a member of Parliament. He is to receive it. And the law requires that he should act on it by bringing it to the attention of an appropriate institution of state so that investigations can be done. There will be prosecution. There is protection for the person who has brought the information.
Anonymity.
Yes. Now you have a bunch of private individuals with only one member of Parliament. What would have been better, which would have been consistent in my respectful view with the legislation, would have been to appoint a number of, or to ask, to just announce that, or maybe through the minority leader, whoever, that, look, these MPs are available to receive information in keeping with the Whistleblowers Act, and which information has to do with corruption, bad governance, or anything that undermines, the state.
It sounds beautiful.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what ought to have been done without bringing in private people, because private people have no responsibility to respect the terms of the law, and they are not even recognized by the law. You understand? So that is the spirit.
But there again, the counter argument is this: that I don't believe in the integrity of somebody like Domelevo, Martin Pebu, Nathan Kofi Boachi, Raymond Archer, who else?
I think if the person doesn't have obligations under the law, those obligations.
No, but then the people didn't come under the whistleblowers. What you call it, law, art.
No, I understand.
So to say,
that's why I'm saying
it's just a partisan thing that has been created after the euphoria that comes with victory. Yeah, it's wrong. I mean, but interim, we are dealing with interim stuff.
It's wrong.
Yeah,
the only authority a president-elect has is prescribed by the Presidential Transition Act, and he's required to make certain appointments. You understand? I do not, with the greatest respect, believe that this oral thing sits within that, because it's not provided.
But what are we afraid of?
No. It's not about
what I'm afraid. It's about
right and what is wrong. Signaling that there are things. I'm speaking within the context of corruption.
Yeah.
You can allow
and of the law.
Yes, you can allow the existing institutions of state to work.
Will this committee be paid? Members of this.
Well, they say that it's pro bono and all of that. Anyway, let's move. Then he also spoke about faith in Ghana's institutions and citizens. And you see, institutions, again, the police, all of these institutions are there. So talking about keeping faith in them also requires that what you do sends a signal that, look, although I may just be coming in, there are established institutions responsible for dealing with matters like this. And I hope that with this message, the need to keep faith in these institutions, we will see a stop to the sometimes deliberate attempt to undermine institutions of state, like the judiciary, where I work, for instance, as a lawyer, an officer of the court. I get really troubled anytime I hear politicians running riot with their mouth, attacking institutions of state within the judiciary, persons serving on the courts, and in some cases threatening openly to remove some of these people from office merely because there's a change in government. Of course, if people have done certain wrongs that require some remedy, we should be prepared to say that those should be addressed.
Right.
But where it is seen as someone's agenda to take down somebody merely because he or she may have taken a decision you do not like, I have a problem with that. So I am happy that he spoke about the need for all of us to have faith in our institutions. But beyond talking about it, I want to see concrete action and conduct that reflects that reality. Then also there's something here about partnership with the private sector and foreign nations. You know, the government alone cannot develop this nation.
Not at all.
We will require a private sector that is vibrant. In fact, they are the people who can actually give life to the 24-hour economy.
True.
If they have light, electricity, if the tax regime is good, if they have available the skills that are needed to ensure that the machines in the factories are turning appropriately, the skills that are needed on the farms to ensure that we produce a lot more, if they have the space to actually reinvest what they earn from this country into the Ghanaian economy, and they are not taking it away, we can actually build an economy that is self-sustaining, that can help all of us get something to do. And of course, I mean, we are not in isolation. You saw the Nigerian president here. The Nigerians are sisters and our brothers.
Beautiful speech.
Beautiful speech that he read. And you saw the many leaders from across the world who are here. The Americans are here. Of course, they have their own interests. The UK people are here. I mean, Germany, we saw all of these people. Senegal, all these people have come because Ghana doesn't sit alone. We can only do it if we are working with other people within the same space to realize our aspirations. And it is a good thing. And the way he put it, very brilliant. And finally, he spoke about patriotism and a collective call to action, where he frames the next chapter of Ghana's history as a patriotic endeavor, calling on all Ghanaians to join hands in building a nation rooted in transparency, inclusivity, transformative progress, and some others. And I think that overall, this is a truly beautiful inaugural speech. For me, it touches on almost every aspect of what matters. It lays a vision as to what exactly he wants to achieve, and although he did not state the fine details of how he's going to do that, I believe that it provides a certain blueprint from which we can distill what is likely to go to Parliament as the budget, the very first budget of his finance minister, which will be his budget. And then, of course, we should see a government that should come to power with a certain mindset that it wants to prosecute a winning agenda. So I am happy generally with what the president has done today.
Very well. Larry, Mr. Mahama says he describes Nana Akufo-Addo as a worthy opponent. And then, of course, he goes ahead to congratulate Dr. Bawumia for conceding early. Then he says, today marks a new beginning. We shall reset Ghana. What do you make of this?
I think Ibrahim and then Sky have done a lot of justice to the to the speech, and I won't draw too much on that. But I want to pick it from Tinubu's speech. I think brilliant speech. Brilliant speech. I mean, talking about the unity between Ghana and then Nigeria, and the fact that it has to be enhanced more and more. Drawing on the partnership between Nkrumah and then other founding fathers of Nigeria. He didn't mention Nnamdi Azikiwe, but I think that is essentially what he was trying to say. And also said that, hey, the world should look at us, that there's something beautiful that could come from not just West Africa, but the whole of Africa. And that the negative, perception of Africa, a place of this, a place of that. No, that shouldn't be the case, and that is beautiful. Of course, Nigeria has always been, part and parcel of us. Okay.
Although we fight occasionally.
We fight over jollof. We fight over jollof. But forgetting that there's, a common food that we have, gari, and then, what do you call it? Red oil, jomi, and all that.
And then aguru.
And busy, So we have a lot in common. We have a lot.
And some of us are from there.
Yes.
The Ghans.
The Evers.
We are Yoruba.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Evers. Again, remember before the colonials came, there were no borders, so we were communities. Leife. Leife. That's where the Ghans can trace their roots from Israel down to Egypt, Cameroon, and then that's why in Nigeria you have Ajikwe and Aje, and so on and so forth. But anyway, continue please.
So, I mean, beautiful speech, as I said. he also talked about how we should use peaceful means to resolve whatever conflicts there are within the sub-region, you know. So I think that he did well. And I'm linking that up to what President Mahama also talked about, that, hey, we are all one people, and that there are tribes across, like you said. You know, there are Evers here, there are Evers in Benin, there are Evers in Togo, there are Evers in Nigeria, and beyond. Yeah. And so, I mean, we should work together towards more of, you know, prosperity for all, progress, and then, you know, development and all that. Then said that the Black Star is rising, okay, and we should see, you know, our progress through that. Yeah. On President Mahama's speech, I think he came across as addressing more of the youth. That, hey, we cannot afford to dwell, you know, on the negativity again. Pessimism, we should, you know, should be taken out. We should believe in ourselves, and then commit to the wheel of, you know, progress. Yeah. And that it's not just, you know, that thing where every now and then you have doubt about your leaders. That believe in the leadership. But the leadership must also be ready to be accountable to the people. And being accountable, you also need to ensure the security, you know, within the sub-region. So I saw that also as is part of his, you know, foreign policy, you know, going forward. He addressed the business community, as Richard mentioned, and said that fair taxes, you know, will be taken care of, so that the business community will also feel part and parcel of the, you know, his 24-hour economy.
He said he's going to rationalize the tax regime.
The tax, exactly, you know, so that, I mean, what has happened before will be taken care of. So prosperity, he promised job creation for the youth, and then for global health and all that. He talked about issues on public health, and then, as he said, there are, you know, a lot of viruses going on, as we witnessed with the COVID and then Ebola and all that before, and that a lot of commitment will be deployed towards addressing some of these things.
So we prioritize public health to minimize impact of potential pandemics.
Okay. Having seen him during the Ebola outbreak, where Ghana became the center of, you know, a lot of transmission of, you know, Ebola vaccines across Africa in particular. I think that, I believe that he will be really committed to that. And then even during the COVID pandemic, we saw him moving from home to home, sharing, you know, food stuff to people. And so with somebody with that kind of track record, you want to believe that he knows what he's talking about. Right. He asked everybody to be the Ghanaian, you know, more like Akufo-Addo's kind of thing.
Being a citizen and not a spectator.
Not being a spectator, you know. So commit to it. And then let's go. Yeah, sure. So I think that, by and large, solid speech. Let's wait for his State of the Nation address. Is that State of address? And then because from here he will gather data from the institutions, and then that will then inform whatever he's going to tell Parliament, that, hey, I had promised this is what I met. However, this is what I intend doing going forward from my manifesto as well, but then this is what's available, or the resources that is available to be committed to it.
And that's what I was coming to.
Yeah, mind you, he's promised the betting tax to be taken off. Oh no, they are promising.
You should give me say it means some honeymoon now.
How many days honeymoon? Oh no, I mean,
but the same person asking for honeymoon is giving timelines to what he wants to do. First 14 days he wants to nominate his cabinet. Within first 100 days he wants to abolish e-levy, emissions levy, COVID levy, 10% betting tax, and a host of other things he's promised to do within his first 100 days.
Let me share a secret with you. I've heard Akufo, I mean, my sources close to the source. you know.
Called hearsay. But go on.
No, it's not hearsay. And this one is from really, really within. Yeah.
Insider source.
Insider. that President Akufo-Addo has been asking, hey, when you take out all that, what are you going to replace it with? Because listen, that I am not that, callous or inhumane to be keeping all those things, in the books and collecting the money or, for revenue. And that if you've taken all that, you are cutting off a substantial chunk of your revenue. Okay, and that where are you going to get the money to replace all that? Or to fund your stuff.
This is your source close to the source.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a very credible source. This is a source that has been there for ages.
What was his response?
What was the response of who? Nanado?
No,
to Mahama?
JM.
Oh no, he didn't. This was not. He wasn't.
He was really thinking out.
No, he wasn't. I mean, it was a gathering of a selected few. Kitchen cabinet. Like,
if I was John Mahama, President John Mahama, to answer your question or the hypothesis that you've given, that if you take these betting taxes out, what do you have? What revenue streams do you have coming to, anchor the economy? It's something that I've said, and I'm sure, Richard, I've been on your show for 20 odd years now. You may, as I speak, you may say, oh yeah, Ibrahim, I remember that thing. In Ghana, I'm talking about revenue now.
You make us look too old.
Already people are talking about
this is why he depart.
So where is he on that point?
I think the last couple of years. I mentioned something in the recent past. On one of Richard's shows, I'm sure I mentioned it. How we can plug revenue shortfalls. It's all about having a dynamic attitude to your economy. Not looking as to how I can tax, but how I can produce. That needs to be the mindset shift. I'll give you an example, and I've mentioned on Richard's show. In Ghana, how many secondary schools do you think we have? Just
several thousand, more in excess of 10,000.
Good. 12,700.
Secondary schools.
Secondary schools, not JHS. Secondary schools. Now, you know that in Ghana we don't have a tourism industry at all. I'm talking domestic. Living in the UK, from the time I was 5, the school curriculum always had a visit to another part of the country. From 5 until I was 16. You always had it on when you check your schedule, maths, English, a visit to Madame Tussauds. Geography, maths, PE, physical education, and then RE, religious education. Then you see a visit to Scotland. It's on our curriculum from when I was 5 to 16.
How long were you there?
I was there until I was 19.
Okay.
And then I came back in 1994. I came back in 1990. And then I came back in 94, graduated, then came back for good with my wife.
But you still have the accent.
Of course.
Richard is struggling to get it.
He has it. But my accent is toned down. Richard knows those days. They say,
ignore him.
Coming back. Revenue shortfalls, how we can produce as opposed to tax. You have 12,700 secondary schools, and none of them generally will go and visit Mole National Park, will come and visit, parts in Accra, Cancun Forest, all the jewels that we have in Ghana.
Blee waterfall.
Yes. Now, why is that? They'll tell you money. Good. Now, why should that be the case? If you have corporate institutions saying that, okay, we are going to fund, because all it is you put your kids in a bus. A bus can carry 88, 100 children. I'm talking the VIP ones. And so you're going from Accra, and then we go to Tamale. Likewise, a school in Tamale, remember that 12,000 schools will say we're going to come to Boteman Sports Complex. And so on and so on. You get where I'm coming from. Now, what does that do? We have 12,000 schools. The population is something like 2 million. 2 million. Do you divide that by all the institutions we have in Ghana? I'm talking tourist places. Now you have 2 million children at any point in the calendar, at some point, coming to visit Takrady Central Market. You know, the Kanda Mosque here, the National Mosque, and so on and so forth. Suddenly those places of interest are having daily revenue of up to 500 or 1,000 children per day.
Yeah.
Because it's a shift system. It's not like the children will go to school or visit these places, Richard, every single day. But across the 2 million, they are constantly in business.
In circulation.
In circulation. So now what does that do? You need those facilities now will generate their own revenue.
Idea.
Because when the children come, they'll buy your common both fruits, cocoa, and what have you.
Some souvenirs.
Yes, some souvenirs. And it creates an ecosystem whereby now you, government, can now go and tax that revenue generation. Because when the bus or the buses conveying those 12,000 schools nationwide, crisscrossing, increased revenue just from the petrol, the bus driver or coach driver, then the institutions themselves, then the local economy is being infused with money. So let's work out 2 million children across the calendar year, of course, not every day, visiting these institutions. Now, government, you don't need your betting tax, your e-levy. The local economy starts to thrive and you tax those points of production. And it becomes a chain reaction, Larry. Because if I organize my facility very well, and I'm getting this money coming in, now I can also open it up to the foreign tourist. That is my main target.
Graham, did you share this with,
Yeah, for the last 20 years.
You've been
I
sharing
should say 2 years.
No, I mean, he's asking of your office if you did share it in your office.
Beyond that, there's something he's been talking about.
Yeah.
And some of these great ideas are things that you can always run off with if you are interested in, creating the kind of environment that allows all of us to grow together. Because, I mean, it is not difficult to do. Of course, the difficult part is initiating it and working to make it sustainable. Because, look, I mean, those of you whose kids are in private schools, of course, they bring you bills all the time that they want to visit this place, they want to go to this place and all of that. But majority of the times in the public schools, they virtually do not even get involved in this. And that also kills the whole drive that a Ghanaian ordinarily should have to say that, look, I am from the Volta region. I should be able to go to Nkrofo to visit where Kwame Nkrumah was previously buried, or to go to Nzelezu.
Apparently, there's a museum over there as well. Okay, before here.
That's right.
And we need to commend President Akufo-Addo, for what he turned, the Kwame Nkrumah Museum into as it is. Jerry Rawlings started it, and then, but it was of a sudden, nature. Years on, it was left to go bad. But then he came in, and then he's turning it into whatever it is now. Listen, we haven't appreciated Kwame Nkrumah as a people, but internationally, listen, he is, huge.
Global icon.
Exactly, a global icon. You go to international conferences, and for people to even talk, Africans in particular, they evoke the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah. Okay, as this gentleman, the Nigerian president, did today. And there are instances where you evoke that. I mean, Nkrumah, I have an international relations background, so some of these things, I'm saying that out of that. You evoke Kwame Nkrumah's, whatever, and you notice that people would want to listen to you. People will want to pay attention to whatever it is. You go to the African Union headquarters in Ethiopia, and you have a statue over there. Huge. You go to Cuba. They have a bust for him because he was of a certain, at a point in time when Cuba Fidel Castro was going through a lot of stress with the Americans and so on. Kwame Nkrumah was there. And many other African countries where they have buildings, roads, and other things, named after him. Now, if we have a mausoleum here where he's been buried, you have his scars, there. You have the wife lying next to him. You have so many things, speeches, and even, audios of his voice and so on. And our children can be taken there to go and see that international icon, listen, I mean, then who else are we going to celebrate? Yeah. Mind you, this is a guy who was on his way to talk peace
in Hanoi.
In Hanoi, when he was overthrown. Very few African leaders have attained that stature. Okay? I mean, there's more we could say about how Buzia thought that after, you know, Nkrumah, he could do what Nkrumah had done on the international scene. But he couldn't, you know, match up. UN, Nkrumah is celebrated across. Okay? So, I mean, we have this jewel lying down there.
And we need to do more.
And we need to do more. Make money from it, make, you know, inspire people through it, and other things that we can do as a people.
And Larry, just to add, because I thought those who have heard my submission, you have some naysayers, Richard, who will say, can we afford it? And the answer is simply yes. The main cost component of putting on your curricula, so this is where the Minister of Education, incoming, and the Ministry of Tourism need to work together. So it's on the curriculum of every child. Main cost component is the transportation from the school to the venue. So what's the cost? Let's say, for argument's sake, Richard, we're going to travel from Accra, and remember, that's up intra-regional. You can be in Accra and visit University of Legon. Yeah, that's part of the trip. Okay, so let's say on average, the coach, the diesel, is, for argument's sake, 1,000 Ghana. That's the cost component. 1,000 Ghana. And I want the parents to also contribute to that investment in their children's education. And the benefit is that the local economy grows, because you've got 2 million children in the calendar year coming to a facility. That 1,000 Ghana cost for the, let's say 1,500, because you'll pay the driver, the hiring of the coach, and the fuel. 1,500. You split it between the parents or the children of that particular class. So 1,500 divided by 100 children is something like what? Is it 15?
100 mathematicians are here.
Yeah, anyway. The mathematicians are there. So I'm just saying that you got, you know, 1,500 cities. This is per trip. Divided by 100 children, because that's the capacity of the bus. How much do you get, please?
You have 15 there.
15 cities. How much do we as parents spend on funerals? Billions. Am I right? Yeah. As for the new coats and the new shoes, all the manner. But to spend 15 cities on your child's education.
The funeral economy.
Yeah.
Who said you was going to do tourism this and of that?
With funerals?
Yes. That's a wow.
Okay.
Yes. And the next reshuffle, he was put up.
So you see, Larry, so 15 cities. Am I right?
Yeah, 15, yeah.
That's how much it will cost parents. Why am I putting parents inside? When you have a stake in something, you value it. And there are some things that I think we should also, you know, make it mandatory. Now, there'll be someone who says it's free SHS. We know, but this is an elective. But it should be mandatory. But I don't want to dwell too much on that. But when you mention about the e-levy and the betting tax, I think what President Mahama must do, and I'm sure he will, God willing, inshallah, is have this dynamic mindset.
And mind you, he wasn't the only one who said he was going to remove the e-levy. I think Dr. Baumia also said same. But then the argument that was raised was that, okay, why don't you do it now?
But he made that response known at Moving Pick. I was there. You work within a cabinet system. And you have to go with what cabinet as a whole says.
You know, but he was against it right from the onset. So days before the passage, he had gone to Peace FM and in an interview with Kwame Sefakai, you know, said that, listen, that shouldn't be an area where people, that the government should tax.
Yeah, because he was the man leading.
However, he wasn't listened to. Is it true that the economic management team collapsed?
It's not that it wasn't listened to.
Larry?
No, I can see where Larry's coming from.
Let's stay with Mr. Mahama. Let's stay with Mr. Mahama. Today is for Mr. Mahama.
On that one, it's important for our viewers. You know, it's about consensus. You know, and so when a consensus is made, you go with the consensus, and he made that point.
Collective cabinet responsibility.
Yeah, you take the collective credit and the collective liability.
Well, we have a few more minutes to go. I want us to look at what next for Mr. Mahama, because obviously there's cautionary optimism within the country, and it looks as though Mr. Mahama comes back.
President Mahama.
President Mahama, yes, comes
Yes.
back to face his old problems. Take the energy sector, for example.
Yeah.
There's a looming power crisis due to the debts in the energy sector.
But it's not as big as projected. I mean, we're told it was going to be somewhere in the region of 25 billion.
Granted.
But it's 2.5 billion. It's still debt nonetheless. So
Granted.
it has got to be dealt with.
Granted.
I'm not so sure about the doom that there will be power. Let's not usher in the new president with.
Yes, but that must see, because he also came on the back of a number of promises.
Yeah.
And with the economy he is inheriting, the inflation rate as it is now, the youth unemployment, and his promise to deliver jobs to the youth. What next for Mr. Mahama?
No, Akufo-Addo said he solved everything.
But saying it's not the same as the reality.
You listen to the president's, the former president's speech in Parliament. Did he say anywhere in the speech that he read to Parliament that he had solved all the problems?
No, he says the economy is not broke.
Yes, that is not.
Whoever was talking about
that is not the same as I have solved everything.
Oh no, well then he talked about things that he came to meet, the worst day that he met the country, and how where he's living it off.
Yes.
Let's circle back to Mr. President
it's the same
Mahama.
thing we are talking about.
Yes, but he is in charge now. He is the man. You see, Ghanaians have reposed confidence in him by giving him such an overwhelming victory.
Why don't
and so it is the expectation of Ghanaians that he will deliver.
Yeah.
Well,
right. So we want to know what next.
Well, I mean, you see, when a president is elected, ideally, he should be able to do all the work himself. But the constitution required that he should have a vice president. So there's a vice president.
How ministers?
Again, the constitution requires that you pick up ministers, like you choose ministers. Now, those ministers would have to be given prior approval by Parliament before you appoint them to serve in their respective offices. So those are the people through whom he will be exercising his executive authority. Beyond that, then you have DCEs, regional ministers. We do know that the president has such a vast, appointment power to appoint in even corporate institutions and all of these things. I think we should do something about it. So for the next few months, the president will be worrying his head over who to put where and who not to put where. And as you already know, he says within the first 14 days of his time in office, he will complete his list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. So we should expect, ideally, maybe by this evening, or maybe he wants this evening to go away. Let's talk about his speech and related matters. And then maybe tomorrow, because Parliament is sitting tomorrow, that list, or maybe the first batch of the list, should be able to make its way to Parliament. Because once he has his people, then we can talk about what he's able to do within the first 100 days in office in order to give fruition to the, the promises that he's told us all about. He says that he will constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in his first 90 days in office. So by the end of the 90th day, what we expect is that the full gamut of people who form his cabinet and government for that matter, and all allied institutions that will play a part.
You heard of Fenyomakin, trying to play mischief with that.
Exactly. Say that you said 24-hour economy, we can still continue parliamentary.
but earlier I talked about that. Oh, listen, you promised 60 ministers, and that 14 of these are going to come from Parliament.
No, it's actually no more than 14.
More than 14. Sorry, 14 of that. So 16 out of that.
From the 16.
No, from the 16 are going to
16 from the 16
ministers are going to be for the regions.
Then 25 from Parliament.
Exactly. Then you are left with what? That's like 20. How are you going to? And then you have key ministries: finance, attorney general, which one? Trade, education, sports, health, all those. Okay. And these are just ministers. Deputy ministers haven't come yet. I don't know. We should prepare for.
Yeah, you see, it's still on the subject. So you have code of conduct. He spoke about what he wants to ensure that people are accountable. You know, the last term he did something about code of conduct, and he's talking about establishing a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. Because once you have formed your government, you want to ensure that there is a certain, you know, regime within which they work. There are things that are allowed. There are things that are not allowed.
But there's a basic appreciation of, you know, how you are to conduct yourself as a state official.
Yeah, but you have to enforce it as a leader.
I mean, some of those enforcement come,
and there has to be an
come
act
with
passed
time.
to that effect.
If all persons were to behave the same, then of course there wouldn't have been the code of conduct in the first place.
Oh, how come in other jurisdictions like the UK, US, and all
they have that.
Yeah, they have
that. Parliamentary rules and regulations.
Yes, and we've been here before. It's not like a new thing that we're going to do.
You know,
Ibrahim, you know,
Ghana has been pressing the need for the legislation they have drafted.
Are they still in existence?
They're there.
We have just a few minutes to go, so I need you to wrap it up so I can take their bites.
So you see, that is necessary. But let me end it on 4, which talks about holding a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Because the budget you should expect sometime in March or after March. We are currently running on the basis of what you people normally call the mini budget. Yes, so expenditure in advance of operation. That's the technical term. Now, where we are, we all appreciate that there are difficulties. In order to get out of it, we need a buy-in of everybody. So this national dialogue, as I understand it, is to provide that platform for people from all kinds of, you know, areas to come together with their expertise, their shades of opinion to the table and express them so that ultimately we can build what will be a document we all make inputs into in order to get out of the economic difficulties that we have. Of course, we've been told that we are getting out of the woods, or we are out of the woods, but we are not out of the woods in my respectful view, because there are still challenges that we are having to deal with. We're still before the IMF. A portion of what they were supposed to have, you know, given to us, we have refused to approve as a parliament because of some disagreements here and there. I think that this platform is necessary. He did it before. You remember the Century Consensus, which was not so much, you know, some people didn't go because they had difficulty with it. I hope that people will put all their hands on board so that we can get a Ghanaian response to the Ghanaian problems that we have and get ourselves out of the difficulties.
Larry, let me come to you. What next for President?
I'm going to pick it from where Sky
in just about a minute.
Yeah, just ended. Now that he's calling for a dialogue of a sort, will the MPP side participate in it, having boycotted the other one? I'm saying this because then the former president, Akufo-Addo, has painted a picture of all that is, nice and beautiful. Okay, so if the MPP is called that, hey guys, let's go and think about this whole thing again, would they be able to go there? And if they go, what are they going to talk about? Would they say that, but we left you so and so and so? I'm sure that's what they're going to say. Okay, but I think that it is necessary. We need to appreciate the bigger picture beyond what was said on political platforms. What was said to us that, listen, for somebody who wants to maintain a certain narrative as far as his legacy is concerned. Okay, so we need an appreciation of what really is in there, how the country is performing. And it's good sometimes it's good when your rival is the one telling your story. Now, appointment obviously is going to be an issue. Yeah. This is a man who has promised 60 ministers, as we try to talk about. People, he would have to meet the expectation of the people. Some people maybe voted because of that. Okay, but then he has the party's demand, his party's demand to meet. And then there is a constitutional obligation also of doing the regional balance and all that. Okay, so, and how many? 50% of
majority.
Yeah, majority 50% should
so
come.
Even 60, at least 31 of them.
Okay.
Right. Wrap it up for me. Let me hear.
Yeah, should come from Parliament as well. So it's going to be tight. But like he said, we should all, believe in him or believe in the leadership. That, hey, they will not disappoint anybody.
Right. Unfortunately, we have just a few seconds.
Then I'll be brief. I think President Mahama has an advantage. And this advantage is this: he's not going for a second term. He himself has said, this is my swan song, my last 4 years. So touching on what Larry is talking about, the party demands, he can imbibe the statesmanship qualities that he said in his inaugural speech and focus on his legacy and not necessarily the party. I'm not saying he's going to ignore the rank and file of the party.
You think the party will allow him to take them back to opposition?
I'm coming.
Hey,
I'm
Papa.
coming. You see, leadership is an extraordinary animal. And Larry, you may be right saying you do think the party will allow. But sometimes legacy is such an aphrodisiac that you will, and like Tinubu said, with laser focus, we can work together to make sure that we succeed together. Am I right? That's what he said.
Yeah.
So he'll be thinking of, am I going to put the party first, or I'm going to make sure that I put these things in order? I'm talking about whether there'll be a pull or push from him. What he needs to do next, is look at how to make sure that you strengthen the anchors of the economy, make sure that energy as well is looked at, and then employment. I think these 3 areas are where he needs to focus his attention on, and making sure that he can build upon the foundation, and not just the foundation, the strong pillars of growth that we're seeing in so many areas of the economy. That's what he needs to do. Yeah. Beyond that, again, Ghana is not an island. We're living within this international community, and you've got to make sure that your public or foreign relations, and I was enthused to see how the Burkinabe president, head of state, sorry, that kind of forging or reconnecting those kinds of alliances within the ECOWAS region, they're key, So I think those areas, ECOWAS, the economy, agriculture, and then of course youth employment, and energy production, these are the things that they need to, they as in government needs to put their attention on in charting the way forward.
Very well, very well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Ibrahim Ajay, formerly of the office of the president.
Yes.
Richard Delasky.
Yeah, my man.
My man. Good man.
Yeah, good man.
And of course, Larry Dogbe of the Herald newspaper. Earlier, you heard from Akosua Ochre, you heard from Umaru Sanda Amadu, Frema Edunyame, and Samiri Afe from the grounds, referring to the Black Star Square here in Accra. This has been our special coverage of the presidential inauguration that sees His Excellency John Dramani Mahama return to the Jubilee House as the 6th President of the Republic of Ghana. My name is Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 Television.